well. So with any luck, we will be reaching our friends on the YouTube in a few seconds. There's a little bit of a delay always for that to happen. But hopefully, welcome friends on YouTube as well. And all the wonderful people I see already are in the house, which is fantastic to see on the YouTube side as well. Kevin seems to have dropped out, sadly, of the TikTok queue, but let me just say hello to everyone first, and then we'll get going with guests and stuff. Thanks for the check-in, Jiffy, that you see me sounding and looking good. Well, for my age, not bad, I guess. Thank you for that, and good to see everyone. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you again for being flexible with me on the timing. Couldn't do the Saturday stream last night. We went to see a theatre production of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, which is, for anyone who doesn't know it, a fantastic novel by Ken Kesey, which was made into a really, really good film with Jack Nicholson. And there was a theatre production of it in London, and it was very good. It was very good. It wasn't as good as the film, and it wasn't as good as the novel, but it was still good. And it was nice to get into London for an evening. London is an awesome city. Especially on a Saturday night. It was jumping in London last night. It was a hot summer's evening. Everyone was just sitting around outside, good vibes everywhere. Didn't see any stress. It was really, really lovely. It is very, very hot in London at the moment. Don't know where everyone is joining from, but man, it is warm here right now. And in my little room here, I did an experiment a few minutes ago. I opened up the window to see how the extra noise would affect things, and it is a little noisy with the window open. So I'm going to be doing a different type of cooking tonight. I'm going to be cooking myself in my little room. Sean, what's up?
Hey, how you doing, John? I'm at the mercy of hotel Wi-Fi.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I have 5 bars on my regular on the what do you call it? The TikTok app. I have my regular data, which seems fine, but we'll see how video goes because I have to use hotel Wi-Fi for that.
We understand that may not be great. But thanks. It's great to see you as always, Sean. Thank you so much. Okay, well, let's kick things straight off. We actually have a friend in the queue on the TikTok side already. So let's bring in, because I know he has to go soon. So we'll just quickly bring in the poet. Who is a very fine fellow, if anyone has not met him before. Just bringing him in right now on the TikTok. Bringing him in. There we go. Hey, poet, how are you?
Hi, man. Bless you for choosing me. Yeah.
Well, you were first in the queue, buddy. There was actually someone called Kevin who joined the queue ahead of you and then dropped out. So, first place is yours.
I'm off out tonight. I just wanted to pop in, say hello, make sure you guys are doing well, having a good day and everything. I know you've just started.
Just getting fired up.
But it's been quite a long time since I've tuned in and said hello to you. I wanted to make sure you got a smile on your face. You're doing all right.
We're good. We're good, thanks.
You always. I know you're always good. But we ain't got a God to protect us, do we? So that's one way to kick off the stream, fellas.
That's the one. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm off to go out and party like I've been doing a lot recently. So
well, it's a nice night for it. So
goodness me, I hope so.
Excellent. Well, we're going to be going for several hours. So depending on how long your partying is, when you get home, we may well still be here.
Well, I understand. You John, you work for the British and the American time zones at this point, don't you?
That's the one. Yeah. So I imagine in 6 hours' time or so, we'll still be here. So if you've had a good party and you come home and you want to say hello, feel free to pop in.
Oh, I don't want to ruin your stream because by the time I return, I'm sure I'll be.
You'll be
I'll be in a
different person
mentally.
Fair enough.
I'll be.
You wouldn't be the first.
You wouldn't be the first. Yeah, sure did. You wouldn't be the first. That's it. Yeah. Well, have a great time, friend. Thanks for popping in to say hi, and have a wonderful time out. And come say hi again sometime soon when you've got longer to talk.
I will do. Sugar! I just dropped my phone. I just wanted to say hello. It's been a while and all that. I hope you. I wanted to wish you guys good luck with today and that. So.
Thank you. All right. Take it easy, buddy.
Take care, everyone. Yeah.
All the best, man. Cheers. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
I still say
Oh, he was going to say I still say bless. It's just muscle memory. But don't worry, we won't take offense. Cheers, poet. Bless you too, my friend. Okay, there we go. So slightly... saw the bless there, poet. All good. Slightly different topic tonight. This is a new one. We haven't done this one before. And someone might say that this is a little bold for us because we're actually making an assertion, aren't we? We're saying God is fiction. And someone would say, well, you're making a positive claim there, so the burden is on you to demonstrate that. So have we lost our mind? Are we taking on burdens that we cannot possibly carry? I was just thinking about it. Like, if somebody said something like Poseidon is fiction, or if someone said, Voldemort is fiction, would anyone say, well, can you absolutely prove that? Are you taking on a burden there that you can't prove? Would it be reasonable to respond in that way? I don't think it would. And I feel absolutely comfortable saying that pretty much any God concepts that anyone can come up with, I think we can safely presume are fiction until someone can present some evidence for them, because otherwise they're just on the same level of evidence, as far as I'm concerned, as any mythical gods that everyone would agree are fictional. What do you think, Sean? Are we being reckless?
Slightly, but that's quite all right. I'm really big on burden of proof. Now, one argument is you say God. The way you form the question is God, like capital G, like proper name God, which implies you're referring to the Abrahamic God of the Bible, which I think you can argue. You can certainly make positive arguments against. You didn't say like all gods are fiction, and you could have. That's fine too. It sort of implies the biblical God or the Quranic God, etc.
It does a bit, and that's what most people would probably respond to that. I just think even when we extend it to like all God concepts, I think that we can say it's fictional. We can say they're all fictional, but we can say, look, we could be proved wrong. We could be wrong about this. We could say my opinion is that they're all just fictional. And I'm not asserting it as knowledge. I'm not saying that I can even prove it. But there are lots of things I say that I can't prove. But I just think, on balance, just thinking about this whole like burden of proof thing. And in normal everyday life, we don't insist on being able to prove absolutely every claim we make about everything. Like if I say, it's gonna rain tomorrow, the weather report says it's gonna rain tomorrow. Well, we can't prove it. But we're justified in saying, well, on the basis of the evidence that the meteorology department has gathered, it looks like it's going to rain tomorrow. Is there any chance we could be wrong? Yes, we may not be right about this, and I stand to be corrected on this. God, if you're listening, and it turns out that you're not fictional, great. Come and show me that I'm wrong, and I will absolutely admit it that I'm wrong. And the same offer goes out to any believers who are listening. If you think I'm wrong about this and I'm ahead of my skis and we're being a bit, bitten off more than we can chew here, well, okay, come and present the evidence for whatever God concept you think isn't fictional, and let's look at it together. And if it turns out you've put forward an absolutely Loctite case, or even a case that shifts the probabilities towards it being more likely that some magical universe creating being exists, then I will climb down off this case and I will either say, turns out God isn't fictional, or possibly, turns out maybe we need to be a bit more open-minded about this. I'm prepared to revise this position, but it's going to take more than the kind of arguments we normally hear. It's going to take more than someone coming up and going, what's your grounding for truth and understand, being able to understand anything? What's your grounding for morality? It's going to take more than those kind of arguments, because they're tired and old and useless. And those arguments have been being defeated in counter-apologetics for decades, and in some cases much longer than decades. So it's going to need something a little bit better than that. So bring it in. We want to hear it. So let's kick off with Super Tricks. Bring in Super Tricks right now. Hey, Super Tricks.
Hey, Sarah, how are you?
Very good indeed. How are you?
I'm pretty good.
Excellent. Welcome along.
I was wondering if you believe that the universe, everything we see in space, or everything that is, was created by the Big Bang?
No.
Or no?
No.
Where did it come from?
I don't think it came from anywhere. I suspect it's always been there. I don't have any reason to think there was ever a point in time when it didn't exist. And so I don't think that the Big Bang created everything. And I don't think that's what the majority of experts in that area think.
The expansion of the stars away from us, you think, has always been expanding away from us?
No, the
necessarily.
expansion appears to have started about 13.8 billion years ago. But even if we assume that before the expansion, there was very little going on, let's imagine there was pretty much nothing going on. Something was probably there. I don't know this for a fact, but I certainly don't have a reason to think that nothing was there. Because if you think that nothing comes from nothing, I would agree with you. And we have something, which is a very strong reason to think there was probably never nothing, right? Because otherwise something would have come from nothing.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I wonder if God didn't put all of what we've ever seen here, where did all of that come from? You know, like all the space, all the planets, all the asteroids, where did they actually originate at?
Well, we know how planets form. Planets
Yeah,
form.
but I'm saying the stuff that formed planets, you know, when it comes, you keep going backwards and you go, okay, where did all this come from? This dust that formed this, where did it form?
Yeah, so there are mechanisms in physics by which matter could have formed in the early moments of the universe.
Yes,
matter,
and where did the matter
antimatter.
come from?
I don't think it necessarily came from anywhere. I think that if you like the sort of the essence of stuff, right, that makes everything, probably always existed. You know, things change form, right? So like a human being is made up of molecules which are made of atoms, and those atoms have always existed. Some of them were in the sun recently.
No.
Right.
No.
So I don't think we have any reason to think that the stuff that made everything came from it.
Everything comes from something.
Well,
everything comes from something, right?
Not necessarily.
Nothing comes from nothing, so everything
Correct.
comes from something.
Yes, but when we say everything comes from something, what we normally mean is that things are matter being configured into new arrangements. So a human being is just the same atoms that weren't in a human being previously being reconfigured to make a human being. So it seems to me that the conditions under which atoms and such things could have formed were already in place. There's no reason to think that there was ever a time where that they weren't in place. And we have models in physics, and I'm not a physicist, but we have models in physics for how matter might have been arranged. You know, there's a mass energy equivalence that Einstein showed. People much smarter than me have showed that matter-antimatter pairs could have resulted in the formation of what we understand to be matter.
To ingredients. You know what I'm trying to say? To make atom, and you got to say, where do those ingredients come from?
Yeah,
it never ends unless something made them. You know.
I think what you're trying to get at is what you're missing is when John said it could be that the universe always existed in some form. What that would mean is there's an infinite regress of causality. So, like, what caused us to be born, we're talking about we came from our parents, sperm fertilizing the egg and the whole biological process there. What was before that? Their parents, circling back to, like, the beginning of life or when the planets formed on Earth, and you keep going back and back and back. Yeah. It's called an infinite regress.
And then it just stops.
What's that?
Does it just stop?
It never stops.
No,
it never stops.
That's why it's infinite. It regresses back in matter and energy, changing form, etc., like infinitely into the past.
But the matter and energy came from somewhere.
No.
Well, how do you know that?
Everything comes from something. Nothing comes from nothing.
Yeah, but
it could have just if it's always been there, it didn't come from. Like,
no.
Hold on. Something that's always been there doesn't have a be. Yes.
Nothing's
something that's always.
been there.
Let me finish. Something that's always been there doesn't have a beginning by definition, because if it had a beginning, then it wouldn't be eternal into the past.
Agreed, but that's why nothing has always been there.
So, do you believe in a God?
Yes.
Has God always
I
been
have
there?
no evidence for God. It's a faith.
But has God always been there?
I think so.
So you don't have a problem with some things always having been there. The question then is just which things. You're prepared to...
some things, because you only come back to one supreme being, one creator.
But hang on a moment. There's a principle here, right? Let's try and be logically disciplined, right? You have established now that you have no problem at all with certain things always existing. The question is just the question, because I asked you, has God always been there, and you said yes. So the question,
but that's not things. That's a thing.
That's a thing. So there's a certain
thing, yes.
so that a thing is a subset of certain things, right? So you have demonstrated that you have no problem with the idea that a thing can always have existed, and that there was never a time when it didn't. I agree with you. The question then is, what is that thing? Now, I think that the thing that's probably always existed is just like reality in the universe in lots of different forms, right? Some people posit expanding, collapsing all the time. That's a viable model. There are other models. There are multiverse models. There are all sorts of models. We may find out one day that one of them is true, or we may not. But to me, that seems kind of acceptable as a possibility in the possibility space. You don't like that, but you're completely comfortable with the idea that a magical infinite mind capable of creating universes, which itself would require an enormous amount of explanation, has always existed and just made our universe. Now, who's on firmer ground here?
Yeah.
Who's on firmer ground?
It's like a child sees a magic show. You know, if you show a child something, it's just utterly magic to them. They have no idea how you've done this. And I think if we look at God and God's works, we have no idea. So we can't be a God. We can't figure him out.
It's worse than that. It's worse than not being able to figure out how he did this. It's not being able to see any shred of evidence that he exists at all. You might as well say the Easter Bunny created everything. There's no more evidence for a God than there is for the Easter Bunny, right? So my model is much more sensible, because all my model does is speculate about things that we know do exist. We know the universe exists. We're here in it, right? We're enjoying being in it right now. We don't know that a God existed. And again, every time you say, where did it come from? I understand why you want to do that.
I understand where God come from too, but I think our minds was not given enough power to figure this out.
Just ask. Well,
But
some of us have.
No, I never claimed to figure it out.
Okay, well, some of us are able to think about this stuff more easily than others. But look, every time you ask me, where did the universe come from? Ask yourself, where did God come from? And whatever answer you come up with, plug that into the universe, and your question is answered.
Yeah, I understand that you can't say some things don't exist without coming from something except for God. Because even God itself, honestly, I'm not a real religious man. I don't go to church or nothing. I just can't fathom how matter could form all these planets and everything just so precisely that if it's off the least little bit, everything goes to shit. You know, it's just hard to fathom that antimatter and matter form these things.
That's a different. You personally being struggling to understand things is a different type of argument. That's called an argument from personal incredulity, which just means you having, and I say this respectfully, very limited knowledge in this area, struggle to intuitively understand how these processes might have happened naturally. That's okay.
Yes,
If you're interested in it, I honestly mean this. There are some excellent resources online. Go and spend some time on watching science channels on YouTube about planet formation and about stuff like that, and you'll learn about it. And it might be less
what I've learned
weird
is the
to
Big
think
Bang
about.
thing,
Yeah.
And it's just like I think, the Big Bang seemed to go back to let there be lights, bang, there's these lights, In the Bible, God said that he didn't give us enough mind to figure this out. Is that right? Because see, I ain't even read the whole Bible,
Yeah, I wouldn't read it.
It's
an awful book. There are much better things to read. I mean, it's interesting as a piece of literature, but as a guide to reality, it's hard to find worse.
I think it's really a guide to morality.
It's hard to find worse as a guide to morality too.
Yeah, well, I'm saying I just think it tries to tell you when to do right, when to do wrong. I don't think it's 100% perfect or nothing, but a long shot.
It's a lot more than
anything apart.
Yeah, it's a lot more than 100% imperfect. As a guide to morality, it's hard to find a worse book. There are occasional moments of common sense peppered in amongst slavery, brutality, murder, genocide, rape, stoning of innocent people, and all sorts of horrendous things.
Yeah.
So we don't want to look there for our morality, and we definitely don't want to look there for science. This is a book written by people who didn't know where the sun went at night. Is it likely to contain wisdom and knowledge about the ultimate nature of things? Come on, it's not going to do that.
If people wrote a book today and somebody wrote a book, if the Bible was written today, you'd think, well, you're crazy, man. God ain't talking to these poor dudes, But
Exactly.
Man, I have a hard time grasping how it could be any other way. But some supreme being is the best thing I would say.
Yeah.
I think we call it God. Somebody else calls it Allah or whatever. Something has to be supreme to have created all of this. It just can't come from nothing. Like you said, nothing comes from nothing, and nothing's always been there.
I feel like even God had to come from something in our minds, you know.
Neither John nor I nor any scientist that I'm aware of has said the universe came from nothing.
Yeah.
Well, not
Matter come from
nothing
nothing,
is
right? It was
not
always
philosophical.
there.
Not
You said it was
philosophical.
always
nothing.
there. Some things were always there.
Yeah. I mean, that's
They come from
entirely.
nothing.
Well, no, coming from nothing and always having been there are two completely separate things.
You can't always be there if you came from nothing, right?
I mean, unless you come from nothing, how could you
that
always
means
be there?
they're mutually exclusive. So if something came from nothing, it means it had a beginning from nothing. If something was always there, it didn't have a beginning. This isn't hard, dude.
But
Yeah.
I don't know anything in the world that's always been there, that was never formed by nothing.
We may have just introduced you to your first one.
Yay.
Right? Supertrix, meet the universe.
Yes, sir.
Universe, meet Supertrix. There's your
You
first
think
one.
it's the only one? You think it's always been there?
I believe
Possibly,
there's.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, the thing
Where
is,
is
like, well, the
I
universe.
look at the universe as just a set of all things.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure. That's a separate, interesting question in itself. Could the universe be looked at as a singular, actual thing onto itself, or is it just the set of all things that exist? If it's the set of all things that exist, you haven't. You could very possibly have an infinite regress of changes in matter and energy and form, just going eternally into the past.
Yeah. Wow. That's pretty cool.
Good stuff, huh?
I'm still struggling with it. Something's
Dude,
always been there.
have a think about it.
You know what I mean? That's pretty
Have a
odd
think
to say
about it,
something.
and practice thinking differently. Practice not being restricted by the same things that restricted your thoughts before, and you'll find your world gets a little bit bigger. And it is hard, and this stuff isn't intuitive. But keep an open mind.
Either one of y'all ever done DMT before? I'm saying no right off the bat.
No, that's not my thing.
Your buddy neither. This is why.
What's
I suggest
DMT?
strongly you should try this one time. I've never known but one agnostic, and afterwards he said, "I don't know how anybody could be this way anymore." He said, "I still don't know shit, but I know now that I don't know shit." You know what I mean? He said, "There's something there. I don't know what it is."
Well,
you should try this one time. It's not intoxicating at all.
We could all do with
Amen.
with coming to realize how much we don't know. So that's a valuable lesson. I would agree with that.
I know I don't know. I just know what I feel. Honestly, I don't know. I'm not the person to talk about the Bible and stuff because I honest to God don't know. I just feel like something supreme from all of us who can't figure it out did. You know what I mean? I don't know what it was. It might have not been God. It might have been something else. I don't know.
Fair enough. Well, keep an open mind. We're going to move it on because we've got others in the queue.
Okay,
but
thank you. I
Thanks
appreciate your time.
Thanks for kicking us off, Supertrix. All the best, my
Amen.
friend. Take care. Thanks. Okay, there we go. Supertrix. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, these ideas are a bit counterintuitive, of course, and we would expect them to be a bit hard to get our head round. So they should be. There's no reason to think that they wouldn't be. Okay, let's sticking on the TikTok side for now. We've got Nate and Mr. Terrific on the YouTube side, but for now we're going to take David on the TikTok side, and then Poppy after that. If you're in the queue, thank you for being in the queue. We'll try to move through the calls relatively efficiently so that you're not waiting too long. We really appreciate you wanting to join and talk to us, and we want to speak to you too. So have a bit of patience, and I promise we'll get to you. Thank you so much. Okay, David, what's up?
Yes. Hey,
hello.
How's it going? Thank you for having me on your panel.
Of course. How are you?
Doing good, man. How are you?
Yeah, we're excellent. Thank you. What's up? What are you thinking?
So I guess we'll begin with definitions. What do you mean by God and is fiction?
So by God, I mean an all-powerful creative entity that is all-knowing and created everything around us, is the ultimate cause of everything and supervises reality on a moment-to-moment basis. Some people have a different version of God. Some people will just say things like, love is God. I honestly don't have time to talk about those kind of things. If someone comes in saying that, I'm like, I agree with you. Love exists. Fantastic. Go on your way. But I'm talking about the kind of God that people believe when, the thing people pray to, the thing people think is the ultimate cause of everything. Normally this is the biblical God, but not always. Some people have got a more personal God. But I think we have good reason to think that those ideas are also sort of fiction of a sort, albeit private fiction.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Not the vague philosophical words, but the meaning of what is reality, what is the laws of nature, and how we see objectively what we can measure scientifically as well.
Yeah, yeah.
So I feel like we're on the same page. I don't think you think it's fiction. I think you just have a different word for it.
I mean, I use some colourful words for it sometimes, but I thought fiction was a word less likely to get my life taken down.
Yeah. But I think we're in agreement. I think you also believe in a God, but just not in the way a Christian or Muslim believes in, like their own like God, like their own scriptures.
I don't believe in any normative definition of God. So like John said earlier, some people come in here like God is energy, man, or God is the universe, or
Yeah,
God
yeah.
is love. We have words for those things already. Like if you go to Merriam-Webster, and I don't have it pulled up right now, and you look up the definition of God, you're going to see 1 and 2. One of them is going to be the classic theism, tri-omni, personal God of the Bible and the Quran, etc. The other one is just going to be supernatural thinking agents with supernatural powers like Zeus or Shiva, or you know what I'm saying? Those are the normative definitions. But if you're just saying the universe is God, I don't call that God.
But we kind of just did.
Well, I mean, I said I don't call that God. You can call anything. Like if you tell me Diet Coke is God, then I guess I'm not an atheist under your paradigm.
Yeah.
No, what me and John just discussed what God was is
But I'm with Sean here. Like, God is a term which is fairly loaded, right? And because people feel that they have a sort of license to apply it to any idea they like, which of course they do, but depending on how you apply the term, that really sets whether the conversation is worth having or not. We're interested. The reason this channel exists and the reason we do this is to push back on what I see to be harmful religious ideas. Now, if somebody tells me that God just means the connectedness of everything in the world, and that's the extent of it.
The laws of nature. Yeah.
All the laws of nature. Well, fine. I don't think it's helpful to call the laws of nature God, because the word God is very theologically loaded and comes with a lot of baggage. And we have words and terms for the laws of nature. For example, the laws of nature. And that does a really good job without complicating the concept with fears about judgment and righteousness and salvation and sin and all of that, like unhelpful stuff, right? So really that's the stuff that we like talking about, and that's where the value is in these conversations. So if you are someone who uses the term God to just refer to the laws of nature, well then fine, then that God isn't fiction, because we have laws of nature.
Well, I still think even in that sense, let's say laws of nature, where would that derive from? In your mind,
I don't think they derive from anywhere. I think they are things that we use to describe what we see around us. They derive from the observations we make about reality.
That's the physical. But how can you say that there's something and then not have been derived from somewhere?
I've told you, they derive from observations we make. They don't come from anywhere else.
Form now. In the physical form now, as we know it.
What would a law of nature mean, divorced from the physical world? What does that mean?
Well, from where it was created.
Give me an example of a law of nature that is not concerned with the physical world.
Let's talk about the Big Bang.
Well, the Big Bang isn't a law of nature. It's a mathematical model for the expansion.
Yes, it's an observation. It's an observation of the laws of nature,
which is physical.
Yes, that's what we're talking about.
Okay,
yes.
but you seem to be saying that you were interested in something other than what's physical. I'm not, because there's no reason to think there is.
But there has to be. You have to ask the question: how could there be a Big Bang without something before it?
Why? This is the exact conversation we just had with our previous guest.
Yes, and that's my point, is that if once we have that question, we have to answer what was going before the Big Bang, and that is what we call God.
Well, that's what we call I don't know. You're plugging in a gap in our knowledge and just saying God did it. It's literally a textbook God of the gaps fallacy right there.
Yeah.
Yes, but I'm saying is the word we use as God, as how laws of nature were even formed, is what we're speaking of. And
We
to
don't know
say
that
that
they were
everything just
formed.
started on the Big Bang and on, and then not question what happened before, or even have a
We
name
are
for that.
questioning. We just don't
Yeah,
know. That's what you're not getting. So there's a gap
exactly.
in our knowledge. We could see back and calculate back to around Planck time of the Big Bang, but cosmologists aren't saying, it's not the consensus that there was nothing before that and we're going to stop looking. It's just right now it's tricky for them to get data. They can't at this point, but they're not positing that nothing at all, and we're not trying to explain what was before the Big Bang. On the contrary, there's all kinds of different models that attempt to explain those sorts of things. They just don't know which, if any, models are even correct right now. So the rational thing to do is say, I don't know what was before the Big Bang. Let's find out.
Okay, and I'm there with you guys, but I'm just saying with guys, I might have to go. I'm sorry.
No, it's all
My
good.
ride is here.
I think we've
I
reached
would love to
a
I
sensible
would love
point.
to be back on your panel.
Come back
I would
anytime.
love to be back.
Come
Yes,
back
I'm
anytime.
gonna follow you right now, and
All right.
I would love to have this discussion. You guys
All
are
right.
amazing. Thank you.
Thanks, David. All the best. Take care.
Alrighty.
Thanks. Cheers. Take care.
And to address Craig in the chat said, what caused the Big Bang? If you're an atheist, you have to say it definitely wasn't God. No, you don't. Atheism is only not being convinced any gods exist. So
Yeah.
we could say, I don't know. And that's the only rational thing to say at this point.
Exactly right. So we're going to welcome in right now Poppy, who has been waiting. And then after Poppy, we're going to go over to Nate on the YouTube side. Poppy, welcome in.
Hello there.
Hi, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Excellent. I detect a British accent. Hooray!
Yay, you do indeed.
How are you bearing up in the heat? It's pretty hot today, isn't it?
Oh, it's very, very warm indeed.
Yeah. Well, anyway, welcome in. What would you like to say?
Well, I was brought up in a very, very religious family.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, I've come away from that.
Good for you.
Thank you. And so my situation now is I'm trying to find my way in my my belief system. I don't believe in God as such.
Yeah.
However, I'm very in a confused state, if you like, in the whole Big Bang theory, in that I'm very confused as why. What's the point? If creating this Big Bang, why are we here?
Let me just try and give you something that might help. So there are two different questions, right? One is like, when we say why, what we sometimes mean is, what were the events prior to the thing that made the thing happen? Like why was there a noise outside? Because the dustbin fell over, right? And the answer to the why is something else that happens that explains the thing. And the other type of why question is like, why anything, right? Like, what's the point? Like a meaning rather than just prior causes. So if you're asking, why did the Big Bang happen, as in what made the Big Bang happen, a really, really sensible answer at this point, and a really acceptable answer at this point, is I don't know. And that's a perfectly safe place to just stop and be in that place. What religions do is they teach you that not knowing is like a bad thing. They inculcate an intolerance for ambiguity and an intolerance for uncertainty. But actually, uncertainty is a really big part of being a human, and it's really okay to just learn to be in a place of saying, I don't know. And all the really, really interesting science happens at the boundary between what we know and what we don't know. So that's really one thing I would say. But if your question is more about, without a God, what's the point of everything? Not just how did it happen, but what's the actual point? What's the meaning? Then I would strongly say to you that religion sells people a lie. It tells them that meaning is something that can be given to them from above, like the ultimate boss gives your life meaning, serving the boss. But I see no reason why that should be true. And in my view, meaning comes from what's meaningful for you in your life, what gives you joy, what's meaningful for you, what allows you to feel like you're here and that your presence here is going to have the impact you want it to have, like on other people, or the experiences you want to have, or whatever it might be. It's such a cruel thing that I hear people say, without a God, where's your meaning? And I think, well, without a boss at work, where's your meaning? That would obviously be a stupid thing to say. And I don't see why a God gives life any meaning at all. why would serving a God give your life meaning? And you can find meaning in so many other ways. So I hope I've kind of come close to what you were asking for. And if I've massively missed the mark, then course correct me.
No, that's a really good point, actually. I find myself, especially in relationships, being bossed about and being told what to do and what to think and what to say.
Yeah.
And I think that's actually been the way that I've been brought up. And I think that's something that I need to work on, because that's something that's been inbuilt in me from my upbringing.
Yeah.
And I do feel that's because of religion.
Yeah, I mean, Christianity tells women to kind of know their place, right? Submit to their husbands, don't talk in church, don't teach men. That Christianity is very, very misogynistic tradition, very. And so it doesn't surprise me that if you were brought up in that environment, that you might have had some programming early in your life to sort of know your place, young lady, so do as you're told. And that makes me sad to see it. So be bold, Poppy, be bold. You don't have to play that role. It can be hard to shift if you're used to it. If you've got a lifetime of muscle memory of just being, good and doing what you're told, it can be scary and difficult. But try pushing on those boundaries a little bit. And, don't feel that you always have to do that. Don't take what people say as gospel. Don't take what I say as gospel. Be your own person and experiment with taking a bit more power in the world for yourself, because you deserve it.
Thank you. That's really helpful, and I appreciate it.
Of course.
Thank you.
Lovely to talk to you, Poppy.
Thank you.
All the best. Take it easy. Thanks. Okay, that was Poppy. Yeah, it does make me sad how often, not always, but often, religious frameworks do not treat women with the respect that they deserve, and girls become women who have a vision of their place in the world as not being worthy, and it makes me sad and a bit cross. Okay, let's see, Sean, if Sean's video is going to work. So, Sean, I'm going to take a YouTube call. Do you want to try it and see if you can join us? Because we've got a few in the queue there, so we want to move this up. So, I'm going to bring in Nate right now, and when Sean joins, I'll bring you in as well, Sean, when I see you there. Nate, are you there?
Hi, yeah.
Hey, Nate, welcome in. How are you doing? Good, how are you?
I'm doing all right. First of all, I heard it's day drinking time, so I prepared myself a shot of rum, so cheers.
Excellent, good for you. Well, the floor is yours.
Yes, I was wondering, because of discussions about suffering that I heard on your channel in previous videos, if there is really any place for this notion that like God or any kind of existence as we know it could happen without suffering whatsoever?
Could God happen without suffering? Is that the question?
Pardon me, I didn't hear you.
Did you say could there be a God if there wasn't suffering?
No. I mean, regardless of whether there's a God or not, but maybe especially if there is, like, could there be a scenario in which suffering does not exist?
I mean, if there's an all-powerful God, then God could
right. Would it be anything like life or like the reality we have, or
it would be quite different, right? I mean, if there was no suffering, then when you put your hand on a hot surface, arguably this wouldn't be good, right? Because when you touched a hot surface, you wouldn't know, so you wouldn't recoil from it. So you might lean on a hot surface and then look down to find your hand on fire. So a little bit of suffering can actually be helpful, because suffering can be a cue in nature to course correct, right? Like if you start eating some food and it smells horrible, and the horrible smell causes you to suffer a little bit, but as a result you stop eating the food and therefore you don't poison yourself. There are lots of arguments to say that in certain contexts a little bit of suffering can be really, really helpful, in fact vital. But the suffering we see in the world now is so much more than that. You can't make that kind of argument. The sort of adaptive utility value of suffering in the world cannot be used to explain why some babies die in childbirth, or why some babies die just a few months after being born, or why tsunamis happen and wipe out entire communities.
I typically lean on a naturalistic explanation for those, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I think this is a very, very powerful... This isn't an argument against the existence of God, but it's certainly an argument against the existence of an all-powerful good God. There could be an all-powerful evil God who just likes messing with us. And the universe we live in now, the world we live in now, is much more consistent with that idea than it is with the idea of an omnibenevolent God who loves us, but, you know, just regularly enjoys torturing us too.
Right. I appreciate that. I'm coming at it from kind of a Buddhist side, as in like the idea of kind of suffering is an essential part of just existing as conscious beings.
Right. Yeah.
So I was just trying to throw that in for like in context of your overall discussions.
Sure. Yeah. I'm not sure where to meet you on that because, as I said, there's a role for suffering. It's just how much suffering, and so much of the suffering we see is horrendous that I find it hard to find utility in it.
Indeed, yeah, right. In terms of cause and effect, it's kind of just a given to me.
Yeah,
so
that's what we would expect.
That's kind of the only thing I wanted to discuss, really.
Sure. Well, I hope that's helpful.
Yeah. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you, Nate. Thanks for coming up. Appreciate it.
Have a good one.
And you, friend. Take care. Okay. There we go. I always find myself slightly ill-equipped to discuss Buddhism because it's quite complicated because many Buddhists are... Oh, got some echo there. Many Buddhists are atheists, and it's a sort of halfway point, I think, between what I find myself able to go along with and not. Okay, we are going to go back to the TikTok side for a moment.
By the way, I don't think you're able to hear me on video.
Yeah, I couldn't see you there. I was waiting for you to join, but I couldn't see you. So
okay,
maybe try again on the next one. But we've got Cliff and Mr. D on the YouTube side. If you guys could hold fire for a moment, we're just going to take a couple of calls on the TikTok side. So please be patient if you are waiting on the YouTube side, if that's Cliff or Mr. D. Again, I promise I will get to you. For now, we're going to take Ro on the TikTok side.
Hello.
Hey, Ro, how are you?
I'm not bad, man. Not bad. I've had an all right day. How about yourself?
Likewise.
Good.
So thanks for joining me. Welcome in.
Well, thank you.
Floor is yours.
Well, I saw your title, God is Fiction. Can you kind of like explain that a little bit? So is it you're against, like you don't believe it, or?
Yeah, I think all descriptions of God, whether they're in the Bible or other holy books or whatever, are extremely likely to be fiction. Now, do I know this for an absolute fact? No. Can I demonstrate it beyond any possible doubt? No. But there's lots of things I say every day that have the same sort of level of evidence as that I can't prove for an absolute fact. Like if I told you, if I said to you my mother loves me, I can't prove that as an absolute fact. I just have evidence for it. I have enough evidence for it to confidently make the claim, even though I could be wrong. Maybe she doesn't love me. Maybe she just pretends, right? Maybe she doesn't like me at all, but she just pretends. So it is possible that I may be wrong, but I think the chances of all gods being fiction are quite high. And so that's the claim I'm making.
Okay. I've only just seen the title and thought, you know what, I'll jump in and have a little discussion. So I hope,
Sure.
That's okay.
Of course it is. Yeah.
Sorry, I'll get nervous easy as well. Me personally, I'm Christian. I like to believe in a God.
Okay.
For reasons, I think I've seen too much to kind of believe that there is a being out there, whether it be like someone or something. I believe in a higher power, and from what I've read, what I've seen, and everything that I've seen, me personally, I kind of want to believe that there is that sign. So
I mean, wanting to believe something is a completely different thing to having the evidence to justify that belief, right? Because I could say I want to believe that I'm a billionaire, right? Or I want to believe that cancer doesn't exist. But the question isn't what we want. The question is, what evidence justifies belief. That's if you're interested in your beliefs being true. If you're not, if you just want to tell yourself, or if one just wants to tell oneself stories that make you feel nice, well, fine, okay, then that's fine, okay. But I would say, is it important to you that your beliefs are actually true, or just that they make you feel good? Okay, so good. Okay, so that's
they make me feel good. I'd definitely say, like, from the stuff I've seen. Yeah,
excellent. Okay, so that's a really good starting point then. So if we establish that as a starting point, then you would agree with me that there are going to be better and worse ways of examining our beliefs and sort of stress testing them and evaluating them and seeing if they qualify for being kind of, if you like, sort of worthy of holding. Because if your objective is not to believe false things, then you have to stress test your beliefs. You have to be willing to stress test them. And what you might find, it gets a little bit uncomfortable, but you might find that some of the beliefs that you want to believe don't pass the test. And at that point, you have to decide what's more important to you, like intellectual honesty and just being honest with yourself, ultimately, about what you really think, or going along with stuff, that feels nice to say and allows you to fit into social groups and all of that kind of stuff. And I think that it was interesting because you said to me you want to believe in a higher being. Fine, but what's the evidence for it?
For me, evidence is what I've seen with my own eyes, what I've kind of been believing this whole time. Beliefs always, like, different. I don't know what to say. The words are not wording right now. For me, it's all about what I've seen. I believed that I've had so many different directions in my life. Like, I've had a bunch of times where stuff's gone wrong. I mean, life's a roller coaster, put it that way. But I believe I don't myself particularly know what I'm doing in life, but I like to trust in God and think he has a plan for me. So, my ultimate belief is that, I've been seeing too much going wrong, and I want to believe he's got a plan for me because I have no idea what to do.
But again, you're coming back to I want to believe, right? So I'm not trying to kind of pee on your parade, but
no, I know it's the way I word things. It's the way I word things.
If I say what's the strongest evidence that you think a God exists, and you say, well, I've had experiences and I've seen things, I would say, okay, I grant you've had experience, I grant you've seen things. How critical are you being about making sure that your interpretation of those experiences and things you've seen is the right one? Because you would have to grant me that there are people who have totally different beliefs to you, say beliefs in ancestor spirits rather than gods, or in other gods that you maybe don't believe in. Like you said you're a Christian, right? So there are people who have seen things and experienced things which for them validates belief in, say, the Hindu gods or other gods. And do their experiences count as powerful evidence for those gods? If so, you're in a sticky situation because then you're obligated to believe in them also. And if not, then why one rule for you and a different rule for them? Can you see why that would be unfair?
Yeah. I'm trying to. My brain's not working. I'm sorry. I'm slow.
That's okay. It's okay. It's hot.
It is. It's unbelievably hot. It's only going to get worse tomorrow. I think everyone has a different belief, and no, I'm lost. You're going to have to help me out here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky one, right? So this is why we generally say that, like, personal testimony is essentially worthless. So people's own personal experiences that they've had are essentially worthless because you can find 100 different people with 100 different personal experiences and 100 different beliefs that they claim are validated by their personal experience, and those beliefs aren't compatible with each other. So they can't all be true. So what that tells us is that we know that there's a lot of people misinterpreting their personal experiences to come to false beliefs going on in the world right now. We know that as an absolute fact. The question then is, does that only apply to certain groups? In which case, how do we tell the people who are correctly interpreting their experiences from the ones who aren't? Or does it maybe apply to everyone? In which case, we can arrive at a general principle, which is we know that human beings are vulnerable to misinterpreting their personal experiences. Let's not count that as a powerful evidence for a God. Let's see what else there is. And that's the sort of tricky tricky situation in a way that you might find yourself in.
I believe everyone's... Is it right to say then I believe that everyone's God has a plan for them specifically?
Well, that's tricky because... let's just see. That's tricky because if it's true that everyone's God has a plan for them specifically, what if somebody else's God and the plan for them involves sending you to hell? What if the God for the guy down the road, his God's plan involves you and me burning in hell, and your God's plan involves you in a mansion in the sky and just me burning in hell? And what if I've got a God who's got a plan that involves no one burning in hell?
I would say that he's equal to making sure everyone's given what the cards they're dealt with, really. It would be unjust to say that I think you should be in hell and you think I should be in hell.
It's not about what we think, it's about what the God thinks, right? So,
yes, right. Yes.
So did you forgive me for not remembering, did you identify as a Christian?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm only like base level, so I'm not really like reading stuff weekly or daily.
Okay, but
I'm kind of base level, but
it's a base level core principle of Christianity that without belief in Jesus, you don't have salvation. That's kind of what Christianity is at its basest level, right? It's hard to imagine being called a Christian if you don't hold that view. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. So the other thing is that the Bible has quite a lot to say about what happens to people who don't have that belief. So the God that you believe in, if you are a Christian, the God you believe in would describe me as condemned. I'm condemned. John 3:18 says that people who don't believe in God are condemned already because they've not believed in the name of the Son of God, right? So I'm condemned. And there are other verses in the Bible, in Matthew, that talk about furnace and wailing and gnashing of teeth, and in Revelation 21:8 about a burning lake of fire waiting for me. The language is quite explicit that whatever it is that awaits me, whether you interpret it literally or metaphorically, it's not very nice. There's some punishment. No. There's some punishment there, right? Well, that's a really, really big claim to make. And if you're going to make that claim on the basis just of experiences you had, and someone else is going to make a different claim, which says you're going to go to hell because you're not accepting Muhammad as the final messenger of God, those claims can't be reconciled. So you just end up with a big mess, and you just end up with billions of people in the world all believing incompatible things on the basis of bad evidence. And that's what I see when I look at religion. I look at billions of people in the world all believing fairy tales and being willing in some instances to use violence in the expression of their disagreements about what to call their imaginary friends. And I think it's nuts. And that's why I do this. That's why we have this channel and we have these discussions to try and help people to see that this is not a helpful way to look at reality. It really, really isn't. We've got real issues in the world now, real challenges that we have to face as a kind of global collective. And to be leaning into, Bronze Age, Middle Eastern blood sacrifice magic as the proposed way of dealing with the problems we have together, I don't think is helpful at all.
Okay. Can I ask you a question, if you may? And I just want to say as well, this discussion's been great. I just wanted to put that there. I'm not doing this for serious.
Of course.
Why do you believe there's suffering in the world? Just as a genuine question.
I just want to do a mic check for Sean to make sure he's here because he's been super quiet. Are you still there, Sean? All good?
Yes, I'm still here. I
good.
Just haven't had anything to add. And basically, I'll answer this one.
Sure.
I think there's suffering in the world because there's no God looking out for us, and the universe is just indifferent. Good things happen, bad things happen, so we have to rely on each other. It's that simple.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to find a way to word this. Would you not say humans are each other's biggest competitors?
It depends. Yes, but
we can be
we're also each other's
biggest support but biggest haters at the same time. I get that, but
there's a duplicity to mankind.
Definitely,
mankind is capable of great goodness and altruism and helping each other in mass, and it's capable of great evils. And I think realizing that we only have each other emphasizes the importance of us working together.
Yeah.
Even if for no other reason, our own survival, but also just wanting others to, excuse me.
You're all good, mate. You're all
Sorry,
good.
I had something in my throat there.
You're all good.
But
Don't
you
worry
get what
about
I'm
it.
saying.
Yeah, I definitely do.
Yeah, and I think that suffering in the world is much more easily explained under a world that doesn't have a God watching and supervising everything than under a world that does, because then you get into the really, really uncomfortable conversations about, okay, well, how many children have died of starvation since we started this call, and it's going to be about 10, and God is watching with arms folded, could have intervened, chose not to, and it makes him look absolutely terrible. So
do you think when he says he's all loving, all powerful, I know there's another one, I just can't remember it off the top of my head, but do you think when he says he's all those things, he would really put it to proof and end that suffering?
They cannot be true. We can be absolutely certain that God is not all powerful, all knowing, and all good. We can be absolutely certain of it by just looking at the world around you, because an all powerful God would be able to limit the suffering that there is here. And this is a conversation we have every stream, but the response to this from believers is typically, well, God just might have reasons for the suffering that you don't understand. But that doesn't work if he's all powerful. It only works if he's not all powerful, because
I'd like to believe, me personally, that there wouldn't be heaven without hell. So there would have to be some grace and some I don't want to repeat the word suffering again, but
why could that? This is a variation of the argument I call no sunsets without cancer wards. Like, you couldn't enjoy a nice sunset unless children are dying of leukemia. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Why not?
That make me one of them. I like to think being in the middle of it. They say hell's down below, heaven's above. I like to think in the middle, as it's 50-50 more.
Yeah, I don't think
there would have to be. It wouldn't be. We could never have a perfect world. There would have to be some evil and some good.
Why?
So because there would have to be words. When Eve picked the fruit from the tree, for me.
Yeah.
I would take that as a sign for that to be some suffering in the world, because it was the one thing he told them not to do, and they did.
But does it make moral sense to you for God to have punished billions of other humans and animals who didn't do anything wrong for the actions of one person who stole a piece of fruit during a period of time when she didn't know that it was wrong to disobey God? Remember, Adam and Eve had not yet eaten this fruit, so they didn't understand that disobeying God was even wrong. They had no knowledge of right and wrong yet. So they did this thing, and even if we forget about that and just imagine that they were the biggest heisters in the world ever, let's imagine Adam and Eve as the ultimate criminals. Well, okay, why should we be punished and everyone be punished, and animals and all the suffering in the world because of them? That doesn't make sense. That makes God a moral monster. It means he's collectively punishing billions of other people for something they didn't do wrong. And in any other context, you and I would agree that's unacceptable. You're making a special exception for him because reasons.
I mean, if you take the first situation and then base it on the rest, kind of like giving one a chance sets the standard.
What does that mean? Like you said, gives one a chance and then sets the standard. What do you mean by that?
Having this one experience of, what he told him not to do, there would have to be some
consequence.
Yes,
right.
Thank you.
Yeah, but shouldn't that consequence only apply to them? No. Why punish all future generations of all mankind for a man and a woman eating a fruit? Even if we just ignore the problems with that,
because it
Just let's
wasn't
assume,
one rule for me.
go ahead. Say that again.
This is one rule.
Yeah, they broke a rule, so they should be accountable for that, right? Like, should you be punished for anything I do?
Should I be punished for what?
For my behavior.
No.
Should you be punished for Eve's behavior?
Yes.
What's the difference?
Eve was the first of many.
But that doesn't make sense. You would have to demonstrate a moral principle whereby someone being the first of many creates a sort of an ethical reason to punish innocent people for the actions of that first person. Just declaring them to be the first of many doesn't get you there. It's just a descriptor, but it doesn't actually do the job of explaining why it then becomes suddenly magically moral to punish innocent people for the crime of another. You know intuitively that if your great-grandfather had been a bank robber, we ought not to have thrown you in jail the moment you were born. We just know that's wrong. Now, if your great-grandfather had been the first person, does it suddenly become right? If so, why?
Sorry, repeat the question again.
Let's imagine your great-grandfather was a bank robber.
Yes.
We both agree that it would have been wrong to throw you in prison the moment you were born because of his crimes, right?
Yeah.
Does it suddenly become right to do that if he had just happened to have been the first person? And if so, why?
For my entire bloodline to be thrown in jail.
Yeah, for you to be, for anyone, yeah. Why does it suddenly become such a moral aberration, such an obviously horrible moral thing of punishing innocent people who had absolutely no say in an activity? This idea that God cursed the whole world, it's the ultimate collective punishment. Not just humans, by the way, animals, right? Because some people have the idiotic view that prior to the fall, there was no death in the world, which would have meant that great white sharks and lions and alligators were all vegetarian. Moronic, right? And immediately in the wake of Adam and Eve's fruit transgression, all of their digestive systems and teeth were reconfigured away from a plant-based diet towards being hunters, and they suddenly learned how to hunt and kill other animals suddenly, whereas beforehand they would just, the lion would just shake the hand of the gazelle and blow the gazelle a kiss while they went off to chew daisies together. It's moronic. No one takes that seriously, right? It's idiotic, right? So this is all such silliness. You can see why we might be skeptical about this. And from a moral point of view, it's absolutely hideous that God is so enraged with Adam and Eve for doing the exact thing he knew they were going to do, by the way. Because if you think God's all-knowing, he knew how this was going to play out. Do you know what God could have done to have solved the problem of the fruit so easily? Do you know what he could have done?
Go on, enlighten me, please.
He could have made the tree 5 feet higher, and they wouldn't have been able to reach to pick the fruit. Such a simple hack, right? But he didn't do it. He chose to have the fruit within range, right? So that they could just reach up.
Not put the tree there.
He could have not put the tree there. He could have not let the serpent in the garden. The list of could haves goes on forever. Yes. So you've got God who clearly set up this whole scenario. And let me just just remind you, none of this ever happened. There were not two first humans 5,000 or 6,000 years ago. That was not a thing. Human beings have been on the world for hundreds of thousands of years. And if you count all our sort of ancestors and earlier versions of hominids, you're into the millions, right? There was no Adam and Eve, but we're prepared to look at the morality of the question of the story as if it were true, because that's a useful exercise, right? So going along with it and pretending it was true, this is just a morally horrible story. It paints a picture of a God who's an absolute beast, an absolute monster. You have better morals than that. I have better morals than that. It's horrible. So it's not good. Don't be a Christian. Don't. I'm sure.
I've enjoyed the conversation. I mainly just wanted to hear your thoughts, and
sure.
That was all. But
sure.
I appreciate the time.
Of course. Well, thanks for coming in.
Thank you. Well, thank you for having me. I know I've barely even made sense. My brain's hardly working.
No, you did all right. And look, I appreciate you being open-minded enough to have the conversation. Maybe we've given you some stuff to think about. Maybe not. But either way, it was nice talking to you. So thanks for coming up.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
All right. All the best. Take it easy.
You too. See you later.
Bye. Okay, there we go. That was Ro. The caller rating is up and running. I do see some people are having some fun with that. So I will leave a few seconds, trying to allow for the lag on TikTok. I'll leave a few seconds before I close that off. And let's see, who are we going to get in next? There is currently no one in the TikTok queue, but we're going to go over to the YouTube queue. Sean, I wonder if you can try and join on video again. I'm going to bring in...
I'm kind of giving up on it. The Wi-Fi here is
okay.
Wonky, so,
all right.
I'll be off over here waiting for you.
No worries. Okay. Well, we're going to bring in Cliff right now. Hey, Cliff, are you there? Hopefully.
Talking to me? Because it's
Cliff. It looked like Cliff, I'm afraid, but I'm sorry, I misread it. It's Kiff. Forgive me. Kiff, I am talking to you and I can't read. The text for this is tiny, so I didn't see it. I'm so sorry. Welcome in, Kiff.
Yeah, it's fine.
The floor is yours, my friend.
All right, so I don't think that you can say God is fiction because you need something, a universal grounding for morals, logic, knowledge, and consciousness and stuff like that. So what would be your universal grounding for all that stuff? Go ahead.
Why do I need a universal grounding? Go ahead. Roger, Wilco, over and out.
Well, if you don't have a grounding, then you can't say that. You can't have language. You can't have all this stuff. You know.
Well, I do have language. I do have language. This claim that you need a grounding is something that's become very fashionable in online philosophical circles recently. But no one seems to be able to explain what I would be lacking without this grounding. Like, you say I need a grounding for logic. If I don't have this grounding, do inference rules stop working?
I would say so, yeah.
So let's say I don't have a grounding, and then I say, I'm going to just use a basic modus ponens, right? So I say, if it's raining, the floor will be wet outside, is P1. P2 is, it is raining. Can we no longer reliably infer under modus ponens the conclusion, therefore it is wet outside, without this grounding? I don't understand why I need it. What work is the grounding doing? Because I don't need your grounding. I just know how to correctly use language and logic. What am I missing?
Yeah, you're right. You don't need my grounding because this is actually Jiffy Cones. I just want to come and troll you a little bit.
Oh, dude, you nearly got me. But funnily enough, this is Poe's Law in action, right? So for everyone listening, this is our very good friend and super mod Jiffy Cones. This is the exact conversation that we often have, right? So for anyone who doesn't know, Poe's Law is this internet thing where if you can't tell the difference between a parody and the real thing, then that says something about the real thing. So to me, this is the exact conversation that we've had so many times, right? Where's your grounding? How do you get your grounding? I was kind of hoping you might have toughed that out a bit longer, Jiffy. But how are you, friend?
Like, I'm doing well. Like, I did want to come up to like talk more about like my life as a Christian when I was younger. Like,
sure.
I used to actually go on like Facebook and YouTube comments and be like, "Oh, evolution's not real" and all that stuff. And yeah, I was a real cringe person. And then I realized when they shared the evidence, oh, I am on the completely wrong side of this argument.
Oh, I love the go ahead as well. Oh, that's so funny. Because obviously you've been here when we've had the real go aheaders. How do you explain this? Go ahead. You did it really well also.
Yeah, like, that's kind of why I said it.
You completely had me, I must say. I didn't for a moment think that you were trolling. So congratulations. And that's even though I saw you, I think I saw you post in the chat earlier that you were gonna do a Philbro today. So even knowing that,
yeah, like, and if you notice, like, my name is Kiff E. Jones, which is just like a sound like switch of Jiff E. Cones.
Yeah.
Something that might be like a red flag for you.
Well, you know, you're just too clever for me. I'm not smart enough to follow all that kind of cleverness. That's absolutely brilliant. Good for you, man. Good for you. Very, very good. Love it. So when were you a Christian? When did this happen? You still there? Yikes. Maybe this is God now punishing him for trolling me. I can't hear you at the moment for some reason. Damn.
Oh, my phone went to sleep.
Ah, there you go. Back again. Yeah. So I was asking when.
Yeah, my phone went to sleep. Like it.
We got you back now. When were you a Christian?
Like I was a Christian pretty much my whole life up until like a little bit after graduating high school, like 18, 19.
Right.
Like, and it was like in my high school, junior high years that I had like trolled chats like to be like, oh, evolution's not true and stuff. But like after that point, like not long after graduating, and I didn't have to get dragged to church anymore. I actually started to like look at the arguments I was making and see, oh, I'm completely wrong. And even today, like my mom and I will have like an occasional chat about religion, and I try not to bring it up because she's very deep into it. She's still like a 6,000-year-old earther, you know.
Right.
And
yeah.
So, like she said something to me recently, like in the past few months, like that we do all deserve hell. I was like, how can you say that? Like, what did I do wrong?
It's grim,
like,
isn't
we're
it?
born into sin.
It's grim, isn't it?
It's not my choice, is it? It was God's choice.
Yeah. It is so horrible. And like, look at a newborn baby and think, this newborn baby is apparently born with a sinful nature and deserves punishment. It's completely nuts. Absolutely disgusting way to look at humanity. I think it's so sad that good people, think this stuff. They believe this stuff. They've just been indoctrinated with it. And it's horrible to see it play out like that. Absolutely grim. But yeah, dude, thank you for trolling me. I appreciate that. And at least you allowed me to unleash my primary argument against this whole grounding nonsense. So you gave me a little bit of a workout of that argument because I haven't had that one for a bit. So I tested it and it still works. So I appreciate that.
Okay, yeah, it did work. Like I was completely floored. I was trying to think like a Phil bro, like how can I like twist the word, like make the words not mean words anymore. Like, but I gotta keep it up. Like I'm not
good stuff,
Phil bro.
Well, good. You know what it reminds me of the time
I don't want to take too much more of your time.
That's cool. It reminds me of the time Ems came in as a flat earther, and I realized pretty quickly that I wasn't going to be able to have it with him. So I just backed down. I was like, yeah, okay, flat earth, fair enough. I know my limits. It was very, very funny. Well, thanks for coming up, man. Great to speak to you as always, and thank you for everything you do. In the chat and in the community, we love having you around, man. Really appreciate you.
Yeah,
cheers.
Thanks for having me, and thanks for doing what you do.
Thanks,
Love
Jiffy.
All you guys, even you in chat.
Keep well, buddy. Thanks. Take care.
All right.
Bye. Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Oh, that was funny. I got properly trolled. That was excellent behavior. Big up, Jiffy.
Yeah, I could only hear your side of it, but definitely could tell you were a fish on a hook there.
Oh, yeah. He had me sinker and all.
Just reeling you in.
Reeling me in. Okay, we are going to bring in my very good friend Fro at the moment. Fro, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I sound like I'm in puberty. I am not, I promise.
Okay, well, good to see you, friend. How are you doing?
Better than yesterday.
Well, I'm pleased that you're doing okay.
Yeah. Fuck. I don't even know what to say.
Well, it sounds like you and I need to have a proper catch up, maybe off the stream. But I'm sure that everyone will just like to know that you're okay, because people kind of know. For anyone who doesn't know, Fro's had a very hard time. Come out at the church. People from the community were harassing him. All sorts of crazy stuff has gone down. So he's been having a bit of a hard time of it.
Yeah. I want to say to people out there that if you're in trouble, if you are at all like suicidal or struggling with things, seek help. I think that's my message for today.
That's a good message,
I think
Fro.
I think my message is don't do things that you will regret later.
Good. Yeah, that's a good message.
I'm going to be honest with stream that there's a reason why I sound like I'm a 60-year-old man today, and I didn't do that. I didn't seek help. I took it in my own hands, and I can promise you it wasn't worth it.
Well, we're glad that you're okay, Fro. We're glad that you're okay, and
yeah,
I think that
I'm as okay as it can be, I guess. I mean,
yeah,
it's going to be a struggle. I'm not going to beat around the bush, I guess. I tried to hang myself, and my throat is sore because of that.
Yeah.
And I really do think that my message today is just seek help. Seek help. Don't be egocentric. Don't think that is the solution, because I can promise you I felt worse when I woke up than I did when I did it. Because I felt guilty. I felt guilty because of you. I felt guilty because of people handing out their hand in friendship. I felt sorry for Maggie. I felt incredibly guilty because I didn't do what I stand for, and what I stand for is seeking help.
Yeah.
It was an act of desperation.
Yeah.
For people that don't know the story, very shortly, I was accused of doing something that was really, really terrible that I didn't do, and I couldn't live with it, and I felt so incredibly guilty for doing that. It's one of those things that if you have truth on your side, it should be worth fighting. And the thing is, like, just seek out help. There are never too late to turn back, and I think I learned that this time. It's been a terrible week. It's been a lot of people have asked me what I feel today, and I feel so happy I am alive.
Good. Well, we all do too, Fro. We all do too. I have been in touch with Maggie while this has been going on.
I know.
And
yeah, she told me she's over here.
Good. Okay. Well, give her my love, and we're all here for you, and we're all glad that you're okay. And the advice you're giving is very sound, because however dark things look, there's always a way to make things better, and that path is not the one. So
recovering from religion.org. Everybody,
recovering
from religion.org. Get in contact with your things. It's seektherapy.org, seculartherapy.org. There's a lot of things online where you could seek help. The thing is, I was accused of doing terrible things that I didn't do, and I thought I was guilty for a little while there.
Yeah. But you're not.
And
you're not
I'm
guilty.
Not.
You're not guilty.
No.
And this is going to work itself out.
I know. It's just it's temporarily. It's just that right now I have a police investigation that's going on actively that I can't talk about, so I can't really talk about what it was about and things like that. But people that know, they know.
Yeah.
And just know that I am okay. I will be okay, and I'm
good.
I'm taken care of. Right now, I'm sitting in a mental hospital talking to you guys, and it's never too late to go to a mental hospital. It's better than...
We're relieved that you're safe, and we're relieved that you're getting some support, the support that you need, and that you had the courage to reach out for it is a testament to you. And we all feel relieved that things didn't go as badly as they could have done, and that you're on the path to, to healing. And I know that the situation that you've been worried about is going to pan out fine. It's not going to be a problem for you. And we'll talk about that separately.
Yeah, you know what it is. So it's just problems, and
yeah.
Right now, my neck is sore and my voice is sore. But other than that, I am actually better.
Good. Good.
2 days after I tried this, Maggie threw herself on a plane and came over.
Good.
So I'm very glad that she came here, and she's been here talking to psychiatrists and getting help herself as well, because it's been a pressure on her as well.
Yeah, of course.
I think that's what I feel most sorry about.
Well,
is putting that pressure.
You don't need to feel sorry anymore. You reached a really dark place, and we're just all really relieved that things didn't go as badly as they could have done, and that you've realized this, and so it's a big wake-up call for you. And hopefully now you can, with some help and support, focus on just getting yourself better and finding a place of healing and forgiveness, and you are now in a position to say to people, don't do that stuff, and that's what you're doing. So you're already being a benefit.
My psychiatrist says the best thing you can do is forgive yourself, and I think that's probably what is the hardest.
Yeah.
Of course it is. And there's something that Maggie said today that really got me thinking, and she said, at least you're not a prisoner of your own religion.
Yeah.
So
exactly. You are a free man. You are a free man, Fro.
I'm a free man.
Yeah.
But self-forgiveness is so incredibly important.
Before you go, Fro, I just want to read you a couple of messages. Yeah. So Louise in the TikTok chat says, sending big hugs and love. Everything will pass. The future is waiting for you. Keep going. Bethos says, Fro, take care. There is nothing that can alleviate human suffering except other humans being there for you. There is hope. Viking Chef says, Fro, please reach out and talk to the community is here for you. So you're already getting, love and support just from our little crew that we have in our little corner of the internet. And, there'll be a lot more of that for you. That there's a special place on the Discord for you. I have been worried about you. I'm very relieved to hear that you're okay.
I know. And I'm sorry that I put you in that situation.
No, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. But I'd like to speak to you privately, maybe tomorrow if you have some time. And we'll have a proper catch up.
Yep.
All
you know where to find me. And Maggie sends her love, and she was so glad to finally meet you.
Good. Well, it was good for me too. So, thanks for coming in to check in with us. And I want you back on the stream soon with that laugh of yours. We need the Fro laugh round here.
Somewhere. Yeah. Right now I sound like a Santa.
Well, right now it might hurt a little bit, but we need that laugh back up in here, because Fro has the best laugh of anyone I've ever spoken to. So we need to have some of that going on here soon. So thanks for coming in to check in with us, buddy.
And I'm not going to say God bless you, but I will say John bless you.
Thank you, buddy. All the best, and sending you lots of love from all of us. All right, friend.
Take care.
Take it easy, Fro. Good stuff. Okay. I hope he's okay. Pleased to hear that he is at least safe. Very, very pleased to hear that. Okay. Wow, this is a remarkable super chat. Gordon loves science. That's huge. Thank you. Extremely generous. And Gordon says, John, connect to this remarkable survivor. He needs your help. Keep fighting, Fro. We're in close contact. I mean, we speak most days, and he for anyone who doesn't know, Fro came on the show a few weeks ago and basically deconstructed live in the middle of a call. He came on with the intention to preach, and by the end of the call, he had managed to be honest with himself. It's not anything I said. It was just he sensed the environment was safe for him to be honest. And it's been a bumpy road for him, but we are here for him, and he knows it. He knows that he's safe in this community and accepted unconditionally and wanted, and dare I say even loved, because there's a decency and goodness about Fro that is just captivating. So thank you for that. Okay, I will get our next caller is going to be Mina. So Mina, bear with me just a moment. I'll get you in just a moment. I just have to read a couple of super chats before they fall off the stack, and then we'll speak to Mina in just a moment. So we have Viking Chef. Perfect Sunday evening. Puff demands the twerking. Well, the twerking has kind of happened. Tracy made an AI video of Sean and me twerking. It is something I've seen. It's going to take some significant recovery to get over having seen it. Sean, I will send it to you, and it may be made public, possibly on the Discord and possibly elsewhere. It's extremely disturbing and also very, very funny. So yeah,
I might be pleased if it's AI. It means I actually can twerk, because I wasn't kidding when I said I have no dance moves.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. It might be more
flattering than reality. So hey, I'm gonna roll with it.
It might be. Big up Tracy. Tim Davidson, P1 ship floats. P2 Jesus walked on water. C conclusion, Jesus is full of shit. Fair enough. I think that's right.
That's actually pretty good.
I like that. As syllogisms go, it's sound. It's valid.
It's technically not valid, but yeah.
Okay, so people are asking to see the video. I don't have it in a form that I can display it here, but what I will do is I'll ask Tracy about it. I'm not sure if he's actually... I think he has put it in the Discord. It's pretty astonishing and very worrying. There we go. And Drew, good to see Drew. Drew says, unless someone can provide evidence that God is real, then the resulting position would be that God isn't. Right, the starting point, right? The default position is that this is not a real thing. And Drew also said, I recommend the book Battle of the Big Bang, The New Tales of Our Cosmic Origins, just came out last year. That sounds awesome. Battle of the Big Bang, The New Tales of Our Cosmic Origins. I have not heard of this. I will be exploring this. It sounds right up our alley, I think.
For sure.
Yeah, excellent. And wow, that's absolutely huge. Carissa sent out 20 Unconvinced gift memberships. That's massive. Thank you so much for that. Incredible. They will have been long distributed, and that means 20 more people will gain access to the bingo and to good stuff like that. So thank you very much for that. It's really, really kind. Thank you very, very much. Tim says the singularity is the mathematical center of the object. The thing that banged big could have been 100,000 light years across. Yeah. Right, so the singularity could have been the center. I get what you're saying. I think the singularity is not in vogue anymore. I think that was the Hawking-Penrose idea, which is not very much in favor these days. But hey, what do I know? I'm no physicist.
Yeah.
Bethos said, do you ever sleep? I need to get out tomorrow for work. I do sleep, just not that much. That's what 25 years in the music industry does to you. You just learn to not sleep. And then Babs, good to see you, Babs, says, authors write fiction, cultures write mythology. Oh, I love that. That's so true. Absolutely right. And last message for now, also from Babs, Adam and Eve, Hebrew version of Pandora's box. Yeah, I mean, they messed around and everyone else found out, right? Good stuff. Okay, let's get Mina in. Mina's been waiting a while. I appreciate you waiting, Mina. Welcome in.
Hi. No,
Hi.
it's totally fine. So this is, I think, my now third time debating you.
Well, welcome back for the third time.
I changed my user. I finally switched it. It's normally Ho Talking, like that was the display name.
Okay. Well, yes, I do remember that. Well, welcome back under your new name. And what position would you like to take on this?
So, I mean, I'm an atheist, or at least I would say that I don't believe in God. Maybe there's some kind of like spirituality installed in me because of, the fact that everyone else in my life is religious.
Right.
But that's beside this point. But I would still like to argue that God isn't fiction, or at least you cannot prove that it's fiction.
I'm not claiming to be able to prove it. I'm claiming it's my opinion.
I misworded that kind of.
Yeah.
Sure. So my opinion is in that case.
Yeah.
It isn't fiction. Well, religion totally is. Like any kind of religion is just made up stories, in my opinion. But what if, because before humans could even talk, they still performed some kind of ritual to connect with some higher beings before language was even invented. So maybe there is a God, but it sounds fictional because we as humans are not able to comprehend it. So we just kind of have an idea of an all-powerful, all-knowing being. But obviously, we don't understand what it is. So we all just kind of have it as an engraved idea. So even every single atheist person will have kind of a concept that they could imagine when you say the word God. So when you say all-powerful, all-loving, well, I don't believe all-powerful, all-loving, and loving,
All-knowing.
powerful. There was a third one. I'm trying to remember.
All-knowing, omniscient.
3 out of 2 can be right at once. That's another subject, but the thing is it fiction? Like, what is the reason that is fiction? So maybe it is real, but we just can't describe it, so it sounds as fiction. Not everything that cannot be proven is fiction.
That's true. Just because you can't prove something doesn't mean it is de facto disproven. That would be an argument from ignorance fallacy. However, if you're referring to the God of the Bible, I would say many of the core tenets of the Christian belief render the God that they believe in.
No, I totally agree. But the thing is, I'm talking besides religion. I'm just talking about the concept of God.
Yeah, the idea, like, I don't think you can falsify the basic concept that there is some type of deity. Even a deity that is the creator of the universe, I guess if somebody somehow verifies that the universe is eternal into the past, then that would remove a creator of the universe God, because if it was never created, that would cancel that out. But generally speaking, I agree with you. If you go to a certain level of vagueness, like a deist God or what have you, it's an unfalsifiable proposition, which means you cannot disprove it.
Yeah, and that's where the problem is. You cannot prove it either. Wait, so somebody in the chat kind of said, I know I'm not supposed to respond to chats, but it really annoyed me. Someone said atheists in America vote for stupid people. So first of all, America is a continent, it's not a country. If you're going to insult someone, at least use the correct terminology. That would be USA. America is a continent. Anyways, if you're gonna insult someone, at least make it smart. Like, you can't say I love your confidence when you think someone is being an idiot. But like,
don't worry about the chat. They're like, don't worry about them. But no, I agree with you. But obviously, the time to believe that a God exists is when there is sufficient evidence for that God. Until then, the default position is I don't believe.
Yes, that's actually what I agree at. But the thing is, the problem with all of these debates is neither side can actually prove they're right. But the reason why I'm more lean toward atheism is because we can at least prove that religion isn't real. Like, they cannot prove that God is non-existent, but we can prove somehow with the inconsistencies, maybe in the Bible, maybe in the Islam. So, like, we can prove that religion, at least most of them, are made up, but you cannot prove that God doesn't exist. So when people say, like, no, you have a 50-50 chance, what do you lose if you believe? But the thing is, I can disprove you, but you cannot disprove me. So how does that make someone who's an atheist the one who's making a wrong choice? Or like, I don't know how to explain it. English isn't my first language.
Well, it's not even a choice anyway. Like you can't just for pragmatic. That's one of the problems with Pascal's wager. You can't just for pragmatic reasons. Well, that makes sense. If I if I believe in the Christian God and it's true, I get rewarded, but if not, nothing happens. So for pragmatic reasons, I'm just going to flip my belief switch and decide to believe God exists. That's just not a thing. So it does, the utility aspect is sort of moot anyway.
And there's another way of looking at this, which is that any given God that someone believes in has to be seen as one of so many different gods that have been believed in, worshipped, written about over the course of human history. Many, many thousands of gods. And so if we're prepared to accept that all of those are fictional, it just kind of stands to reason that this one probably is too. Otherwise, people are making, essentially what's going on is a horrendous case of special pleading, where people are saying, yes, all of those gods are fictional, it's just my one that isn't. And okay, well then demonstrate that you have a qualitatively different level of evidence, a different type of evidence, some reason why your particular preferred religious affiliation deserves to be taken more seriously than all the others that you agree with me are fiction. So I'm really just making an argument for being consistent with the way we apply evidence. And when you do that, you can say they're all fiction.
Yeah. I actually mostly 90% agree with you. And the 10% is literally just nuance coming from the, because the subject is pretty much, well, how do I say? It doesn't have a specific answer, actually. That's why it's probably a debate. But, so the thing... yeah, I kind of have to go, but it was nice.
All right.
Bye.
All right, Mina. Thanks. Take care.
My room is invaded right now. Bye.
All right. Off you go. Thank you, Mina.
Thanks.
There we go. That was Mina. In and out in a flash. But nice to speak to Mina again. There we go. Right. We did have like Gohan in the YouTube queue, but they have now dropped out. So as of right now, the queues are empty. So I'll read a few more super chats while we wait for someone else to come in. There's not a huge number, but just a few to share with you. So Tracy T, hey T of the I just built the whole Discord for you guys fame, says, hi, my favourite boys and my favourite community. Much love back to you too, T. You are the best. As I say this, we have Joshua Hubble in the TikTok queue. So I'll bring in Joshua right now. Hopefully. There we go. Hey, Joshua, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing well, thank you.
Excellent.
I just found out about you today from my cousin. He's been listening to you for a long time, and we've been listening to today, and he said something, and I'd like an explanation just for my own knowledge on something about belief versus choice, or what was it called?
That belief isn't a choice.
I'm a Christian. He's not.
Okay.
I'm not, and we have these debates, and he tells me about you, and I was like, man, and I've been listening. I respect you a lot. I got to say that up front. But yeah, what do you mean you can't you can't have that?
Yeah.
I just kind of.
I'll frame it for you. Yeah, sure. No, thanks for coming up, Joshua. And quite often when we run the live streams, the belief thing is one of the topics we talk about. I just thought I'd go with a different one today because I like to vary it up and keep it interesting. Otherwise, people are seeing the same thing every time. But it's the kind of core of what we do here is around this idea that belief isn't a thing you do; it's a thing that happens to you. And that our culture kind of gets this wrong all the time. It's so baked into our culture that even our language has developed. Like we've got phrases like, I refuse to believe da 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 da, or I'm choosing to believe da 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 da, as if believing is something that you can just choose to do. And the claim I make, and I have a book coming out about this in November, called Unconvinced: How Belief is Not a Choice and Why That Changes Everything. Is I'm advocating for people to understand belief a bit more honestly and with a bit more sophistication. That really what belief is it's a thing that happens to your mind when you've become persuaded by something. And it isn't something that you can just choose to happen. It's something that has to happen to you. It's an experience you have rather than a thing you do. So if I'm sounding a little bit abstract, let me make it really, really concrete, right? So when you become persuaded of something, belief happens to you and you can't stop it. An example would be, I say, it's raining outside. You go and look out of the window and you see it's raining. At that point, you don't have any choice but whether to believe that it's raining because you know it, right? Not believing it isn't an option. Now, if I say it's sunny outside and you look outside and you see it's raining and it isn't sunny, you can't choose to believe it's sunny because the conditions for creating belief, which are you being persuaded it's sunny, haven't happened. And so belief is completely off the table for you. And the argument I make is that this applies to all beliefs, even beliefs where it's not so obvious, like rainy and sunny or something where you can immediately prove or disprove it, right? So some people would say, well, that's what faith is, right? Faith then allows you.
That was my original. I messed up when I asked it. I meant to say, like, so then can you have believe in God and you can't prove it necessarily, but I have faith. Well,
yeah.
I know I'm not articulating it absolutely correct. This is the first time I've ever been on a live.
No, you're doing fine. You're doing great. You're doing great. It's absolutely fine.
I like knowledge and stuff, and I like intelligent people, so I wanted to jump on.
No, thanks, Josh. No, it's absolutely fine. So faith is the go-to in these moments, right? So people will say, well, that's what faith is for. It's for bridging that gap. But the argument I make is that faith actually isn't really the same as belief. That if you think of faith as a kind of trust, it's like I said, I'm going to put my trust in someone or something. But if you are not convinced that that thing exists, then what does having faith actually mean? It means that you're sort of behaving as if it's true, behaving as if you believe it, and maybe waiting for the real belief to come along, maybe waiting for that real inner sense of believing to come along. And I think that if, like, let me give you a real example, right? I don't believe that God exists, and there's nothing I can do to make myself believe that. So what would it mean for me to say, okay, well, I'm going to have faith? If I decided to now start having faith, that would just mean like behave as if I do have the belief, right? Like perform the belief rather than actually own it. And I would just be going through the motions and pretending, essentially, like role-playing belief rather than really doing it, because I'm not able to trust in someone if I don't think there's anyone there to trust in. I feel like I'm talking to myself or role-playing. I've tried it in the past. I've tried speaking to God, and I've tried praying, and I've tried doing all of these things. I've been to prayer groups and done Bible courses and prayer meetings and studied with pastors and all of this sort of stuff. I always have the sense when it comes down to it, I'm like, there's a part of me that's like, dude, you're talking to yourself. You're talking to yourself. And I'm like, I'm trying to have faith. Leave me alone. I'm having faith. There's a voice in my head that's like, you don't really believe this, right? And for me, the moment was a few years ago. I was in a discussion in a debate online on Twitter, actually. And the chap I was talking to said, well, just make that decision to just believe. Just make that decision to accept Jesus and just believe. And I realized in that moment that I couldn't. It wasn't that I didn't want to. It was that if my life depended on it, I still couldn't. If you put it's an unfortunate example, I use this sometimes. If you put a gun to my child's head and said, believe in Jesus or we're going to pull the trigger, I wouldn't be able to. Because all I'd be able to do is profess it. I would say it.
That's crazy. I've used that when I'm like, I want to believe, or I want to believe that I would, but I mean, it's I do question if I really do it. I mean, I have 2 kids, so how deep is my faith at that point if I don't really believe in that moment? And it is something I question myself on.
It's just, I realized that it wasn't an unwillingness, it was an inability. And then I thought, okay. I wonder if this applies to my other beliefs. And I kind of did some self-examining and thought, actually, this applies to all my beliefs. And then I thought, I wonder if this is not just me. And I looked at other people and started to read up on the cognitive neuroscience of belief. And I came to be convinced that believing is never something that you can activate by will. You can't convince yourself of something if you're not convinced of it. Now, does this mean your beliefs can never change? Of course not. People's beliefs change all the time. Does it mean that there aren't choices that you can make that could end up with your beliefs changing? Of course there are. You can decide how open-minded to be. You can decide what books to read, who to listen to, who to hang out with. All of these things can come to affect what you believe. But if they do, and your beliefs change, and suddenly you are now persuaded of the thing that you weren't persuaded of before, well, then that's not a choice either. Now you don't have the ability to not believe it because you're convinced it's true, right?
Yes.
So whatever happens to your belief, I'm just advocating for seeing belief as a thing that happens to you rather than as a thing you do. How does that land for you?
No, I love it. When's that book come out?
November. It's available now for pre-order on Amazon and Barnes and Noble and everywhere that sells books. It's called Unconvinced.
All right. No,
Yeah.
I appreciate you taking my question and it let me come on. I really respect that a lot. I love what you had to say. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Josh. I appreciate you listening. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Have a great day.
Thanks, friend. You too. Bye. Thanks. Okay, well, W for Joshua. I love it when people are inquisitive and curious. I think that's great.
Yep.
That's what we
And
should all aspire to be. And
open-minded, actually looking for a conversation.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Josh was great.
I'm looking at it looks like Tyrone Lowell in the YouTube chat says, John Cohen, your position requires faith. How? My position doesn't require faith. I'm not required to trust in anything in order to just not be convinced of the stories of gods that I've heard. I don't think I use faith at all for anything.
By the way, I don't even think trust is a choice. Like, if I go, there's a chair in my room now, and I trust that if I sit in the chair, it's going to hold me up. I mean, even though I haven't yet sat in it, just by all of my priors of sitting in different chairs, I haven't had a situation yet where a chair is, not that I can remember. It might have happened to me throughout my life, extremely rare. But I can't just choose to lack trust that the chair will hold me up if I sit in it. I actually feel very confident that I could walk over there right now, sit in that chair, and it'll hold me up, and I can't choose otherwise. So I don't think trust is a choice either.
Because you have to do some sort of evaluation to decide whether the trust is warranted and whether you're going to experience it. So I think that's right. I hear you. So Sean, we have a couple more over on the YouTube side. So bear with me a moment.
All right, got you. Yeah, no problem. I'll be on standby.
Thanks, buddy. Okay, so let's bring in. We are going to bring in Gohan, who has been waiting a while and who we've spoken to before. And then after that, we have, looks like Tufik Azar after that. So, if you're waiting in the queue, please carry on waiting. And Gohan, how are you?
Good. How about you? I'm sorry about last time.
No worries at all. Welcome back.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
I was trying to see if we could carry on our conversation. We had a 3-minute conversation about heaven and hell.
Yes.
And I was trying to see if we could carry that on.
Of course we can. Yeah. So let's just sort of retrace our steps, because I can't quite remember them, and of course people will be listening here who weren't there before. So let's sort of start again. So let's rehash. What are we saying about heaven and hell?
Yeah, I'm sorry to do this, but before I do that, I just want to say to Flo, if you're listening, I'm sorry for what you're going through, and I know it probably doesn't mean much, but I will pray for you, and I hope all turns around for you. But,
well, I appreciate your sympathy, but Fro definitely doesn't need prayers at the moment. But let's move on. But thank you for being kind about Fro. We appreciate that. Right. So heaven and hell. What have we got? What have we got about heaven and hell?
So my understanding of heaven and hell from what I hear from most atheists is that atheists think even if God was real, they wouldn't worship him, because how could a good God send somebody to hell for eternity? How can you have eternal punishment for a finite crime?
Yeah.
So my understanding of heaven and hell is quite different than that.
Okay.
My understanding of hell is not that God sends you there, it's that you choose to go there. And the idea is that the gates of hell are locked from the inside.
Yeah, we've heard that, and of course that was C.S. Lewis who wrote that. But I reject that, and I think that that's basically just a word game designed to make this idea sound more palatable. And here's why I say that: because who sets the conditions under which someone goes to hell? Who decided that not believing the right thing results in you going to hell?
Well, I don't think that is what happens for you to go to hell. I mean, if you take a look at the man on the cross next to Jesus, like it would be hard pressed to say that he was like a Christian at that point. He didn't even understand, like, to be a Christian you have to believe Jesus rose from the dead or will rise from the dead or is God himself. And like even the apostles didn't, before Jesus was on the cross, didn't understand what it meant for him to be God.
So how do you not go to hell?
You have to want a relationship with Jesus.
Right. And if you don't believe Jesus is real, are you able to want a relationship with him? Like, I don't believe Jesus exists. I'm incapable of wanting a relationship with him any more than I can want a relationship with Voldemort, right? These are fictional characters to me. So if you don't believe that Jesus is real, do you grant that it's impossible to want a relationship with someone if you are not convinced they're real?
And yes, but could I go further into that?
Sure.
So if I say the same for the thief on the cross, he didn't believe that Jesus was God, yet he still kind of trusted Jesus. But even if he didn't, I think the idea is that, like many popes have said this as well, that atheists do have a shot of getting to heaven. My idea is after you die, I mean, obviously, assuming Christianity is true, after you die, you would know that Christianity is true and Jesus is real. And then you would have the choice of being with Jesus or not.
Well, no one's going to go, I'll take eternal conscious torment in the fiery lake, are they? No one's going to do that. If that's the case, hell's going to be empty.
It's not a choice between eternal torment or not, or eternal bliss. It's a choice between wanting to be with Jesus or not. And from what I hear, even from many atheists, is like, even if Jesus is God, I would choose not to be with him. I would not want to be.
But that's sort of easy to say. But it depends what the stakes are, right? Because even the people who say that aren't going to go, you know, my aversion to Jesus is. I mean, look, I think the God of the Old Testament is an absolute monster, the worst character I've ever heard of, and there's nothing I could do to love that creature because he's just so unpleasant. But I'm still not going to choose to go and have myself burned in a fiery lake. Like at that point, my sort of self-preservation is going to kick in, and I'm going to say, yes, you know, please take me to the place where Jesus is, you know, up in the clouds, in the lovely place. I'm just, you know, of course, anyone's going to do that, right? But the position that you're describing isn't what Christianity teaches. What Christianity teaches, or at least what a lot of people believe, and this really what I'm pushing back on, is this idea that you have to kind of get right with Jesus while you can, while there's time, and you know, those who don't believe in time are condemned already. John 3:18, right? Condemned already, and those who don't believe and are baptized. Mark 16:16, condemned already. There's all these instances and requirements that you have to meet in order to not be condemned. And I just think it's sucky. And ultimately, it is still God who's sending you there, because it's still God who set the whole system up, whereby the things that you do or say or believe, more importantly, are going to determine your fate. And no rational agent is going to say, I hate Jesus so much that I'm going to choose to be eternally, you know, tortured or burnt or cast into darkness or whatever the thing is. Obviously, once the choice is made clear, if you ask me, if I die and then realize, oh, look, there is an afterlife. I was wrong about all of that souls are bullshit stuff. There is an afterlife, and I'm given a choice. Do you want to go to the lovely place in the sky and be with Jesus, or do you want to go down into the pit of hell, which is not very nice, and be away from Jesus? I'll probably go up into heaven, please. I'll have that one, thanks. But don't ask me to love him, because I don't think he's worthy of love.
So if I could kind of comment on that really quick.
Sure.
You say the choice is between being with God or being in a fiery lake. Geez, say that 5 times fast, please.
Yeah. I mean, and so, I grant that some people don't have that interpretation. I grant that some people think it's annihilation or.
And I'm not into annihilation. My idea is that it's neither of those. It's that the choice is not fiery lake or Jesus. The choice is Jesus or no Jesus. And if you choose no Jesus, then the fiery lake is not a punishment from him. It's something that just comes by itself. Kind of like, let's say, are you familiar with Lord of the Rings and Smeagol and Gollum?
Yeah.
So the choice for Smeagol isn't like no ring or become Gollum. The choice is the ring or no ring. And as he chooses the ring, he slowly becomes Gollum. It's not that he's choosing to become Gollum. It's just the side effect. If you choose to go away from God, whatever else you choose is in the end going to be insufficient and leave you feeling unfulfilled. And that's going to be your own fiery lake. That's going to be your own torture. It's just, you're not going to be with the best. Whatever you choose.
I'm not with him now, and I'm not being tortured now. I'm delighted to not be with this entity now, because I think he's a monster. This is the God who demands the killing of children. This is the God who endorses slavery. This is the God who is so morally decrepit that he invents laws which would have resulted in innocent young girls being stoned to death. This is the God who invents rituals by which women can be hurt and humiliated purely on the basis of their husband having a spirit of jealousy. I mean, this is disgusting. So I'm delighted to not be with this God right now. And if what you're proposing is an afterlife in which you can choose to hang out with the guy or not hang out with the guy, then I'll choose the not hanging out with him, and I'll be totally fine with that. And that's where all the cool people will be as well. You know, like Jim Morrison, Einstein, like Carl Sagan, Robin Williams. That's where the cool people are going to be. They're not going to be up in Jesus land. They're going to be like in the not Jesus place, just like being cool and talking about science and good music and, you know, just being humans, being humanistic. That's better. So, I'll have that one.
I mean, honestly, that's kind of the choice. Like, do you want
count me in?
If I can put all the positives that you said in group X and label that group X, and then in group Y you have Jesus. If you're choosing between X and Y and you choose X, then that is going to be a fiery lake.
But it's not. It's going to be awesome. Look, all the cool people are going to be there. There's going to be no slavery. It's not misogynistic. No one gets stoned to death. There's no genociding. There's no killing of children. Everyone in that group X agrees that all of those things suck. There's no one there who makes weak-ass excuses for them. There's no words don't mean words. It's absolutely awesome. Count me in for that. It's not going to be a fiery lake. It's going to be awesome. You should come and be with us. It's going to be much better.
And that's my point, is that it's a choice between group X and group Y, and you're free to make that choice, but Jesus is not going to send you to group X if you don't want to.
Under the framing you've given, group X is the place. Yeah, sounds great.
I'm not telling you not to. I want to go with group Y.
Why?
If you want to go with group X.
Yeah, but why? You want to go with the genocide, slavery, weaponized rape, baby killing crowd? Why?
Well, sorry, I didn't say I want that. That was Group X.
No.
I'm sorry. I just had to jump there. Sorry.
Yeah. No.
But,
I mean, Group X is the we don't like those things crowd. Group Y is the Jesus down for slavery, genocide, baby killing, stoning, genocide lot. Why would you want to be with them? Come and be with us. Group X is where it's at, man. It's going to be the happening place. All the cool, trust me, all the cool people are going to be there.
I might view Group Y a little bit differently than you view Group Y, but either way, the choice is the same, Group X or Group Y. And it's not heaven or hell, it's Group Y or no Group Y, and the only other choice is Group X. And like, you're free to make that choice, but no one's going to send you to Group X if you don't want to go. I don't want to. It seems like you do.
Yeah, I mean,
can we agree at least the system is fair? Maybe you're saying I'm making the wrong choice. I understand that, but can you at least say that system would be fair?
I don't think that the majority of Christians I speak to agree with your framework for how this plays out, right? I speak to many Christians, and very few of them tell me that after I die, I'm going to be presented with a free choice and I can go to one place or the other place. Most of them tell me that on the basis of my belief or non-belief and non-acceptance of Christ is what's going to be the determining factor. And at that point, there won't be a choice. So, if you're pushing back on that and you're saying that the straight up biblical reading, which is that there's no choice, this choice thing, you don't get this from the Bible. The Bible gives you the idea that if you are pistos, the Greek was pistos, right? Faithful, believing, then you're going to get the reward for that. And if you are apistos, if you are non-believing, then when you die, you're not going to get the reward and you're going to be cast into the furnace with wailing and gnashing of teeth, right? So your personal interpretation is much nicer than that which many people hold to. And under your framework, I absolutely choose the other group, the one without the genociding, slavery, baby killing, stoning lot. And you can go and hang out with those guys if that's your jam.
So let me say there's two things I would like to talk about. At least one, we're saying this might be a framework that you think is more fair because you feel like you have a choice, but then on the same side of that coin, you feel like this is not the classical traditional Christian view. Am I summarizing your viewpoint fairly?
Yeah, I mean, I literally speak to hundreds of believers, and very few of them tell me that after I die, I'm going to get a choice, and it's going to be I can go through door A, which leads to heaven, and I can go through door B, which doesn't. And the only problem with door B will be that Jesus isn't there.
Could you tell me what Lewis meant then by the gates of hell are locked from the inside?
I mean, I took that to mean that it's something you sort of bring upon yourself.
Like a choice?
I guess. I mean, I always found Lewis's stuff quite underwhelming. I remember reading Mere Christianity, and everyone told me, it's seminal apologetic text, and you must read it, and Liar, Lunatic Lord, and all of that stuff. And I read it, and as much as I like C.S. Lewis's writing, I thought it was not great. I found it quite underwhelming. So, I don't know. Maybe the locked from the inside thing means it suggests that you've put yourself there and you've locked yourself in.
So was that your own choice to lock yourself in and put yourself there?
I mean, potentially, but again, as I said to you, if my choice is hang out with the genocide bunch who endorse slavery and cruelty and diminishing women and racist ethnic cleansing and genocide and explicit orders to kill children and dashing babies against the rocks and splitting open women's wombs with swords, I don't choose those people. I don't want to spend eternity with people who think that's good. I want to spend eternity, if there is an eternity, I would prefer to spend it with people who don't think that those things are good.
So, but that's a little bit off topic. If we could kind of go more into, do we feel that this is no longer the viewpoint of major Christians like Lewis, or I'm kind of pulling this viewpoint out of my butt, or do we feel like some major Christians do agree with this viewpoint that it is a choice?
Look, there's thousands and thousands of Christians. There's a wide spectrum of eschatological views and interpretations of this faith. Everybody who has a particular interpretation of scripture and religious faith believes that they have the correct interpretation and everyone else has the wrong one. It's not for me to sort out the problems within the faith between people who think that everyone else within their faith has got it wrong and only they have it right. Maybe you're right, maybe they're right, and maybe you're all wrong. I personally think it's all a load of old nonsense, and it's high time we grow up and stop talking about magic stories and magical beings in the sky and heaven and earth and angels and afterlife and talking donkeys. I think this is a total waste of time. And if I could, I would have it so that we don't have to even have these conversations anymore. We've got real pressing issues to talk about, to deal with as a global community. We've got climate change, we've got misallocation of resources, we've got all sorts of things that we need to be dealing with. And all the time we spend talking about, talking snakes and generational curses is time we're not actually spending dealing with the real problems. But with all of that said, for wherever you are on the spectrum of how to interpret your own religion, fill your boots. It's all equally silly to me. But I spend most of my time talking to people who hold the view that your eternal fate is determined by what you believed while you were alive. And it might be that it may not be quite that direct in their framing. They may not phrase it that way, but without realizing that is what they mean, because they're saying you need to have a relationship with Jesus, but you can't have a relationship with Jesus if you're not convinced there's anyone there to have a relationship with. They might be saying God doesn't send you to hell, you send yourself there. But really what they really mean is there's a divine pardon on offer for you if you're able to have this relationship. But the relationship is contingent on you believing that there's anyone there to have a relationship with. So if you don't believe the right thing, you're not eligible for the divine pardon. So yes, your view is slightly different to most of the people I speak to, but not all. I've spoken to other people who have a similar view to you, and I've said the same thing to them.
Okay, so I appreciate that. It doesn't sound like my view is completely unheard of anymore, whether it's C.S. Lewis or some other ones, or even Tolkien with his example of Smeagol and Gollum. That kind of agrees with me. But it sounds like for the vast majority of your callers don't agree with me. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah. The vast majority of mainline Protestant Christians I speak to have a different view about the mechanisms of all of this stuff.
I think that's fair. And honestly, when I speak to Christians as well, I agree that most of them don't hold the exact same view I do. But so I'm not surprised to hear you say that. But I think I got my point across. It's clear you don't agree with it, but I just want to express the idea for heaven and hell that it is a lot more fair than most people think. And it's the choice is always going to be up to you. God's not going to force you into heaven against your will and force you to be with him forever.
Excellent.
I mean, if he did, that would kind of be, in my opinion, that would be messed up.
Can you change your mind? If you go into heaven and you get bored of singing How Great Thou Art after 1,000,000 years, you don't want to sing it anymore, or you're just bored, or you want to hang out with other people, or you realize your friends are in the other place, can you leave and go to the other place? Or are you locked in?
No, I would imagine that you can change your mind. I don't know if anybody would, but yeah, I don't think God would have, again, I don't think there are gates to hell. I think the only place that has gates is, I don't think there are gates to heaven. The only one that has gates is hell. And
but the gates for hell are locked on the inside, which means we can move freely between them. Right. So I could summer in heaven and then spend the rest of the year in hell with my friends.
Yeah, like what's it called? The snowbirds.
Yeah, maybe we'll do that. Maybe I'll just have like a little bolt hole in heaven for nights out and stuff. Nights to the theatre. It's nice to have a little place you can just crash for the evening, and then go back and be with my people. In the cooler place, the better place. Afterwards.
If you want my opinion, I don't think that would happen. I think once you experience how great God is, I don't think you would want anything else.
Yeah, but I'd be missing my friends, dude. There's no greatness that God could have that's going to make me not want to be with my brothers and the people I love, all of whom are going to be in the other place.
You know, why would you want to go up?
Well, I might want to just go up to sample the nightlife and there's fine dining and all the, good things like that. And, I might have some friends who like, the genocide crowd and have gone up to heaven for a bit. But, I'd go and have an evening with them and then go back to the good people downstairs.
So in your own words, you would like to go upstairs to the genocidal and rapists?
Well, if just to see some of my friends who are going to be up there. Because I have friends who are Christians, so I might want to just go and hang out with them, go out for a meal in the genocide restaurant, maybe take in a show at the Stoning Kids to Death Theatre, and then go back down to, be with the really decent people who don't like any of that stuff down in the other place. And it
that would be your choice to go up there to have friendly dinners with the genocide crowd. That's your choice.
Just occasionally, yeah. Just because it's mainly just to see my friends. It's not to see the genocide crowd per se, but just some of my friends who might be up there. Yeah. Anyway,
are part of that crowd.
There we go.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right.
Well, I appreciate the call.
Of course. Thanks for coming back.
You were very friendly.
Of course.
Very friendly. I really liked it. I would love to call back some other
Anytime.
time or continue a discussion on another topic.
Anytime. No problem, Gohan. Thanks for coming back.
Thanks
all the best. Thank you. Bye. Okay, well, that's an unusual view on these things. Whoa, hang on a minute. There we go. Yeah, Sean, we seem to have we don't seem to have anyone in the TikTok queue, but another 2 in the YouTube queue. So annoyingly.
Yeah, I actually have to cut out early. If you had another one in the TikTok queue, I was gonna grab that with you. But otherwise, I'll catch up with you another time.
Of course.
When I'm not out of town.
Of course.
But great live as always. We'll
Thanks,
be
buddy.
listening.
Thanks, Sean.
All right,
take it easy, pal. Thanks, man. Cheers. Okay. There we go. Sean James, ladies and gentlemen. The one and only. Okay, well, staying on that side then, let's get David in now. And after David, we will talk to, it looks like... Zonius Quo after this. But for now, we're going to speak to David. Hey, David, how are you?
Hi there.
Hello.
Can you hear me okay?
Perfectly, thank you.
All right. I recently discovered you, watched a few of your videos. Got a couple, I would say, minor contentions.
Sure.
I suspect that this conversation is going to be different than the ones you usually have, because even though I have some disagreements, I'm not trying to persuade you of any particular faith because I'm an atheist.
Okay.
So the main thing that I would say, I would say that I think there are some like rhetorical things that I think you could probably do better at, but mainly I would actually push back on the idea that belief isn't a choice.
Okay.
I think it's my view that belief isn't a binary thing where it's either you do or you don't believe. I think there are probably levels to things. I think you would agree that there are things that you believe more than other things.
I would let me push back on that a moment. So belief is a binary. You either believe something or you don't, but there are different levels of confidence with which you can hold a belief. So you can hold a belief just as a sort of, on balance, you think it's more likely than not, or you can hold a belief with something that approaches certainty or even complete certainty. So I still think it is either true that you believe something or it's not true. You either hold it as a belief or not. And the way I define belief is the condition of being persuaded that something is true or likely true. So that allows for that whole spectrum that you're alluding to there, doesn't it?
Sure. Although I find myself in positions where I'm quite persuaded by mutually exclusive evidence of various things, right? And sometimes I would try to square those ideas, or I would say, okay, I'm currently believing, I'm convinced by two contradictory ideas. I think a good example would be if we're like thinking about the universe, for instance, a good example would be the contention between classical and quantum mechanics, for instance. There is very, very good evidence, positive evidence for both ways of thinking of the universe, but they don't totally align with one another. And I believe that both of the models work. So I believe two contradictory things.
They're not really contradictory, are they? They're different explanatory frameworks, though, because if you can't believe that
when
they're
I say
both
contradictory in this context, what I really mean is that they produce contradictory outcomes that, you know, it depends on what scale you're looking at. But
right, they're not really contradictory. Like Newtonian mechanics and quantum mechanics operate on different levels, and
classical Newtonian
or classical, right? They're not in violation. They're not in contradiction. You're not holding P and not P at the same time. And you know, if you are trying to do that, then by definition you're not being rational, right? And you sound like a rational chap. So I don't think what you're describing is holding two contrary positions. I think you're just saying that under certain circumstances you're willing to interpret reality in one framework, and in other circumstances you're willing to interpret reality in the other framework, and there's a utility to doing both depending on what you're looking at, right? But I don't think that you're holding two contrary views. And there might be instances where the evidence is so finely balanced between two positions that you are not tipped into being committed to a belief one way or the other, in which case you are entitled to withhold judgment. And that's not a choice either. If you're saying, I don't find myself persuaded one way or the other, that also isn't a choice. You're reflecting on your own inner state and going, am I persuaded of A? No. Am I persuaded of B? No. I grant that one of them must be true. If it's a proposition, it must be true or false, right? One of them must be true, but at this point, I don't have enough information, or I am not ready yet to settle on into a commitment to one or the other. So I'm holding back. I'm staying in a state of non-commitment with respect to this. That's a completely valid epistemic stop on the line.
Absolutely. Although I would say that in that same context where I feel roughly balanced persuasion one way or the other, I think there are many instances where you'll find people with quite a strong conviction asserting both P and not P. And you can call that irrational, I would.
Yeah.
But it's a common enough occurrence just to encounter someone in the world who has that position. And I would say that the mechanism by which they choose, well, I've kind of given away the conclusion here that they choose which direction they fall is I would say, a choice. And that typically the type of person, you know, I think I'm imagining the sort of thing that we would call doublespeak, or doublespeak, right? Where you believe one thing in one moment and then a contradictory thing in the other moment. You never believe both of them at the same time per se.
But something's making that switch happen. And if it's a genuine, if their declaration of belief there is genuine, then it just might be that they're a person who is very, very easily persuaded between two poles, let's say, and they're not feeling a sense of resolution one way or the other. They're flipping between them. I still think it's not true that they're choosing to find one convincing rather than the other. I think they're just choosing to be in a state of, or allowing themselves rather to be in a state of not being committed, and they're just sort of saying words without really reflecting on what they really believe is true.
Now, I do think that when you fall in this non-committal state, that it is possible to have a level of choice about what you believe. And part of the reason that I believe this is because I maintain that it's non-binary, at least the way that I think of it. And I think that the choice you have over your belief is in something of a range, right? And sometimes that range might be entirely above zero or below zero, right? If we think of like below zero as unbelieving or or believing against, and you think of above zero as believing for, right? I think when you're close to zero, the range of choice that you have, I think, could fall one way or the other. But an example, again, I think you could say of choosing to disbelieve is probably more common in my view, that essentially you can close up any sort of wall mentally that that persuasion is even possible, right? And I've seen this when I talk, for instance, to like anti-vaxxers. Oh, hello?
Yep,
Is
still
another
here.
person in the call?
You might be hearing something, although you shouldn't be. You shouldn't be. Don't worry. Don't worry. Just speak to me. It's okay.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. When I've spoken to anti-vaxxers, for instance, right, you can see this interaction in pretty much in real time, where you say something convincing, they agree that it's convincing and that they are convinced by it, and then they realize the implication and suddenly are no longer convinced by it. And I think that that can also be attributed to a conscious choice.
None of this is a choice. It's all a constant evaluation of claims against reality. We're testing our claims against reality all the time, and seeing if there's a rub there, seeing if it feels right, if we're experiencing a feeling of yes, this matches reality, or an experience of no, it doesn't. It can flip. I'm not suggesting that beliefs can't modulate. Some people modulate their beliefs almost every day, but I just don't see a choice there. That's what I'm not seeing. Maybe I'm not tracking what you're saying, but all the instances you've described are just instances where somebody shifts from being persuaded of one thing to being persuaded of another thing. And I grant that some people do that with alarming regularity. But in either case, I still don't see where the choice is. I think without conviction, what is a belief? A belief, there's declaring a belief, which isn't a belief. Declaring a belief is just saying words, and there's the inner state of actually feeling convinced of something, which is what a belief actually is. And what I'm saying is that inner state isn't something that you can just bring about by choice. You can try, you can work on it, and sometimes you'll be successful. Like someone says, I want to believe that I'm a worthy person, right? Say they don't believe it. I want to believe, I'm choosing to believe that I'm a worthy person. Well, that decision to commit towards changing how you see yourself is a choice. And sometimes it works, but sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes someone will try to believe that they're a worthy person and they'll fail. And they're still stuck with feeling unworthy, and that's tragic, right? That's why people sometimes end up in therapy for years trying to change a belief about some aspect of themselves or something, and not being able to do it. So I appreciate you pushing back on my thesis here, but I don't think you certainly haven't persuaded me that any of this stuff that you're describing is genuinely being able to modulate what you find convincing about reality. And that's what it would have to be in order for belief to be a choice, rather than just changing what you say.
If I could have one last, I guess, attempt at something here.
Yeah, one last go, and then we want to get Matthew in next, and there's a few waiting, so we want to move it along. So one last go. Crack of the whip. Okay, go for it.
Now, I don't know for sure if this will work, but I think maybe that I can give you a truth claim that I think you may be able to flip-flop on whether or not you believe it as a matter of choice. Because I think I can provide you a truth claim with just enough uncertainty that you will say, oh, well, I don't believe one way or the other, but if I asked you to try to believe one way or the other, that you would be able to.
Go for it.
Now, my name is Daniel, not David. I put that name up there facetiously. I lied about that. And I mean, I am now obviously admitting to it for the purpose of proving a point. I am a proven liar in that way, one way or the other. So the claim is that my name is Daniel. But of course, I could be lying about that as well, right?
Yeah.
I'm definitely lying about one of them.
Yeah.
Or both.
Yeah, I understand what this is. What this is. My position would be that I'm withholding it. I'm withholding belief. I don't know. I see that in this particular instance, you've demonstrated that you've not been truthful, and therefore the claim that you have a particular name, one either has to ascribe truth to that or ascribe truth to that you're a liar, and in which case it puts the other one into doubt. So in this particular instance, I would just reserve judgment, but I would not be able now to settle on a belief one way or the other. I would just say I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So sure, I figured it would be something along that line. In that scenario, it's reasonable to just reserve your judgment, not do anything.
Yeah.
I feel like if you were to try to believe one way or the other,
I can't.
It would be something that you could feasibly do.
But I'm trying to now. I find myself subjectively unable to be convinced about your name one way or the other. I genuinely don't know, because the two options are that your name really is Daniel and you lied about the David thing, or that actually you went an extra move and your name really is David and you lied about it really being Daniel. And I see those two instances as being equally probable, and therefore I'm unable to convince myself that one is more likely than the other. So I'm unable to form that belief. But anyway, on that, Daniel David, okay, to move it along. But thanks for calling in to stress test the idea. I appreciate it. All right, friend. All the best. Take care. Okay, there we go. That was David or Daniel. And I'm going to close off any voting because I want to get Matthew in next. So we'll do that and do that there and bring in Matthew. Hey, Matthew, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Yeah, I am well. Welcome back. We spoke on the 17th of May. Welcome back again. And would you like to comment on the prompt, or would you like to say something else?
Yeah, I just what do you mean that God is fiction? What does that mean?
Which clause in this statement are you struggling with? So you know what I mean by God, and presumably you know what fiction means. So I just mean that God is fiction. I mean, it's not real. It's a story, a bit like a bedtime story.
So you're saying that, okay, it's just a story that somebody made up.
It's a story that lots of different people, I wouldn't say somebody, but yeah, I mean, I think that all gods across all of human cultural history have essentially been inventions. I think we have very, very good reason to think
you're saying that the cross is fictional. Just a story someone made up.
What is the cross? Do you mean that the idea that Jesus was crucified? No, I think it's likely that Jesus probably was crucified, but it doesn't follow from Jesus being crucified that he also created the entire universe. One can't get from one to the other, can one?
Okay, well, do you want to talk about, I think that you want to talk about the universe, or do you want to talk about the Bible being fiction?
Well, I don't think all of the Bible is fiction, but books are not entirely fiction or not. I mean, Harry Potter has got some real places and things in it, right? So are we obligated to take Harry Potter as being historical because it makes mention of places that actually exist that I've been to?
So if
that'd be yes or no. That'd be yes or no. Is that the case?
What's yes or no?
I asked you a question. Am I obligated to take Harry Potter as being historical because it makes mention of places that I've actually been to?
So the cross changed the world.
I'd love you to answer my question. Hang on. We can try and have a structured conversation, right? So I asked you, am I obligated to take Harry Potter as being a work of history because it makes reference to places that I've actually been to? And I just want you to say yes or no to that question.
Does Harry Potter make positive truth claims about their history being real?
It doesn't, but I'm asking you whether I'm obligated to.
It's analogous.
It's analogous because the defenses typically made of the Bible as a historical narrative tend to say things like, "You asked me yourself. You said, well, was the cross fictional? No, the cross probably happened. But the fact that the Bible makes reference to places or events or people that may have actually existed doesn't mean that the story is true. It just means that there's aspects in the book that may be true or that may
I understand.
raise
That's
things,
what
right?
I'm saying. I'm saying if it's fiction, right? Why did they write it this way?
I mean, that's an interesting question, right?
Let me say it.
Why was the Quran written that way? No, why was the Quran written that way? Yeah.
If you're going to invent a story, and the Quran is not written about Jesus, it doesn't actually claim that Jesus is the Messiah.
Come on, wake up, man. Let's have some caller energy. Wake up. We're all falling asleep. Talk.
So I'm saying if you're going to invent a story, you wouldn't make him die a shameful death.
Well, you might.
Like Roman crucifixion was the most humiliating, degrading way to die.
Yeah, but look at all the cool shit that happened afterwards, like resurrecting and flying around, whizzing up into space.
It was for criminals.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, the guy committed blasphemy laws, broke the blasphemy laws, got nailed to a piece of wood because he broke the law. But what a cool story to say afterwards that actually dude didn't really die. It was amazing. He came back to life like a friggin' superhero, man.
If
it was
it's
a cool
fiction,
story.
then why did they die for it?
Why did who die for it?
The disciples.
Well, first of all, we don't know that they did. We know that a couple of them did. It looks like James and Paul probably. Historians, our collective knowledge. It appears that James and Paul probably did, but we don't know the fate of many of the others, right? And
I disagree with everything.
I'm sure you do, but we don't know the fate of any of the others. But even if we did grant that all the others died for their beliefs, people die for false beliefs all the time. Is dying for a belief? Does dying for? Here's another question for you. Does dying for a belief? Does dying for a belief mean that the belief is true?
Does dying for a belief? So yeah, if they was to die for this belief, let's just say they did, right? Would they die for something that they knew wasn't actually true?
Does dying for a belief? That's actually what you've done there. Is you've shifted things slightly. I said, does dying for a belief signify that the belief is true? And you shifted it to dying for a belief signifies they thought it was true. I agree. They probably thought it was true.
No, I never said that. I never said they thought it was true. I'm saying if
you did. You said it previously.
I'm saying if we both agreed that let's just say they did die for this claim, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That means that they would have known whether or not it was true, right?
Not necessarily. It means that they would have had an opinion about whether or not it's true. People die for false beliefs all the time. Human history is littered.
I'm going to tell you why. I'm telling you why right now. So
human history. Hang on. At the moment I'm talking, human history is littered.
Didn't die, the disciples would have known.
You're going to just calm down for a moment. Human history is littered with the detritus of people who died for things that were not true. Now, did they die for them thinking they were false? Almost exclusively not. So all the people who flew planes into buildings in the year 2001 were all convinced that their beliefs were true. They were not dying for things that they thought were false. Does that make their beliefs true?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that if Jesus didn't die, the disciples would have known.
Yes or no? Does it make the beliefs true of the people who flew planes into buildings that they were willing to die for them?
An intensive description. You're giving me an extensive description that's not even analogous.
This is a very simple question. I'm trying to demonstrate for you that it's very easy to die for things that you believe passionately, but that happen to be false. So are you willing to acknowledge that, or do we need to go around it some more?
People die for things that are false.
All the time. Right. So
that they knew was false.
Do you think that the people who flew the planes into the buildings on 9/11 knew it was false, do you? Is that your position?
Did they ever think that it wasn't?
Is that your position?
Did they ever think that it was not false?
I'm asking you if it's your position.
Did they ever claim?
No. Hang on. You've made a ludicrous claim here. We're gonna hold you to it. Is it your position that the people who enacted those attacks on 9/11 didn't think that their religious beliefs are true?
Their belief in what?
Their belief that they would be martyred and that they would go to heaven, and that the creator of the universe wanted them to do those things, that they had a divine mandate, that God wanted them to do that stuff. Do you think that they didn't believe that was true? Because that was what you said. That's a preposterous claim to make. So I just want to make sure that I'm giving you an opportunity to retract it. Appears to have dropped down. Okay, well, there we go. I mean, look, if you want to come in and have an argument about this stuff, you've got to have your shit together. If you're going to make claims like that, you're going to have to be able to stand by them. I'm polite. I'm going to give you respect, but you have to be able to back up what you're actually saying. And so far, what you said there was Jesus's disciples would not have died for their beliefs unless they thought they were true. Well, that's the case for everyone who's died for false beliefs. So I don't think that's a winning argument. Do you, guys? I don't think it is. Let's move on. I'm going to bring in, from the YouTube side, Zonius Quo. If for no other reason, that's a pretty cool name. Zonius Quo, are you there? Looks like possibly not. It's always hassle, isn't it, on the YouTube side? It's always hassle on the Video Ninja side. Zonius, I can't hear you. It looks like you can't hear me. So I'm going to drop you down. And if you want to come back, rejoin again, use the same link again. Quite often it works second time, weirdly. Quite often it works second time. But there we go. He's back again. So let's try. I say he. It might be a she. Let's try this. Let's say, right, how's that? Second time lucky. Are you there? Still not. You're going to have to work out, I was looking at your microphone, your audio settings are showing me that you don't seem to have anything connected there. So, Zonius, last try. Are you there? Not happening. It's a shame. Okay, you're going to need to sort your audio out. Let's try that. Are you there now? I think we got you now.
Okay, I'm here.
There we go. There we go. Okay, we nearly didn't make it, but I'm glad that we managed to work that out. Welcome in. Good name. Appreciate a good name. What would you like to say? The floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, all right. Well, first of all, I'd like to say hello, and how are you doing?
Very well indeed, thanks. Likewise, all good.
Awesome. So there's a bit of a delay. I'm not sure if that's a no-go for you or anything, but is that all right?
Let's try and make it work.
Okay. So I see the prompt that God is fiction.
Yeah.
And I would just like to make a bit of a case for God. Are you familiar with the argument for motion at all?
Aquinas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was wondering, what premise might you reject from his argument for motion?
Would you like to give the argument, and then I'll respond to it?
Okay. So his argument is based off of essentially that change exists. So change is what occurs when something in the universe goes from having potential to be something to that potential being actualized. So it makes that differentiation between, anything that is right now has had potential that has been actualized. So since change exists between it, that potential being actualized, there had to have been, nothing could be actualized without a previous potential to be actualized from. If you have an infinite chain of potentials being actualized, nothing comes to exist and nothing comes to be. Therefore, there has to have been an actualizer that has no potential to be a first mover.
So I would push back against the claim that if you have an infinite change of potentials, nothing comes to be, because that claim is only valid if you assume that you have to traverse the entire range of infinite chains of changes of potential. And of course, we don't have to, in the same way that we can have an infinite set of numbers, and we don't need to account for all of them in order to be able to focus on a particular set. So I don't have a problem with an infinite chain of potentials stretching infinitely back into the past. And it makes some people feel a little bit uncomfortable intuitively. It used to make me feel that way, but actually I'm completely fine with it now. I don't have a problem with it at all. And mathematically, I don't think there's a problem with it. And philosophically, I don't think there's a problem with it.
Can you explain the infinite number? You said an infinite amount of numbers can
I like to draw an analogy, but this is essentially just another way of saying, could we have an infinite regress into the past, right? This is essentially what this is. This is the 700-year-old version of I don't like an infinite regress, courtesy of Aquinas, right? And I don't have a problem with this because I don't have a problem with an infinite regress. It doesn't trouble me in the slightest. I see the future as being unbound. I don't think we're going to reach a point in the future where we reach the maximum number of allotted moments and can't have any more now. I don't think that's going to happen. And I see no reason to think that the past should have any such boundary either. And so I don't have any problem with thinking that everything that happens as a result of something else, and that causal chain just keeps on going back infinitely into the past. Where people get unstuck with it is that they say, well, how would you ever get from the beginning of the chain to where you are now? But that is a problem, because the moment you even say the beginning of the chain, it's no longer an infinite chain. There isn't a beginning of the chain. There's just an infinite series of moments, and we can consider any two moments on the timeline as being a finite period of time.
Okay, so I would also push back against that by saying that. Well, not by saying that, but I don't think that time is finite either. I think that that matter cannot be created or destroyed, and therefore our universe is also infinite in that respect. But it's like how the Bible talks about the universe was without form and void. It's not saying that there was nothing there. It's just saying that nothing put it to motion, nothing put it to form. So there could be an infinite amount of time from past and infinite amount of time future. But to put it into motion and to actualize the potential of the universe, there had to have been a first mover in that way.
Why?
I would say why, because
this is a circular argument. It assumes that which it's trying to prove.
Okay, I would say that because nothing. Okay, so nothing. Just based off of potential being actualized, there would be nothing actualized out of that material if there wasn't anything to move it.
I don't think I'm tracking what you say. What is the problem with there just being an infinite chain of things moving from potential to actualized. What's the problem with that?
I would say because we see things, just because of the fact we see things changing from, we don't see potential that can be actualized without something that has already been actualized in the first place.
And what's the boundary condition for that?
I think that the universe. Oh, I was going to say. I think that the universe would be just pure potential before it became actualized potential by the first mover.
But that's still kind of presuming that you're trying to argue towards as the means of arguing towards it. It feels pretty circular to me. Like I'm completely relaxed to just say things move from potential to actualized all the time, quite often as a result of something else that moved from potential to actualized, and that chain has no boundary conditions. There's no point you reach where you can't have any more of those. We don't run out of potential. We don't run out of actuality. We just have things that are affecting other things. I don't see why we can't just say everything relies on something else. Things that are actualized as a result of other things that have been actualized, and it's turtles all the way down. I really don't have a problem with that.
But also, that's what I'm saying. Nothing. Okay, so that in itself seems circular as well, because if nothing has, in your model, let me just try to understand your model.
Sure.
So in your model, there's just it's just continually actualizing potential from other existing things. That's just the model.
I mean, I don't love this potential actualized framing. I'm happy to go along with it because that's the language we're employing here. But let's just say, things happen because of other things, right? So things happen because of other things, and things have always happened because of other things, and we don't run out of things to happen because of other things. I'm perfectly happy with that. Where's the problem with that? And how does that get you to a personal God, by the way? Even if we were to allow for some kind of necessary first potential activator of things, that doesn't get you anywhere near a personal God at all, right? All it would be is it would be the one thing that was actualized without having been actualized by something else. I don't see any reason to think that such a thing should exist, but if it did, there's absolutely no reason to think that it should be a personal God, and even less reason to think that it would be Jesus of Nazareth.
To that, I would disagree, just because just our ability to reason as beings, period. I think that nothing, when it comes to potential, you can't draw something from a source that it doesn't already have within its code or within its prior, I guess, gene would be the best way to say that. So we as humans have the ability to reason and rationalize things. So for us to have that ability, it must have come from for us to have the ability to ration and reason and have logic that is apart from what we can observe in our physical states, then that points to something that is also non-physical, that also has a rational and reason.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. This is, first of all, this is a wild pivot away from the Aquinas argument. It feels a bit like you've given up on that one. Are we giving up on the Aquinas argument?
No.
I mean, I'm happy to shift to another one, but that one feels like that one wasn't going well, so we've switched over to some variation on tag, saying that that we're able to reason and be logical. Therefore, the thing that made us must be reason and be logical and reasoning as well.
Okay, so all right. My apologies. So what
That's
I was
okay.
arguing for initially when using this argument was just the classical version of theism, just trying to make an argument for the existence of a God, not a particular God.
Right. Okay. So you were responding to me saying that even if we got to some first thing, that it wouldn't get you to a God, and your argument for yes it would be because we have certain properties, so that first thing must have those properties too.
Yes, that's what I was going for.
But that principle doesn't hold in nature, does it? Because lots of things come from things that don't have those properties. I mean, you know, we see these things all the time. You know, but bark has a handful of bark has the property of being very light, but a tree that it came from doesn't have the property of being very light. Tree is very heavy, not light, but bark comes from a tree. Or, you know, a male child has the property to fertilize a female human, but the male child came from a female human that didn't have that property. It happens all the time, right? That things have properties that they're things that may have caused them don't have.
But that's also interesting because using the male from female example, we also just see practically that the male baby also has male genes that it got from its male parent. So it has the potential within its genes to have that, to become that offspring, that male. And just like whenever we have the bark, when it comes to the bark in the tree, I don't think that it's necessarily the properties per se, like the properties of weight, but it's the characteristics. Because it's a part of the thing. It's not a new thing per se. I think that well, not new thing, but it's not a different entity from the tree itself. It's a part of the tree.
Can I ask you something?
And just like
can I ask you something?
Just like how
forgive me for interrupting you, but just for the sake of like sanity, are any of these arguments the reason why you are a believer? They're not, are they?
I would say,
honestly, in your day-to-day walk with Christ, you're not thinking about you know, you're not thinking about 5 ways, and you're not thinking about tag, and you're not thinking about inherited properties and all of that sort of thing. These arguments are engineered after the fact to rationalize beliefs that people hold for non-rational reasons. That's what is going on here, if I may make so bold. I think that I'm not going to speculate about why you are a believer, but my guess would be that it's nothing to do with these things.
I think that it, well, not I think that it, but I'd say it's part of the reason I really that I believe in God. I think that it's not the whole reason, but it does give a justification for what I believe.
Because that's what I think these arguments do. I think they're designed to present sort of intellectual feeling. I'm not accusing you of anything here, by the way. I'm just saying that my interpretation of what goes on here, and having read Michael Shermer on belief and stuff, that I think that these types of arguments are a kind of intellectual scaffolding for views and beliefs that people hold already, in order to allow them to feel that there's an intellectual reason and justification for holding them, when I don't really think there is. Because they all just feel a little bit contrived and kind of a little bit word gamey to me. And I just don't think people believe for these reasons. They just feel a little bit, a little bit post hoc, a little bit kind of put together afterwards. What do you think?
I think that I think with every belief that's held, people people gravitate towards justifications for those things, as wild or as grounded as they may seem. So I don't think that it's necessarily like anything that is exclusive to a theistic argument or any kind of held religious view.
Like if all of these arguments were soundly refuted, and I think I mean you came in with the 5 ways argument from motion. I think we demonstrated that doesn't really work, but I don't expect that hearing that argument doesn't work. I'm not presuming that you agree with me that it doesn't, but let's say for argument's sake you agreed with me that argument doesn't actually do what it's trying to do. I don't think you wouldn't lose your faith because of that. You wouldn't stop believing. You might consider stopping using that as a tool in your tool belt to try to explain why you believe or why you think this stuff is true. That's the feeling I get.
But that's also interesting, because if the argument were to go the opposite way, if I were to create a justification for that argument when it comes to you, do you believe that would change your framework when it comes to your theology? You probably also have a similar response.
It might.
I think that's because our beliefs in itself.
It might, because I'm open-minded. It might change my view. Like I've always said, that if I encounter a really, really convincing argument for a God, then I'm open to it. I've been doing this for 25 years and I've never heard one. All I've heard are fallacious arguments and appeals to personal experience and sort of word gamey kind of arguments, like how do you ground your conditions for intelligibility and all of that stuff. I don't really have patience for those kind of arguments. I think they're just word games. I think that at least Aquinas was a deep thinker. I mean, okay, his arguments are 700 years old. They haven't necessarily won the test of time particularly well. I think we have other frameworks for explaining, chains of contingency and all of this sort of thing, which are non-theistic, which do just as good a job. I think the idea that a supernatural mind is the only show in town that's capable of explaining these things totally fails to account for all the work that's been done in philosophy that proposes other natural mechanisms by which these things might happen. And so I don't think these arguments are very good. But I'm completely open-minded. If I encounter a sound argument, I am completely ready to say, yep, that sounds like good evidence to me, and I will consider, changing my view. As I'm always saying, belief is not a choice. If I find myself persuaded, I won't be an atheist anymore.
Yeah, I think that there are just multiple legs to it as well. Just when it comes to me personally, why I believe, even though I think that a few arguments would have to get shut down as to why I hold my belief. But if I think that, and I promise, but I think that I would like to, at least try to be intellectually honest as possible. If there's something that does not, if it just doesn't work, if I'm presented with a framework or something that explains these phenomena better than the theistic worldview, or that holds it as inconsistent, holds the theistic worldview as inconsistent while providing a naturalistic explanation of those things, then I would use that justification for, and I let that information inform my worldview as well. But I think it's just the strength of the arguments that I've been exposed to that inform my faith in that way.
I do think that you're coming from an honest place, right? So I want to grant you this. Like, there's nothing trolly about what you're saying. I completely like, I hear where you're coming from, and I appreciate the fact that you are open to the possibility that other perspectives might exist, and that you're saying that you would be prepared to modulate rather your views. It's really hard because we can't go through everything, but I just don't see a reason why any of this stuff is true. That's really just my position. Is I don't find any of the Aquinas arguments convincing. I think they all fail in similar ways to the motion argument. To me, they just don't do what it is they're setting out to do, and they don't take account of the fact that there are other explanations available which aren't a magical, all-powerful mind. And so once those aren't there, are off the table for me, like, well, what else do we have? We've got appeals to not understanding everything about reality. So, like, we may not yet completely understand the origins of life, but that's an engineering problem, and we're going to solve it. We will understand the origins of life, and probably, this is bold, but probably within a few decades. Like, there are people working in life sciences now who are saying that the problem of abiogenesis is on the cusp of being sorted. It's like it's such a fertile field right now. We know that the necessary ingredients for organic compounds are abundant throughout the universe. We found them on bloody asteroids. What's needed to kind of get stuff going. We know that with the right input of energy, which could be from a lightning bolt or from other natural events, these things can start happening. Miller and Urey developed that in the 1950s. I don't think that this is going to be a big mystery anymore, but God tends to hide in the bits where we don't yet have answers. So you say, well, why is there something rather than nothing? I don't know if we'll ever be able to explain that. But the moment you invoke something like a God to explain it, you haven't really explained it. You've just relocated the question from the observable universe that we can see around us to something that we can't see at all, that we're just speculating about, and saying, now we've explained all of this stuff around us by appealing to this thing that no one can see, no one can sense, no one can detect, no one's ever seen, and saying, well, he is a guy and he explains all of this, and then pretending we've done the job of actually explaining it. Whereas we haven't provided an explanation. We've just shifted the focus of what we're trying to explain into a domain where it's impervious to falsification and called it job done.
That was a lot. My bad. But to that, I think it's to your abiogenesis point. Do you have any studies on that I could possibly look at? Because I don't know. I've tried looking into it, but it seems like a lot of the things are rather don't seem as hopeful as. And forgive me, you may have some more information or more access to those things than I do, but it just seems like those things are the research and the things that I've looked into haven't been as hopeful as.
Really? Did you hear about the stuff on the meteorites?
Yes, I have.
Right. So this adds. Yeah, that I'm looking at it right now. So it says here, all of the bases in DNA and RNA have now been found in meteorites. More of the ingredients for life have been found in meteorites. Space rocks that fell to Earth within the last century contain the 5 bases that store information in DNA and RNA. These nuclear bases combine with sugars and phosphates to make up the genetic code of all life on Earth. Whether these basic ingredients for life first came from space or instead formed in a warm soup of earthly chemistry is still not known, but the discovery adds to evidence that suggests life's precursors originally came from space. Now, that's pretty interesting. And then when you combine that with the Miller-Urey stuff, and I forget who the other chap was who used, they basically, if Sean was here, he'd be able to speak about this. I can't quite remember the name of the chap. But they basically booted up they injected DNA into an empty cell husk, basically, and got it booted up and working online, as it were. Someone in the chat's going to know what I'm talking about. I can't remember the name of the researchers. This is a very, very fertile field, and most people in this field consider this to be an engineering problem rather than a deep philosophical problem. Now, that's not the case with something like the hard problem of consciousness, or why is there something rather than nothing. There are deep questions. I'm not suggesting we're going to answer everything, but the answer to these things, every time we answer a question that was previously unknown, where a God used to live, God is just moved to a new place where we don't yet have an answer. And say, oh, well, that's where God is. God explains that other thing that we don't know. There was a point where we couldn't explain thunder and lightning. That's where God used to live. He doesn't live there anymore. That apartment is now vacant. And, as are the apartments of biological diversity and the movement of celestial bodies and weather and illness and, failed crops and all of these sorts of things, where people used to appeal to the supernatural to explain them and don't anymore. And the trend is only ever in one direction. It's never, ever, ever, we're going to replace a scientific theory now that we've had for a while with a supernatural one. There's a complete asymmetry here. It's only ever in one direction. And the more we find, the more we learn, the smaller the territory where gods live is, and the smaller the space into which we place the divine. It just shrinks and shrinks and shrinks. And yet people still insist, but there's still things we don't understand, therefore God. And I just think we don't need this anymore. We don't need it. We sell ourselves short by appealing to ancient superstitions to provide the answers to the things we don't know anymore. We should be more aspirational and not do that.
Okay. I also agree with that notion that we shouldn't say we don't know, therefore God. I think that that's not a good rationalization or justification for anything, for any held belief. But I do think that if we are provided, or if we're provided a model of something that does work within a certain framework, and I think that it's just not should stand, but we can use our informed discoveries and different theories and things that we have established from our scientific understanding of the world and our history in order to make informed predictions and things on that model that's presented. So what I'm trying to say is, like, if we have like the heliocentric model of the universe at first, when it was being created, when it was initially in like the old world and things, they may not have had the actual model of the entire universe, but they did have the idea of the solar system correct. And so they were able to implement that into their model of the solar system and the model of the galaxy as well. And they took what was correct from that model and implemented it into their newer model. So I think that that's kind of where I sit on that. I think that there are some things that can be disproven about what most people would call the supernatural, but it could work
Did you say
natural framework.
Did you say disproven?
Not by disproving. Sorry.
I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. Did you say there are things that can be disproven about the supernatural?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because to me it's the other way round, right? We would have to presume that there is no supernatural until such a point as anyone demonstrates that such a thing exists. And to my mind, no one has ever done that. So we presume that it doesn't exist until there's a reason to think it does, right? Because that's what we do with everything. That's what we do with fairies, pixies. We don't believe them, and non-belief in everything is the default position until there's a reason to think that it exists. And so far, there's no reason to think that anything supernatural exists. Lots of reasons to think that all the stories talking about supernatural stuff are made up, or not necessarily lies, but mistakes or lies, because they always just turn out to be that way. And the world just is doing a very, very good impression of being just a natural place. Oh, I just have to give some information. So Adam in the chat has clarified. The chap I was thinking about was Craig Venter. Thank you, Adam. Created the first artificial genome, creating a manually manufactured genome in an empty cell, and they basically put it into the. I'm trying to find the other bit of the message. Basically, they sort of hollowed out a little husk and put it in there, and it booted up and worked absolutely fine. Totally man-made genome. So this is a very, very, very promising and fertile area of science at the moment. One of the most, in fact, and one of the areas of science where people are most excited about, very, very confident that this is a problem that's going to be solved, possibly in our lifetimes, very, very likely within a few decades, if not. So, friend, I think
you said Craig
Venter, Venter. Yeah, it's amazing what those guys did. Absolutely amazing. It's that interface between data science and biology. It's absolutely amazing.
I'll look into it, but I was gonna say I think that the default position shouldn't be a rejection or non-belief in something. I think that agnosticism should be the default.
It is agnosticism. It's agnostic. I'm not claiming it's false, right? So I'm not saying it's false. I'm saying you don't accept it as true. So you're agnostic and you don't accept it as true. That's the default position that we have on pretty much everything. You just say, well, I'm not making the active claim that it's not there, but the time to believe it's there is when there's evidence. And so until that evidence, you just don't accept that it's there. But that's not the same as saying it's false. And you can be agnostic about it at the same time. In that you're not claiming knowledge about it. But dude, I sort of think maybe I should move on because we've got a few in the queue. I don't want to keep people waiting too much longer. But
my apologies. I was just about to say, thank you. You're giving me some things to research and look into.
Sure.
And thank you for that pushback on the argument for motion. I'll definitely look further into it.
Good for you. Come back again. I enjoy talking to you. So come back again. All the best.
You have a blessed one.
Take care. Bye-bye. Bye. Okay. There we go. Right. Read a few super chats and then we will get our next person in. The next person will be, it looks like Free Parsons. That's what it says, but we'll get you in just a moment. I just need to read a few messages and then we will do that. So let's do this right now. Let's see what we've got. That was from Bethos. We've had that one already for Fro. And Real Jiffy Cone sent 5 unconvinced memberships. Thank you, Jiffy. He's feeling bad now because he trolled me. That's brilliant. Thank you, friend. Really appreciate that. And Bethos said, I choose no Jesus and I also deny the Holy Spirit. Yeah, I deny the Holy Spirit too. Yeah, this was in the conversation we were talking about. If it's really just a choice, look, be honest. Where are all the cool people going to be? Where are all the people you would want to hang out going to be? Where are all the Trumpy Christian nationalists going to be? I think we all know where we're going. We're going to go to the right place and I'll see you there. It's going to be lit. Science and good music. Perfect. Feck Jesus Christ. I agree, Bethos. Yeah, more of the same. More of the same. Absolutely. And also, bros before God's man, bro fist, all day long. All day long. I couldn't enjoy heaven knowing that people I love and care about and admire and respect are in some other place. I couldn't do it. I wouldn't want to be there. I want to go and be with the other people. And especially if I thought, they weren't being treated right, I'd feel it my duty to go and be with them and we're all in this together. That's what I would say. At least I'd like to think I would be brave enough. I probably wouldn't. I'd probably just be a coward and go running off crying to Jesus or something, but I hope not. Bros before sacking goats. Thank you, Bethos. Appreciate it. And again from Bethos, you're being a champion tonight, my friend. I'm so sorry that it's taken me a while to read these. Is a proposition true or false, or true or not true? I'm still grappling with logic, with which logic I accept. Yeah, that's an interesting one. So some people would say that they're the same, that P and not P are the same, but although a proposition can only be true or not true, and if it's not true, it means it's false, because asserting it's true is incorrect. But that binary doesn't extend to the positions you can take about the proposition. So yes, like a light can only be on and off, proposition can only be true or not true, true or false. They're actually the same. But that doesn't mean those are the only two positions you can hold. That's where it gets a bit more discrete, because you can hold that it's true, or you can hold that you don't think it's true, or you can hold that it's false. And they are three completely different positions, because you can hold that it's not true without holding that it's false, even though it can only be true or false. So I hope I haven't overcomplicated that, but that's what it means. I talk about this in my book, on the chapter on belief, with a diagram. Nice little diagram that I designed on my own. There you go. Babs says, hey Babs, there are an infinite number of divisions between 1 and 2. Therefore, if I walk 2 feet, I've traversed infinity. Right, exactly. I listened recently to, it wasn't really a debate, it was more a free-flowing discussion, which I always much prefer to debates, between Lobar, William Lane Craig, and Alex O'Connor. And they were talking about this in there. And I think I mean, I'm biased, but I think Alex O'Connor came out of this discussion in pretty good shape. Making a point a bit like this, that who's to say what a moment is, right? Is a moment a tenth of a second, a millionth of a second, a billionth, half a second? Is it a second? Is it 2 seconds? Who knows, right? So you could say that when people are arguing against an infinite regress, you could say there's an infinite number of moments between 1 o'clock and 1 second past 1 o'clock, if you make the moment small enough. So how do you ever get from one to the other, which is kind of what Babs is alluding to here. Spot on, Babs. Absolutely agree. And Babs also said, turtles swim, so you only need one. The turtle moves. All the way down, the turtle goes. And finally, we have, not a robot, I swear. Question, what did God say when the heterosexual person didn't believe in him? Answer, damn straight. Noun. Good, yeah, okay, we'll have that. Any port in a storm, I guess. So thank you very much for those messages. I really appreciate the super chats. And then, as promised, let's get Free Parsons in. There we go. Am I saying this right? Is it Free Parsons?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
It's so my first name is Eric. You can call me that. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Yeah.
Okay, good. So I'm a fellow heathen.
Okay.
And I just came here to provide maybe some ammunition, an idea of an argument.
Sure.
For one of the things that we discuss a lot, when people talk about, when we get into the problem of evil,
yeah,
people say, well, God had to allow this in order to allow free will.
Yeah.
It makes me think of, have you seen the TV show Red Dwarf?
Yeah. Loved Red Dwarf.
Yeah. So I'm a huge Red Dwarf fan. And there's an episode where they come across a prison colony, and there's no bars, there's no guards in the colony. And so they're like, well, how do you get people to behave without, and it turns out they've got something called a justice field. Have you seen that episode?
I mean, I saw all of them, but it was years ago, right? That program was on in the 1980s. It was a long time ago.
Yeah.
It's been many years since I watched it. It vaguely rings a bell.
Yeah, it's a very old show.
Yeah.
So this is just a fun way I thought to think about it. Like, if God it really is all powerful, he could institute a justice field where he didn't have to have guards. He just made it so any action you do will be revisited upon you.
Right.
So Rimmer was trying to explain it to Lister, and Rimmer said, I don't know, set fire to these bed sheets. And Lister was like, okay. And he set fire to the bed sheets, and instead of the sheets getting on fire, his jacket caught on fire. So the justice field made any action you do upon another
instant karma
come upon you.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Instant karma. Yeah. So that's just what I came up for as a fellow heathen. I thought that might be a fun way to try to.
I love that.
To counter these theists.
And the beauty of that is you wouldn't be interfering with anyone's free will. They're still free to take whatever actions they like, right? I find these theodicies are so silly. I mean, all of them are silly because, look, it's not our fault that you said your God was all powerful. Their lives would be immeasurably easier in these conversations if they hadn't stipulated that. That's a massive rod for their own back they make, because the moment your God is all powerful, there's no such thing as he had to do this in order to get to that. No such thing. And so it's a problem. Yeah. It's a problem. But I'm glad I don't have. So there you go. But I appreciate that. The justice field. We'll try that. Yeah. We'll try that out sometime. I appreciate it.
Yeah, just make a justice field. So,
brilliant.
I came to you through, of course, Justin. So I'm gay for Justin and rock hard for Doug, and I met Mezzo and Joel reads the Bible. So
they're great.
I appreciate that. I just thought that might be a fun contribution to the discussion.
Really appreciate it. Lovely to meet you. Thank you for coming in, of course.
Yeah, back at you. Have a good one.
All the best, buddy. Take care. Thanks. Bye. Okay, that's brilliant. A justice field. Brilliant idea. Okay, do you know what I haven't done is the bingo. I'm being terribly remiss. We've got 9 calls waiting on the bingo, so I will get to that. But we do have a return. The prodigal son returns, and no, not Sean. Matthew Davids is back again. So I was slightly disappointed that he dropped out before. So perhaps this is a chance. Maybe he's been thinking about this and has decided it's time to rehabilitate his argument. So let's try it. Let's get Matthew back in again for part 2.
Hey, I'm back.
You're back. Excellent. Welcome back again. Pleased that you came back. We were disappointed to lose you last time. So welcome back again. I can't remember exactly where we were, but I think we were talking about the idea that people can easily die for
the Bible is historical.
Yeah, we were saying that people can die for a belief that they think is true, even if it isn't true, because that's what devotion to a false belief often does, right? So let's not worry about that. Why should we think that these things are true? Like, are you familiar with the idea that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence? That's something you've heard before,
the
right?
The Bible is historical.
Yeah. So you've heard this before, that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Is that something you've heard?
Yeah.
So you agree that these claims are extraordinary, right? That there was a first century trainee carpenter in Palestine who created actually the entire universe. That's quite an extraordinary claim.
We have historians that write about these things.
Right. So hang on, come with me on the journey, okay? So you agree with me that this is an extraordinary claim. Do you think that the evidence we have for this meets the level of being called extraordinary, such that it warrants such a wild claim? I mean, I guess you do, or you wouldn't be a Christian.
Yeah,
but
we have many reasons.
But do you think it's extraordinary? Because I think it's very, very shit.
Yeah,
I mean, I think the level of evidence we have compared to
it is extraordinary. We have so many things.
Right. So I think the level of evidence we have for a claim of this magnitude is woeful. Let's look at what we have. We've got a word-of-mouth story passed around a pre-scientific, highly superstitious community for 3 or 4 decades before anyone wrote anything down. No one who saw any of this wrote any of this down. The people who wrote this down had heard it from other people, who maybe had heard it from other people, in an environment where
that wrote this down.
Well, we don't know, because the gospel authors are anonymous, so we have no idea who they were, right?
The gospel.
The gospel author.
What about the other historians that are not Christians?
So you mean who do you mean, like Josephus or Tacitus?
Yeah.
So they weren't eyewitnesses to the resurrection. They were eyewitnesses to the presence of Christians. But nobody's denying that the Christians existed. That's not contested. The claim is that a man rose from the dead. Now, first of all, even if he did,
Josephus confirms the crucifixion.
No. Well, we're not doubting the crucifixion. We're not doubting the crucifixion, and the passages in Josephus about Christ doing miracles are largely considered to be a 4th century interpolation, aren't they? You would know this. So these are not extraordinary evidence of this.
Jesus was a real person.
I think it's likely that he was, yeah. But these fall so short.
Crucified.
They fall so short of the standard of extraordinary evidence for such a huge claim. Let me give you something to weigh this up against. Do you know about Satya Sai Baba?
Satya Sai Baba, what?
Yeah. Do you know who Satya Sai Baba was?
Tell me.
So he was an Indian god man. He claimed to be a god. He claimed to be like a god man. And he did miracles and healings and all sorts of things. He had 1 million followers. And they documented his miracles on video. Right? He only died a few years ago. Now that's...
Are you rejecting most of ancient history?
Now, hang on a second. Don't swerve off somewhere else. We're having a conversation about Satya Sai Baba.
Well,
I'm showing you that
sources.
I know you do, but I'm about to show you they're not. So the level of evidence that we have for this Indian god man is orders of magnitude higher. The people who saw... Listen, stop talking. I'm talking right now. Listen. The people who saw him do this stuff are numerous, and they are eyewitnesses, and they have given their testimonies and said what they saw, and there's video evidence of him doing stuff. And we know that the claims made about him happened because he was there. They were being documented. Now, do I agree that he actually was a god man? No, I don't agree. I think he was a trickster, and we know that he was a trickster, but there's still massively more evidence for his claims than there were for any claims about Jesus. We're talking about million
claims. What did he claim?
He claimed to do miracles and healings and all sorts
of... What kind of miracles and healings?
I can't even remember, but healing the sick and sort of things that appeared to be, you or I might call them magic tricks, but miracles that his followers claimed.
Who?
About 1 million of his followers.
Who?
Right? He had about you want their name? You want their names and addresses? I don't know.
You're telling me that a man claimed to heal the sick, and we have evidence for all these things.
I'm saying his name was Satya Sai Baba. Look him up. Now, I don't believe that he did do those things. But the point I'm making about him is that the level of evidence for his claims is much higher than the level of evidence that we have for claims about, a dude in the Middle East 2,000 years ago that people spoke about for decades before writing anything down. It's a totally different thing. Now, you reject his claims, as do I. I'm just asking you to be consistent and realize that the level of evidence for Jesus is far less than the level of evidence for Satya Sai Baba. Right? Are you off looking him up? But you're going to find that the evidence is going to be poor, right? Which is why you and I don't believe it. But it's still a lot more than the evidence for your Jesus. So I was like, I can't suffer through Matthew twice in one day. Sorry, folks. I just thought it would be fun. But look, no one's interested in watching you in real time. Look the guy up. Look him up in your own time.
Okay, I got it.
So the point.
I just searched up what the evidence is.
Right. So the point is that the evidence is poor, which is why we don't believe it. But it's still a lot more of it than there is for Jesus. Orders of magnitude more.
Baba has evidence for being God that is higher than evidence for Jesus. Okay.
Okay, you can look this up on your own time. We don't all need to witness you reading articles on the internet. Do you understand the point I'm making, or is it lost on you?
Sai Baba was known for materializing objects.
Yeah, as I said, Matthew, no one is interested in sharing your internet research with you. I'm sure you'll have a lovely time reading about it. The point I'm making
right here, it says that.
The point I'm making is that there's a lot more evidence for this guy's claims.
Truer, higher than Jesus's. That's the point you're making.
It's a lot more numerous, and it's a lot better attested because the people who claim
the
to
resurrection of Jesus is not a miracle claim. It's a historical event.
It's a magical claim in a bedtime story.
It's a historical event.
It's a magical claim in a bedtime story that you are calling a historical event.
Sai Baba's evidence relies on the testimony of devoted followers.
A little bit like Jesus, except in the case of Sai Baba,
they never faced death for their beliefs.
We can actually speak to his devoted followers, whereas in the case of Jesus, there's no eyewitness testimony recorded. That doesn't matter. We've already established that facing death for your beliefs doesn't make them true. Lots of people face death for their beliefs, doesn't make them true. The Heaven's Gate cult all face death for their beliefs, doesn't make them true either. It's a signature of cults across time that people are willing to face death for their erroneous beliefs. Christianity is just another one.
So you said you still don't believe the evidence for Sai Baba, even though you think it's higher. That's just like, it shows that your skepticism isn't about the quantity of evidence, it's about the quality.
It's about both. So it's about both. For me, it's about the nature of evidence. So I look at Sai Baba as being the same as I look at like Benny Hinn or one of these other hucksters who trick people into thinking that they're channeling Jesus while they take their money and fly around in private jets.
Okay,
it's exactly the same.
Can you explain why his followers didn't die for their claims and why his resurrections weren't witnessed by skeptics?
Because Sai Baba's followers weren't required to die for their claims.
Dead? Why did he die and stay dead?
You seem to be saying that everyone
why
who
did he die and stay dead?
If you ask me a question, I'm going to answer it using my mouth and words.
Why did he die and stay dead?
That's the bit when you then are quiet for a few moments.
Why did he die and stay dead?
Matthew, if you want to have a conversation, we'll have one. If you're going to act like a 5-year-old, I'll move on. I've got 4 other people in the call queue. I'm happy to speak to them. If you can't get your shit together and have a conversation like an adult, tell me you can't handle it and I'll move on. Otherwise, behave yourself. Which is it going to be?
I'm sorry.
Good stuff.
He is still dead, though, correct?
Yes. He didn't make any claims to resurrection because many false religions didn't.
Is he still dead?
Right? Yes, he didn't make any claims to resurrection, as I said.
So he's still dead?
Yes. That doesn't establish any point. I don't know why you think that's a flex. Not every false belief has to entail resurrection. There are lots of false beliefs that don't. Many. Right? I mean, Muhammad is not claimed to have resurrected, but there are 1 billion Muslims who believe in Muhammad.
I can prove a God at all. Like, I can prove a God in general.
Is that a massive pivot away from what we were talking about?
I can prove God. God is not fiction. I can prove a God right now.
Go for it.
Okay, so, the universe began, and it has a cause, because everything that begins to exist has a cause.
You can't demonstrate that that's true.
I can. I have formulas, and I have a lot of evidence.
Virtual particles begin to exist, and they don't necessarily have a cause.
That is literally not true. That is from a quantum vacuum. They don't pop into existence from nothing.
Well, we don't know.
We do know.
We don't know what their cause is, and their cause is statistical and probabilistic, rather than a particular.
I thought
thing.
you already said that you're not a physicist. Like,
I'm
what
not.
are you talking about?
But neither are you.
So why are you saying we?
I'm saying we as in our collective knowledge. You have the formulas. Delightful. Okay, so carry on making your kalam, your Timu kalam argument. Go for it.
Timu kalam argument.
We're all here for it. Go for it. So everything that exists has a cause. Yeah, therefore the cause is Jesus. Make that make sense. Go for it.
So we're just going to grant that even if the universe does have a cause, how does that become like Jesus or God?
I beg your pardon?
Are you saying that even if we grant that the universe began means it has a cause?
I mean, I'm not granting.
How does that mean the cause is God?
You're a million miles away from where you're trying to get to, because I'm not granting that the universe had a cause or a beginning. I'm not granting that at all. So where does your argument go now?
So what I'm telling you is we know it began.
Do we?
I'm going to tell you.
Who's we?
Yeah, we would just be these formulas that I have.
Your formulas are we, are they? Okay.
General
So
relativity.
Lovely. So your formulas know that the universe began, even
the second
though
law of thermodynamics.
Oh, they love throwing that one in there, don't they? Even when they don't know what it is.
Law
so they love this. So we is now the formulas you have. The formulas you have know that the universe had a beginning, even though the plurality at the moment of cosmologists don't necessarily hold to that view. Is this going well for you right now?
The universe is an isolated system, yes or no?
We don't know.
Does it exchange energy or matter with an external physical environment, yes or no?
We don't know.
We know that it doesn't.
Do we? Go claim your Nobel.
Dr. Blitz says no, verbatim. He said no, it does
well,
not.
Dr. Blitz also disagrees with most of the nonsense you're spewing right now, so I wouldn't be quoting him too hard right now if I were you.
So what is
Does Dr. Blitz agree with you about your extrapolations from your formulas proving Jesus?
So the only way that
no, answer my question. No. Hang on. You need to behave a little bit. So you've quoted Dr. Blitz here. Now, he's not here right now, but does he agree with you that your formulas imply that Jesus created the universe?
My formulas imply that the second law applies to the universe.
What's the question I just asked you?
So yeah, these formulas are for...
No. What's the question I just asked you?
Well, it wouldn't be making any sense to ask that because that's not what it is.
What's the question I just asked you?
You asked me, does Dr. Blitz agree with any of my formulas that Jesus exists?
Right, please answer it. Does he?
My formulas are for...
that would be a yes or a no.
Second law
Matthew,
applying to the universe.
That would be a yes or a no. He agrees with you or he doesn't?
He agrees with the formulas, yes.
Does he agree with you that your scientific ideas imply that God created the universe?
He would agree that these formulas conclude that they apply to the universe.
You're dodging, dude. I'm going to give you one last try, and if you can't give me a straight answer, we are done. This is not Dodge show. This is not the dodging show. This is the answering questions like a grown-up show. Does Dr. Blitz, who you quoted, who you mentioned as being the authority that you want to speak about as to whether the universe is a closed system or not, so given that you're entrusting your scientific understanding to him, oh dear.
These are for the second law.
Oh dear. Well, on this particular occasion, I don't think I can really disagree with the Inner Circle. He was quite insufferable, wasn't he? He was quite insufferable. He's got formulas, therefore Jesus invented the universe. Don't you love that? That's really cute. I think it's really cute. I've got formulas, therefore Jesus invented the universe. I would imagine that Dr. Blitz tore him a new one. I mean, I wasn't there. I don't know. But I've heard Blitz argue with people who trot this nonsense out. And he is not kind to them. So I imagine, I'm just speculating here that Matthew didn't have a good time with Blitz. I'd love to speak to Blitz about it, but maybe I'll get a chance at some point to ask him. There we go. Well, I wanted to let him back, but the Inner Circle probably called it right on that one. There we go. W kill switch. Okay, so I did promise to have a look at the bingo, so we do need to do that. Otherwise, it will never, ever, ever be addressed. And that wouldn't be fair on all the people who have been working hard to call these. Look at these people. Okay, so I'll fly through them. Indentured cervix called Nothing Comes From Nothing. Hooray! And Issa called Fine-Tuned Universe. And Indentured Cervix called No Morality Without God. These were all with Super Tricks earlier. Indentured Cervix also called Jesus Fulfilled Prophecy. And also called, can you see who's going for golden boots in this match? Also called How Do You Account for Logic? And Zeitgeist called Philbro Babble. And Kif called You Can't Prove God Doesn't Exist. Absolutely solid. And Indentured Cervix also called Just Have Faith. And Gordon Loves Science called I'll Pray For You. There was a sneaky one of those, definitely. All right, we're not looking bad. Not looking bad at all. We've still got a little way to go. So we might just do it, team. We might just do it. We haven't had a crash out yet. So still potentially time for that. So let's see. Okay, a couple of messages, and then we'll get the next guest in, which I think is going to be Deadlock. And I know we've got Adam, and we have Dave Dan again is back. Okay, so we have Tim said, hell is being customer service in heaven. Can you imagine all the Karens in heaven? Be insufferable. I mean, as a general principle, the number of disagreeable people who could potentially end up in heaven just because they tick the right Jesus box definitely makes me think the other place, it just becomes more appealing all the time. And Not a Robot, I swear, says, if callers object to an infinite regress on the grounds that everything must have a creator cause, they can't say that God didn't create evil, right? Yes, and more to the point, they always want to cut out a special exception for God to be the thing that exists without a creator or a cause. So they are all the people objecting to an infinite regress of time and moments are all perfectly willing for God to have existed in an infinite and unbounded way eternally. So they are already saying that something exists without those limitations. And the question is just, what? And they're labeling it God, and I'm just labeling it the one thing we know we can see, which is reality. It seems sensible to me. And finally, JC says, Matthew is the prime disciple of interruptianity and ignore your Christianity. Not to mention inanity. I love that. Yeah, Matthew's hard work, and all delivered with about as much energy as a snail on Prozac. It's hard to listen to. I apologise for inflicting it on you again. But, he came back and I thought, well, give him another try. Why not? Okay, let's get Deadlock back in. We have spoken before. And we'll see what's going on there. Hey, Deadlock, welcome back.
Hello, mate. Hello.
I've
got to get a coffee after Matthew. I love him, but come on, man.
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
He's hard to love. But
he's a Christian brother, but to me. But that was crazy.
It's not great. But anyway, let's pick this up. What have you got?
Well, originally I wanted to chat to you about. You remember you were talking about John 3:16, and you had a bit of a. You had some.
John 3:18.
Let's have a look. 3:18. Yeah, that part of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bit later on. Well, I had a bit more to say on that. I was chatting to my friend today, and I just wanted to update you on it. But just in case, to see what you thought. But while you were talking, I was listening, and I was just jotting some bits down, and I think I think he was the guy who was talking about. He had like a sort of almost a philosophical sort of model that he'd built. Was that Matthew earlier?
I doubt it.
He was trying to argue with this sort of strange linguistic model that he'd sort of created and going around in circles almost. Was that Matthew?
I don't think so. No, I don't think that's Matthew's
earlier,
style.
I think it was someone earlier. But
okay.
I think what he was trying to do is, I've realised if you've got someone who's very empirically minded like yourself, I could, if I was arguing with someone who was spiritual, I could say, well, I could argue more spiritual parts of it. But if I'm arguing with you, I've got to kind of keep it empirical. But it seems to me there's a lot of more scientific sort of the stuff you were bringing up. Actually, I jotted down some of it, but like mathematics being the code in the universe, or DNA having a 4 chemical code that it can convey a complete schematic of every living creature in the world. And you could argue that scientifically that looks like it's been designed, right?
No, you could, but you'd be wrong. I mean, DNA is just chemistry, and when people talk about DNA being information, that's just us imparting our own interpretation of chemistry and calling it information. It isn't. It's not complete schematics. It's just chemistry.
Yeah, but
it's very complex. But it isn't a code. It isn't a code in the way that we would call it a code, where we are defining symbols to mean particular things. The sort of code that you or I might create. When we call DNA a code, that's a sort of it's a kind of poetic use of the word rather than a literal use of the word.
But it's like a 4 chemical code, isn't it? There's 4 chemicals.
It's just chemicals that obey the rules of chemistry. That's all it is. It's complex in that there's a lot of it. It's a large volume, but it's, you know, if you speak to a geneticist, they won't tell you that these are like blueprints for a building that have been drawn up. It's not like that. It's just chemistry. Doesn't require a mind.
But if I had someone's DNA, theoretically, I could clone another person exactly the same. Correct?
Yes, because you could manipulate the chemistry in the right way.
But what if I could move back a little bit, because I was going to talk about your analogy of God hiding in the unexplainable. So you used the term. You said he hides in the unexplainable, and as
we hide him in the unexplainable.
Okay. Let's use yours.
Yeah.
So we hide him in the unexplainable, and as we shed light and we find out and we look deeper and deeper, we're dispelling this myth of God. Correct? That's what you were trying to say.
Yeah.
I would argue that that's a real double-edged sword in your case, and it could even argue that God. It could even prove a part of the Bible. So, can I explain it, John? Quick.
Go for it.
Right. So, I would say we don't use God to explain the unexplainable. So, but what we're not chasing him away as the human race. I think what we're doing is we're gaining insight into how he done things in his work, and the unexplainable is the driving force, and we need the answers and we need to know. So I want to refute the claim that it's a one-directional thing and we're banishing a myth, because a great number of scientists, they go in search of this unexplainable and they go down that rabbit hole, and many of them through logic are coming to Christ through logic. And
no, they're not coming to Christ as a result of discovering new fundamental particles in physics or new materials science or breakthroughs in medicine or new engineering techniques or better imaging technology for looking out into space or into our cells or anything like that. Nobody comes to Christ because of that. The more we understand about reality, the more command we have over it. People come to Christ for personal reasons. They don't come to Christ because they learnt something new about science. I just don't accept that.
Could I respond?
Yeah.
So I'll respond with this. So you were on about the genome. And so I think a lot of people do, and I'll explain it like this. So the genome, right? So God made us in his image and likeness. We're in his image and likeness. And his likeness is he's a creator, created the universe. So our mindset is to create like God. Now we found out, we looked and we found out how a genome works. We created our own, we put it inside that cell. And then you found it very exciting. You found it very exciting, and it's very pleasing for you to think, oh, we're going to create our own things. And I think that's built into us because God built that into us. And
do you know how much wasted DNA there is in the human genome?
Yeah, but that's because of the journey. That's because
how much
of the journey,
junk DNA that if God designed us, he's a bumbling nincompoop.
No.
There is so much wasted junk DNA. We've got broken chromosomes. We've got endogenous retroviruses that prove common ancestry with other apes. We've got so much mess, so much waste. We are so badly designed.
Strong argument.
We're so poorly designed.
It sounds good. But if you think of, let me just respond, John. That is I get you, and it sounds strong. But what I would say is this: when he created us, he created a single cell organism. And there's a song from Hillsong where it says that as God speaks, we're evolving in pursuit of what he's saying. So
can I check something with you? When you say he created us as a single cell organism, does that mean you don't take the Garden of Eden to be literal, right?
So let me. Yeah. Okay. So firstly, let me.
So you agree that we've evolved over billions of years from ancient progenitors, right?
100%. Yeah.
So
there's no.
So what do you need a God for then? What's God explaining? What explanatory value are you getting from God if you understand that all life on earth
what I get from God
has evolved? I'm saying,
about that. But
what's the point of it?
It's not about that, though, is it?
Well, what's the point of it? You're making claims like God did this and God did that, which is completely against what the Bible says God did. The Bible doesn't say God created us from single cell organisms. He says it was done in a day, and Eve was made out of a rib.
Let me respond. So maybe I used the wrong term there. I tried a little bit wrong there. I said a single cell organism. What I meant to say is he created the universe. He created the initial life, and then we are evolving in pursuit of what he's saying, and we're moving towards what he is. Now, if you look at the Garden of Eden, I think we spoke about this before. If you look at mythology, I think Moses wrote that story, and it was a story about how God created a perfect world, that evil came into that, and now we're living in a fallen creation, and eventually it'll be repaired, and we'll have an even better creation. And if you look at the book of Job, that's like a microcosm of the whole history of the universe and the human race as a macrocosm. So there's a story there of the human race where it was perfect, we fell, and then we're in that now. We're in a fallen creation, and then eventually. And that's
do you literally believe that's true? Because I find it really weird when people are sort of straddling one foot in a kind of vaguely scientifically literate view of the world, where you understand that we have common ancestry with all life on Earth and all of that good stuff, and then in the other hand, you think we live in a fallen world, which is basically the stuff of, Bronze Age mythology and superstition. I find it strange that you inhabit both worlds. Like,
okay.
Why?
Explain the way I look at it. I'll tell you two things. So, firstly, all my life I've loved science and I've been a Christian, right? So both things. And for me, they're not against each other.
They are.
Because as we discover, so look at a magnet. Back in the day, they'd say, "Oh, it's a miracle. It's God's work." Then
but they are against each other, though, because the Bible makes claims that directly fly in the face of the current state of our scientific knowledge.
Okay, so what I would say is Moses wrote the first few books. He wrote Genesis and stuff, didn't he? So it was all oral before that, and then so a lot of the early stuff in Genesis is stuff that Moses. It was that first story, the Garden of Eden. I don't think you want to treat that literally as a Christian. I think that first part. What I do find interesting is when he created the universe, one of the first things he created, one of the animals, was birds. And recently we've kind of found out that birds and dinosaurs are... So people say, "Oh, there's no dinosaurs in the Bible," but hold on, he made birds first, right?
How do you...
some people say that a lot of dinosaurs...
Sorry to interrupt you, just trying to keep this focused, because we have an audience, right? So when you read the Bible, how do you decide what's obvious bullshit and what's metaphorical and what's poetic and what's real? What's your criterion for deciding?
I've already kind of told you where that first part, Eden and stuff like that. I reckon Noah is about the time when the oral histories are going to start to be. That's where I start to think it's becoming rare after that flood, because I don't know if you know this, but you will actually. So a lot of the civilizations around the world have a flood story.
A global flood didn't happen. We know this. We know a global flood didn't happen. A global flood didn't happen.
Stories, right?
All cultures have had floods occasionally. So all cultures have flood stories. You're not going to find a culture that's never had a flood. So of course all cultures have flood stories, but there was never a global flood. There was never enough water falling on the earth to cover, up to the highest mountain. We know that all life on Earth was not wiped out 6,000 years ago, which would have created a genetic bottleneck, which would be
not 6,000 years ago. No, I didn't think it was 6,000 years ago, but I do know that most civilizations have got a story about a man who survived the flood in a boat and stuff like that. So I would say whether it was the whole world or not, I don't know. So this is what I'm saying. That's about the point I start to go, right, okay, it's becoming...
But can I check something with you?
Just let me finish my point firstly. So that's about.
But it's about the point you're making. But before you move on, I need to hold you down on this. So if you add up all the ages and the genealogies from Noah in the Bible, the begats and all of that, you can get to
6,000 years.
We know how long before the fall of the temple in AD 70 Noah was, plus minus, right? So that story is set about, I think it's about 4,500 years ago, 5,000 years ago, something like that. We know for a fact that there was not a global flood on anything like the scale that story said, 4,500 or 5,000 years ago, or ever. So do you just look at that story and go, okay, it's just a myth?
Well, what I'd say is this. I'm looking now, and I'd go to about probably the Tower of Babel. Tower of Babel will be my sort of marker, where after that, we're looking at more history than
so we keep on moving forward. So not Eden.
No, that's
now,
right, it's not much. It's not much.
okay.
Literally, the Tower
So
of Babel is
not
directly
Noah
after
anymore.
Noah.
So Noah was just a bedtime story. Now we're at the Tower of Babel.
Hey, John, I wasn't prepared for that question, mate. I wasn't prepared for that. You just really stuck that one on me, mate. Right. So I've gone here, right, and I've looked, and you've got Noah, and look, I'll take what you're saying about the flood thing, right?
Okay.
So if we go 6,000 years, and then I'm looking, so the Tower of Babel, okay, they built a tower. That's what Babel came from.
Okay. Shall we look at the Exodus?
Yeah.
Shall we look at the Exodus?
No, I'd say that's historical.
It isn't.
Definitely historical.
It definitely isn't historical.
If you can disprove that, I'd eat my hat.
So when the state of Israel was founded, David Ben-Gurion commissioned the best archaeologists to research and find the evidence for the Exodus, which would have, vindicated a whole load of stuff, and they were unable to do so. And the current state of archaeology absolutely disproves the idea that some several tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of displaced Jews were wandering nomadically around in the desert during that period of time. Didn't happen. There wasn't an exodus. They weren't enslaved by the Egyptians.
You've got to bear with me.
All of that is myth. So we've moved again.
One thing I would say, John. Yeah, but one thing I would say, John, I've noticed with you, you make a lot of arguments by really summarising and really reducing biblical complexities down to like literally a couple of sentences, and some of it you're getting a bit inaccurate and a bit sloppy with when you're saying it. So I'm noticing.
I'm telling you that the Exodus didn't happen.
Kind of summarise it a bit wrong. But what's the proof? Because you said, there's evidence here and evidence there. But you haven't actually said what the proof is, John. So
the proof is the archaeological.
One thing.
Yeah, the proof is the archaeological evidence from the time period shows that event didn't happen, because it would have left archaeological evidence which is not found.
What do you mean? Though? What sort of archaeology? Like
signs of the Israelites living in that region for that period of time. Signs of the Israelites having been enslaved to the Egyptians during that period of time are not supported by the archaeological evidence, and this is not contested.
Is it? I haven't heard that one.
Yeah.
So is there anything else? Just that?
If the Exodus story had been true, it would be supported by the archaeological record, and it isn't.
I'll double check that very quickly. There was no direct archaeological or textual evidence confirming the biblical exodus of millions of people. Archaeology reveals a strong historical presence of Semitic and Canaanite peoples, the ancestors of the Israelites in ancient Egypt, particularly in the Nile Delta. The Semitic presence in the Delta material culture, archaeologists have found the earliest settlements here feature distinctive Canaanite pottery, burial practices. I mean, look, you've got a lot of this stuff here where it is archaeologically sound, and we've literally gone back to nearly right at the beginning of this Bible here, nearly right at the beginning. You're looking at you're looking at almost chapter 3, and I will submit that the Garden of Eden stuff is a mythological tale to explain how evil came into the world. Correct? So we've gone right back to the beginning, and we're seeing Canaanite pottery. We're seeing all this biblical stuff in here.
But will you grant the point I just made, that the Exodus also didn't happen? So first we were at Eden, then we were at Noah, then we were at Babel, now we're at the Exodus. So all of those archaeologists have all got it wrong, have they?
It says here, right, it says that there is archaeological evidence of Canaanite stuff and all the stuff that's talked about in that Bible.
We're not debating Canaanite stuff. We're debating the claim that the Israelites were enslaved to the Egyptians and wandered around nomadically in the desert for decades. That didn't happen.
I will research that for when I come on next, right?
Okay.
If you let me on again.
Yeah, of course, anytime.
I just wanted to, the John 3:16. Well, your issue was with 18. Okay. Could I just very quickly give me 5 more minutes before I go?
Yeah.
So your issue, I remember, was that, hey, and I think you alluded to earlier where you said that some of your family members wouldn't be there and you wouldn't want to be there without them, and some Trump supporters might be. Okay. But that was a joke, obviously. But with the family members thing, I mean, is that because they're atheists too, or is that why you would think that?
Lots of people I love don't believe this nonsense either. And so I wouldn't be able to enjoy heaven if I knew that people I love and care about were being currently tortured by God in hell.
Okay, can I? Do you remember what I said last time when I said that if you read it carefully, it actually alludes to what qualifies you as a believer and not? So I'll just quickly say this.
But
so
before we move too far on from Babel, I promise you I'll let you. Forgive me for interrupting you.
I'm going to go look into it, John.
But okay, no, that's fine. I just because I've had a super chat through from Drew, and I just want to read it because it's appropriate to what we're talking about right now. The Tower of Babel is a myth, since there were many different civilizations that continued throughout the periods with their own different languages, such as Egyptians, Sumerians, Mesopotamians, Peruvians, and Chinese. So we know that one is a myth too, right? So, yes, and thank you so much, Drew, for that. So
Drew's a good man, right? And he's proved my point, because that's where I drew the line, weren't it?
Well,
that must fall on the other line, right?
I thought that you were saying that from there. So that one's a myth. So all of these things are myth. Okay, so let's go back to you saying
John, you're a hard audience here, and you always were. But that's my marker. I'd say after Tower of Babel. Look, it's a crazy story. The Tower of Babel was a crazy story. We didn't build a tower up to heaven, did we? At that point, we didn't do it. Let's face it, right? However, it's a story of how it's a mythological story of how all the languages are in the world. I would say, last point as well, like you did, as you move forward into the New Testament, I would vastly, as you get to New Testament, vastly believe the validity of that stuff in there, the history in there.
Why?
St. Paul's writings.
The evidence
Have you ever read Acts?
The evidence is do. Acts is mainly about the spread of the spread of Christianity
early
throughout
church,
the early church.
You know,
I don't.
Can I just mention one thing, John? When I read Acts, I was reading it the other day, and I was like, I'd been to Greece recently, right? And it talks about the boat, and it talks about it's almost like a log of Paul's journey along the coast, and he's going back to Rome to face the music, and he wants to stand up and tell them how it is. And the centurion, I like to think he's taking the manacles off. He goes, I know you want to come back, Paul. And you think that the sun's shining and the seagulls, and he's going on at the port and swapping ships. You can see it when you read it, John. And
all of it's a myth. All of it's a myth.
It's John. Don't lie. Come on.
All of it is a myth.
It's not all a myth.
All of it is a bedtime story with the occasional allusion to something historical that happened, like the fall of the temple or stuff like that we know happened.
Yeah, but John, you can't say that. You can't say it's all a myth because Paul existed. Jesus existed. So where do you draw the line? Where do you draw the line between fact and
because it could have been it could have been
all the other way.
No, it could have been historical fiction, right? Like Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter, right?
It could have been. So you're saying it could have been.
I'm saying it could have been because it's a story because it's a story with fucking talking donkeys in it. It's a magical story.
What talking donkey? I don't remember a talking donkey.
There's a talking donkey.
I don't remember that bit. Where's that?
There is a talking donkey, but Baal's donkey. It's in the Old Testament.
What does he say?
He's complaining. So look, it's a silly. The whole thing is silly. It's got a talking snake in the garden. The whole thing is silly, and you seem to be sort of getting halfway there by being willing to grant that bits of it are mythological. Good for you. Just keep on doing that. And you'll come into the light and realise that it's all mythological.
John, if I've come to that point, right? If I've come to like the first 4% of that Bible's a bit mythological, can you come that there's at least 10% that's factual in there?
I don't know what percentage is factual.
10%, 9%.
I don't.
Come on,
I don't.
give me a percent.
Hang on. I don't know what percentage is factual. I'm prepared to grant that some of the things, like there are mentions of like censuses that happened and stuff like that. There are historical events that in the Bible that clearly did happen, but to me that means nothing because it's common in myth making to weave in references to real people, places, and events and times and things. That to me doesn't mean anything. This is a story that makes enormous magical claims and asks us to believe them on the basis of second or third or fourth hand hearsay decades later.
I get where you're coming from. I get your position. I really do get your position. And I've realised recently that atheists, I really respect your worldview, because it's like, I'm going to live my life to the full. I'm going to be kind to people and be good. I'm going to live my life to the full and enjoy it, because I'm only here for a certain amount of time.
Talking Donkey was numbers 22, by the way. Thanks, Kif.
I'll go check it.
Numbers 22.
Did he say these bricks are too heavy? Is that what he said?
No, he didn't.
I've been here too many years. Donkey's years, he said. But I think, can I just say one thing, John? Look, you're a tough customer. But I just want to, you know, John 3:18.
Yeah.
That was my main thing. I'll shoot off and let someone else come on. I did wait ages. I had a cup of tea. I've got no milk and I was annoyed. So I had to have a straight tea. But so basically, I was looking at John 3:18. I've lost it. But let me just go back to it, because I wanted to talk to you about it. Where am I? All right. So just first, I wanted to establish one thing. I think, you know, if Sermon on the Mount, let's say it was all true, Matthew took notes, would you say that in the Sermon on the Mount, it's, if someone lived their life to that would be a good way to live your life, and it would be good for the world if people follow Jesus's philosophy? If he was just a philosopher, let's do a thought experiment, he was just a philosopher, his philosophy was sound. Would you agree with that?
I wasn't wild about him saying that you have to hate your family. I don't think that was a winning move on his part.
I don't think that's exactly what he was saying. I think
it is.
That might not be exactly what he's saying, John.
It's exactly what he's saying. Let's have a look at it. Whoever comes to me and does not hate father and mother, wife and children, brothers and sisters, yes, and even life itself, cannot be my disciple. I don't think that's a winning philosophy.
Look. Yeah. But there's more to it than that. Would you agree? There's more to it than just saying,
well,
you took that out of context.
Well, you could say that what he's really saying here, and in the mirror verse of this in Matthew, the language is toned down a bit and is a bit more like love less, or place Jesus above everyone else.
Yeah,
I even think that's
before that, and that one does as well.
But I think that's immoral. But I think that's immoral and terrible too. To tell people that you have to love this guy Jesus more than your own children, more than your own family. No, I'm not having that. I think it's immoral.
Can I say something? As a devout Christian, the reason I'm a Christian is my grandmother was a lay minister, and she was the most wonderful Christian I've ever met in my life. I love her so dearly. She didn't preach to me. She gave me a Bible, and she let her and my grandfather. My grandfather was in the choir. He was a great chess player. They were both great. I lived with them for a while, right? And the love they showed me was what brought me to Christ, rather than, they didn't preach to me. They gave me a Bible, and they showed me that love that I never will experience again. They're gone now, John. And I know that they were like that because they love Jesus. I know that. And that's what it means. It means if you're going to follow me, you have to leave everything behind.
So you're saying they loved you less?
No, hold on. No,
they loved you less?
Bear with me. You have to love Jesus with your whole heart so that you can love your children more than you ever would if you didn't.
Nah, that's not what this verse says.
Children, John.
Dude, this verse says you have to hate them. You can't. I'm not going to allow you to say that the verse that says you have to hate your family actually means you have to love Jesus so that you can love them more than ever before.
John,
that is a pirouette that we will not be doing here.
All right. Well, the first part of that, he says, "Come with me," and they say, "Oh, I can't. My mum's got to look. I've got to look after them." And he said, "Look, you've got to leave them behind because we're going to do something here that's going to change the world." That's where he was going. But John, one last thing is, can I get to my point? I'm going to leave you for a good evening and that because it's late, right?
Yeah, you were going to talk about John 3:18, saying that you're condemned already. Right. So if you don't believe you're condemned already.
Yes, right. So if you don't believe you're condemned, now if you read it, it gives an explanation of what it takes to be a believer. And do you remember I said that when you die, let's do a thought experiment. You die, you're going towards the light. Now you're going towards the light. And if you're so guilty about what you've done, take a terrible person, anyone in your head who's done terrible things, and they're coming towards that light, and they realise, they go, "Oh my God, it's true. I'm going towards the light, and I can sense it. I'm going to get messed up here. I'm going to get seriously messed up." And they get scared, and they go away from the light. They run from it because of all the evil things they've done. If you're a good person like you, John, you'll see the light, and you'll go, "Wow, actually, Steve was right." You'll think of me when you get there. You'll say, "Steve was right," and you'll go, "Wow, this feels good." You'll go there, and you'll see Jesus. And hold on, let me finish. This is how I think of it. You'll meet him in the throne room, and you'll say, I can't come in, and he'll say, yes, you can. I know how hard it was, John. I know how hard it was.
No.
Brother. That's the truth. That's the hope of the Christian, bro.
Because at the moment you're yeah. I mean, I'm not wildly delighted about it because that's just sort of preaching really. But
it's not
John 3:18 is a conversation between Jesus and Nicodemus, in which nothing that you just said makes an appearance. So this is something that you've decided to import on top of the text, your own personal cool story, which is completely not supported by the text at all. This says is talking about God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son and all of that stuff. And then the follow up is that those who believe in him aren't condemned, but anyone who doesn't believe is condemned already because they haven't believed in the name. Well, that's a disgusting moral preachment, which has got absolutely nothing to do with moving towards the light or anything like that. It is about
John,
no, not anymore.
Please
now
let me respond.
No, not going to respond. Not for a moment.
Respond once.
No. I'm going to finish. I'm going to finish my point.
Okay, sorry.
This is a morally disgusting preachment, which says that people are condemned because they don't believe something. It literally says it here. And no amount of twisting and celebration cup reinterpretations are going to make this verse not mean what it means. And would have to do the same re-engineering for Mark 16:16, and you would have to do the same re-engineering for Revelation 21:8. You would have to do the same re-engineering again for 2 Thessalonians 1:8, which says a similar kind of thing. Unfortunately, the words say what the words say, and they criminalize thought crimes, and they say that people who don't believe the right things are going to be thrown in fire, and that's a disgusting thing to tell people.
Okay, John, I would agree that there's 2 points I want to make. I would like to go back and just mention you did miss that middle bit out. In addition, though, I know what you're saying. There's a lot of religious leaders, most religious leaders through the ages. They feathered their own nests and corrupted it to make people do what they want to do and put the fear of it into them. And that isn't what it was about. In fact, Jesus stood up to those people, if you believe that, right? But you did miss a bit in the middle, John, which says God didn't send his Son into the world to condemn, but in order that the world would be saved. You skipped that bit.
And yet, that's just pointing out an inconsistency in the text, because Jesus also says, I didn't come to bring peace, but to bring a sword, and to divide families and set people against each other. He also says that, and Revelation 21:8 says that people like me, who are grouped together, non-believers, the apistos is the Greek there, right? People like me are grouped together with cowards and murderers and the sexually immoral and sorcerers, which always makes me laugh. Right, this is the morality that you get from this particular doctrine, and I think it's toxic. I think it's harmful. I think it's disgusting. I think it's horrible, and I think you ought to just abandon it. I think that your grandparents would have loved you because they were lovely people, and they loved you because I'm sure you were a lovely person. But I don't think it's because of Jesus. I don't accept that. I think it was despite all the horrible things that this stuff teaches.
John, you're a tough cookie. You are one tough cookie, bro. I thought I might crack that, but you've gone deeper. You've doubled down. I respect it, but I do respect it, but I don't agree. I really don't agree.
Fair enough.
So look, let me just say one. Like in church, they unpack these things, and that's what they do. Where you've said I've kind of embellished it and added to that story. What I've actually done is I've created an analogous sort of...
We're not going to do any preaching now, are we?
Okay.
No preaching.
No, I'm not going to do that, but I have created an analogous... Well, that's what we do. So you do the gospel reading, and then in the church they expand it and they open it
up.
The
gospel reading and then the copes and the excuses.
No, I mean, there was a great one the other week where it was talking about a painting that someone had done, and there's a story of 2 disciples walking from Jerusalem after the death of Jesus. He walks with them, they don't recognise him, and he unpacks the scripture. They get to a room, and then he breaks bread, they realise it's him. And one of the disciples wasn't named. And then the guy gets up, the priest gets up. It was in Chichester Cathedral, actually. It's a wonderful place. So he gets up, and I think, how's he going to unpack this one? And he said, one of them isn't named. And then he said, he saw this painting. And he said that in the painting, you're looking over the shoulder of one of them, so you don't see their face. Can you see where I'm going with it yet?
Not yet, but if you could land the plane quickly, we'll all be
okay, I'm coming.
relieved.
I'm going to land. I'm landing. So he said that second disciple was meant to represent every Christian. That him unpacking those scriptures on that day, it was you that he was talking to. That's why he's named in the gospel, in Luke's gospel. And so it's great. I love all this stuff. It's so great to listen to and think of, hey, look, you've got your position. I love you, John.
I'm going to read you a message about you. I'm going to read you a message about you. So this has just come in.
Oh, they're not calling me a lunatic.
No. You'll like this one. So this from from Matthew says, I like the universalist view of this caller. His view of God seems more accepting and loving compared to fundamentalists. So I'm giving you a little win here from there. So, look, I've heard worse, right? Because some people come in and just double down on all of this stuff and say, yes, if you don't get right with Jesus, you're going to be burning in the pit and all of that stuff. What you're espousing is slightly less odious than some that we've heard. But I just still think overall, this is such a horrible story. The whole thing of substitutionary atonement. And look, let's not get into it now. Call me back another time and we'll talk about, I'd like to talk to you about the morality at the heart of the whole setup, the whole need for salvation and all of that. Let's talk about that, but not now, because we've been on it for over half an hour.
Can I just finish on one thing, John?
Finish on one thing.
Do you live like in England? Do you live in England?
I do live in England.
Bro, we should just do you live anywhere? I won't know detail, but do you live near London?
Yeah.
We should meet up for a coffee one day. I've got a day off in a week sometimes. You're probably writing another book.
I am.
You need some intel on the enemy, right? So, if you look, we should meet up and have a chat over a coffee, bro. Do you play chess?
I don't play chess, but look, stay in touch. Okay, I might be doing some sort of public event thing at some point soon, but yeah, stay in touch. I'd be happy to chat to you more.
Follow me, Deadlock. I'll play chess with you on chess.com.
There we go, Sean. On chess, I don't like it on the computer. I like the actual board.
I do too.
I can't do it. Come over on the plane. Get over on the plane. Ship me over there.
I'll fly to London to play chess with Deadlock. Sounds good.
Good.
All right. Sneak into your case and get back to America. We'll have a proper coffee over there and play a chess. Cheers, pal.
Thanks for coming up.
I'll follow you.
All right. Take it easy. Bye bye. Okay. Well, Sean, welcome back. That's an unexpected pleasure.
Yeah, thank you. I just had to do a couple of things, and I'm back.
Awesome.
I won't be able to be on. It's the hotel Wi-Fi.
Yeah,
I won't be able to be on.
You can't do the video. But, sadly, we do have a few on there actually, but
sure. I could stand by.
But okay, great. Well, for now, we'll stay on the TikTok side and get an SP. And sorry to keep you waiting, Ash, and sorry to keep you waiting, Adam and Dave Dan as well. Let's get SP up in here. Hey, SP.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Hi. How are you, John?
Excellent, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah.
Good.
Living the life.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Good. Well, welcome in.
I just wanted to ask because I'm not going to talk to you about. I'm a Christian, but I'm not going to talk to you about the Bible or Christianity because I can't prove it's real. And it's just, I think it'll be a bit of a waste of time because I just want to get your opinion if you don't believe God is real.
Yeah.
And that is a possibility for sure. How do you explain where we came from? Can you explain it? And what's your take on that?
You would have to be a little more specific about where we came from means, because I know where I came from. I came from a fantastic evening of leisure time that my parents spent together, and I suspect a similar story would apply in your case. But in terms of human race as a thing came from our early genetic progenitors, and all life on Earth came from early basic chemical replicators. And if you're asking me where did everything in the universe come from, I suspect the universe has probably always existed and didn't come from anywhere.
Okay. But hasn't there been, I'm not too educated on this, but hasn't there been the Big Bang that kind of suggests that the universe did have a beginning?
No, the Big Bang suggests that the universe changed shape, that it existed in a very, very hot, dense state about 30.8 billion years ago, and then started expanding very rapidly and has been doing so with increasing speed since then. But prior to that, no one knows.
Right, okay. No, that's fair enough. Thanks very much for your time.
Sure. No worries.
Thank you. Have a good night.
And you. Thanks, SP. Hey, there you go. Well, hopefully that was helpful. Fair enough. Right. We might need to... let's get Ash in, because Ash has been waiting ages, and then after Ash, we have a few on the YouTube side. So let us do that. We'll bring Ash in right now. Ash, welcome back.
Hi, John, my dear friend. How's it going?
Very well indeed. How are you?
All good, all good. Oh, Sean, I didn't know you play chess.
Oh yeah, I love chess. I'm not very good at it, but I guess that's all relative. You play yourself. How long have you been playing?
Oh, I've been playing since, well, not on chess.com, but as a kid. Like, I love the game. Even if you lose, you just get better as you keep playing. I'm kind of playing it on Duolingo. They actually have it on there. So I'm learning a language and playing chess.
Okay, great.
Be distracted. But yes, let's to the topic at hand. Great callers that have come in today. It's definitely been quite interesting. Again, you do really get a range of people coming from different places. There is that one guy that made me feel quite sleepy, though. He speaks very... slowly. And he kept saying... There was a guy who kept saying actualized a lot. But at least that guy did start to, a lot of different thoughts and ideas came by, and he was very open, which was great to hear, forget his name. I think obviously the slow guy was a bit like Matthew. But yeah, the main thing, God is fiction. Lots of different angles to come at this. But essentially, I'm going to try and push back on something.
Go for it.
So, right. So essentially, where to start? I would say the thing that I love about science is that it kind of keeps evolving. We find something else that might disprove something else, and we can build on it. Unfortunately, the Bible can't really do that. You can just kind of interpret it a different way, and you kind of make excuses for whatever's written. The fascinating thing is that if there was a God, is it really likely some text or information in the past would really keep its integrity to today's standard? Or would it be like Chinese whispers, where the message can get so distorted and untrustworthy? And again, to prove something of meaning is the tricky thing here, because a lot of things of meaning, when it comes to things like love and stuff, you can't really prove it, but we feel it.
If there is an all-powerful God, and God intended for that collection of books to be arranged in such a way to form the Bible, I would expect it to be perfect in every language, if that God was intended for that collection of books to be the means of which to communicate the truth to everybody.
It's like if God is all-powerful and all-knowing, that's kind of the thoughts that many people kind of believe, because people want to worship something that is all-powerful and all-knowing. Someone does not want to worship something that has got faults and weaknesses like us humans.
I don't know that that's necessarily true. I mean, people have worshipped lesser gods throughout history. But the point I was making is, because you were asking what to expect about the whatever publication that God intended to show us. If he's all powerful and he wants to communicate information, I would expect an all powerful deity. It would be able to have that collection of books arranged in such a way that they are quite literally perfect, with univocal, complete 100% accuracy.
I hear you. It's an interesting idea, because it's like, if there is such a God, the question is why does he play this kind of game with us? And why can he not just convince everyone to believe in him? Why is the intention he wants us to all kind of find our own way and believe in such a thing? It's all kind of, but then there's always, this is why you can really interpret this so many different ways. And the many arguments people say is, everything has cause and effect, right? Pretty much most evidence, you can always say, we came from our parents, we can connect evolution to it. It really makes sense. up to a point where, it gets too zoomed out. The universe is massive. We have theories. It was thought the Big Bang was kind of the start. And as you've said as well, this idea of inflation is quite, more likely as well, that the universe could have always existed. But again, it's something that the more you zoom out, this is something we will never, I think, ever know with 100% certainty. We can just have an idea, where evidence will support it. And I think that's why I love science, because it's like it will start as a hypothesis, a guess, a thought experiment. And whatever the evidence suggests that really holds that idea strong, that becomes our best theory. And when we say theory, we have evidence to really prove it. So it's pretty much a fact. But as scientists would love to just be a bit more open-minded to say, like, there's nothing to disprove there is a God, but you must operate within the framework of what science finds. So when you see lots of religious people say, oh, evolution doesn't make sense, we're 6,000 years old, it's like, I can't really hold that to be true. But at the same time, if there is ever a God, like, I'm sure there must have been something before God, like there's always, if the religious people hold the argument that you can't have something without nothing, then you can't just suddenly at that point decide, oh, but there was nothing before God because it's God. And it's like,
well, I grant it when, classic theology has an eternally existing God. And I don't try to tell them, well, an infinite regress of God himself, his actions, what have you, an infinite regress is impossible. So I don't begrudge them having an eternal God, other than they haven't shown that God actually exists. But it's not the God being eternal isn't a problem for me, but the universe being possibly eternal seems to be a problem for them.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy in that sense. But I guess going to the main point, like, I understand the whole idea of what you're doing, John, in the sense that there are people who are just so focused on trying to convince you of their belief, and if it's not their belief, then you're going to hell. And this is kind of where pushback is needed to, and then you've got people who are very open-minded, who sits on the fence either side, and they feel they're religious, and they might eventually become atheist. And then you did say previous there was you're either agnostic atheist or agnostic theist, is it? Is there anything where it's just agnostic, like straight in the middle?
Well, agnostic just means that you're not making a claim to knowledge. It's not got anything to do with what you believe. So everyone who's alive is either a theist or not a theist. There isn't a middle ground. You either think a God exists or you don't think a God exists. So those are the only two categories, and that's a perfect dichotomy for every human being that's ever lived. Either was a theist or wasn't.
Can you not be in the middle?
Nope, there is no in the middle.
Like, if suddenly there was some evidence that proved God did exist, but then by definition it's a scientific fact. Like, scientists would celebrate it being the biggest, discovery, like that Ricky Gervais had said.
Yeah.
But can you be like, okay, I'm just gonna carry on with, just like Brian Cox says, like, you can't disprove there is a God, but you must operate within the scientific framework from what we understand.
Yeah, and you still don't ever get to a middle ground between having a belief or not having it, because those are the only two options. And you can have it with degrees of confidence, right? So you could say, I believe there's a God, and I believe it so strongly that it almost feels like knowledge, or in some people would even claim it as knowledge. Or you can say, I don't really know, but I think on balance there probably is a God. And there's a whole spectrum of positions between those. But you either have a belief or you don't have it. There isn't a middle ground. And agnosticism is often taken to mean a sort of middle position between believing and not believing. But it isn't that. Agnosticism is really just about whether you're making a claim to know something. And that's why I say agnostic atheist just means I'm lacking a belief in a God. I don't have a belief in a God, but I'm not claiming any knowledge about it. I'm not claiming to know that there isn't one. And that just, to me, seems like a sensible position to take.
I hear you. Okay, so I guess wrapping this up, there's, two things. One would be a little help to help define where I sit in all this. So if I had to describe my position in this, is that in my head, there's pretty much very little to no evidence that there is such a supreme being. But if there was one, then he's definitely not all-powerful or all-knowing, and something probably did create him. Who knows how that would present itself if he ever kind of like showed up at one point with Armageddon or whatever. It's like, okay, I guess science was wrong on that one, but I don't see that really happening. But again, still open to whatever we kind of discover and find. I guess I'm atheist? I don't know.
Yeah, you're an atheist because you don't have a belief. You don't currently have a belief in a God. So, you are an atheist. And you're agnostic because you're not claiming to know one way or the other. That's perfectly fine. And you're not committed. You don't have to sign on dotted line. It isn't a contract. You're entitled to change your mind if something persuades you a different way.
Yes. And to wrap it up, I guess I think I did ask you this a long time ago on a previous live, but I'm just wondering, because you did say, it's important to have an open mind, and we can be very much biased, especially that you have written a book on it. But what would be the thing that you would imagine that would technically convince you a God does exist? Not an Abrahamic God, but just God. Would he have to show up somehow in your room and announce himself saying, look, I know you wrote this book, John, and I know I didn't really leave any good clues, but I do exist.
I don't know what it is, but it would have to be something that I couldn't possibly explain for example, as a hallucination. So, for instance, it would have to be something like not just turning up, because lots of people have hallucinations, but it would have to be something like giving me information that I really, really couldn't possibly know otherwise, like Fermat, a proof for Fermat's theorem or something, like something really, really, really massive that I could not possibly have generated from my own mind. That would certainly get me interested. But then you've got to take off the table, aliens with advanced technology. You've got, it's very, very very difficult to know what that would be. Honestly, don't know, but I'm open-minded.
What about aliens? Would you say how big the universe is? There's bound to be some kind of life form with some form of intelligence that is out there.
I think it's extremely unlikely that this is the only place that life has happened, although some people do hold that view. But I think that there could be life in a million different places in the universe, and it never, ever meets each other because it's just so big out there. So big.
I would agree. And if there is an alien out there that has a supernatural power compared to what we have, could that be another interpretation? Could that technically be a god?
Nah.
Or just nah.
Nah.
Worth a shot. Nah. It's all good. No, as always, love these conversations, and I'll stay tuned, man.
Cheers, Ash.
Hope to see you soon.
Good to see you, buddy. Take care. Bye bye. Okay, that was Ash. Right, I want to get Skinny Mexican in next, but before we do, I do have to get Adam in because Adam's been waiting absolutely ages. So on the other side, Sean, you won't hear this, but Adam, are you there? Hopefully, I did bring you into the active queue there, Adam, and you commented on it too. But what's going on? You perhaps can't hear me, or I can't hear you. Poor old Adam's been waiting there for absolutely ages. Let's see if we can reach you in the chat. Adam, can you hear me, my friend? I always feel bad when someone's been waiting in the queue for absolutely ages and then there's some weird tech thing and it doesn't quite work. It seems to not be working. So, Adam, if you still want to come in, you need to refresh the video browser for yourself and try again because it's not working. Try again now and we'll hopefully be able to get you in. Here he comes. Here he comes, like this and like this. Are you there? Still not.
Yes, dear, we can hear you.
Hello?
Hey. Are you there, Adam?
Okay, so it's working finally.
It's working. Hello.
Yay, technology.
I know, right? How are you?
Not bad. And yeah, I was just taking notes from some of the callers because just so many things coming up that were just crazy.
There's been a lot of nonsense tonight.
Yeah, well, like the whole Kalam thing, the first cause, blah blah blah. It's like it's so frustrating. They should just go do a quick Google of the hundreds of ways that gets defeated.
Yeah,
just so they know to stop using the damn thing.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Like, well, it fails just on its own. Like we don't know. Like, well, the universe, as far as we can tell, is eternal because you can't, matter and energy can't be created, destroyed, just change, blah blah blah. And then there's the quantum stuff, which goes way over my head, so I don't even want to get into that.
Yeah.
But even if you could grant the Kalam and say, okay, at some point the universe started, there's no reason to think that's anything other than a natural cause.
Right.
Like everything else we've discovered. Like, so even if you could get it accepted, it doesn't lead to a God, so it's just pointless.
Yeah.
And it's like, and the people then say, well, God had to be the first cause. Okay, well, what caused God? Oh, no, God's special and doesn't need a cause. Well, then
not everything needs a cause.
Debunking your own argument.
Right.
Yeah. So there we go. So your argument just fails. But the one guy brought up like this. I think it was Matthew brought up the second law of thermodynamics, which just
they like waving that around.
Yeah, and they like it technically applies to universe, but not the way that they think it should.
Yeah.
It's because, like, for one thing, we can't say that the universe is a closed system because we don't know what could be outside the universe. We don't, as far as we can tell, it's closed if you look at the universe in its entirety, which goes beyond what we can actually detect anyway. But the universe has gravity, which creates order, and compacts matter, which in itself is making more room for entropy to exist. But also the universe is expanding faster than entropy, so really there's less entropy the more the universe expands, which goes against what you would think of, how everything would work. So it's also with that, the notion of like the more entropy, the longer the universe exists, that would have meant that the universe before the Big Bang would have been perfect and is somehow like breaking or something with entropy. And it's like, it's, again, it's just one of those things that falls apart the more you look into it. And like, I'm not even an expert on this stuff. I'm just a guy who likes to check out science channels and stuff.
Yeah, me too. And the thing that irritates me, I often come back to this, is like it takes many years and really, really hard work to gain an understanding of some of these concepts. And you get people who have watched a couple of videos on YouTube and suddenly feel, I mean, the hubris is off the charts, suddenly feel able to go into a conversation with someone like Blitz, with the presumption being that they're on the same level, and be criticizing, it's just remarkable to me. And I think it was in the last stream I said, like, imagine if we transposed this into a different context and someone entered a room or entered a dental conference having zero knowledge about dentistry, turns up at a dentistry conference trying to tell people that critique people's papers and critique people's stuff. It would just be completely ludicrous, and everyone would recognize it immediately as fraudulent. Everyone would. We ought to apply the same thing, and this is not to establish a sort of elitist attitude to say that you can't speak about things unless you are qualified, because I speak about things all the time that I'm not qualified in, but I always do so with a sort of very carefully and being very, very sort of mindful about making sure that I fully acknowledge my lack of expertise when it comes to those things. And I would never presume to tell an expert in an area that I know nothing about that they have it wrong. I would just be making a complete knob of myself if I did that. And yet these people do it all the time. All the time. Ask them to give you a working definition of exactly what entropy means. In precise terms, they can't do it, mostly.
Yeah. Well, and also it's always all these historians agree, and all these. It's like, but they don't. You can find a handful of like theist scholars who will say a thing.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean like they're starting with their conclusion,
and
then trying to justify it with stuff like he brought up Josephus. Josephus never once claimed Jesus was real. Josephus was writing an analysis about the story of Jesus, which he said at the time was fiction. Like, this is a story, and I'm, analyzing it, and he didn't think much of it. And then they later added forgeries to his writings because, they couldn't just let him say the truth. That hurts the religion. Truth is bad.
Exactly.
And I'm trying. My name's going on the other one who they like to bring up as writing about Jesus.
Tacitus.
Yeah. Again, Tacitus never actually said Jesus was real or Christianity was real. It's he met people who believe in it.
Yep. And no one's disputing that.
You will meet people who believe stuff.
Yeah.
It's
exactly.
Like, we get that they believe it. That doesn't mean make it true.
Yeah. Exactly.
Meanwhile, you get things like like the Noah's flood that the guy was arguing is, there's myths about it, and it's like, but there's like, was it the Carnian pluvial episode? Do you know about that? It's about 230-ish million years ago during the Triassic. It was 1 million years of rainfall.
Oh wow!
And yet the world didn't flood.
Oh, I love that. I love that.
The rain comes because water evaporates. It's just a cycle. We
There's
know
a cycle.
how the water cycle works.
Yeah.
It's the reason it doesn't flood is because the rain isn't just magically appearing. It's the water just keeps moving.
It's evaporating and falling down again, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
If
you can have 1 million years of rain, I'm pretty sure that 40 days isn't going to flood the planet.
Yeah, that's funny. Love that.
Then the Exodus thing just being demonstrably false. Like from records, we know that the Israelites were not slaves in Egypt at the time.
Yep.
In fact, there were people there who owned property and like worked in the Egyptian government. It's like, these were not the slave people. And, zero evidence of an army of slaves in the desert. And the Israelites themselves came from Canaan. They weren't like a wandering people out of exile. It's like we actually know where they come from. It's like, and if you actually cared about the Bible and all of these tales, you would think you would look that up. But again,
you would.
That disproves the Bible. So
don't let the truth get in the way of a good story, I think sometimes is what's going on there. Yeah. Well, dude, thanks for coming up. I appreciate you were waiting ages, so I was sad to have it not working, but I'm glad we got you in.
Yeah. All right. You take care then.
Thanks, Adam. Always good to talk, man. Take it easy, friend. Take care.
Take care.
Bye. Okay. There we go. Right. Let's get back over to the TikTok side. We've got Skinny Mexican, and then we've got Sean after that. Sean, hold fire. Stay where you are, my friend. We'll get you in just as soon as we've spoken to Skinny Mexican. Hopefully bring it up now. Hey, welcome.
Hey, how are you doing?
Very good indeed. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Excellent. Well, welcome up. The floor is yours. What would you like to say?
So I've been listening to you for a while, and I agree with your essential premise that it is consciously involuntary for you to believe anything.
Yeah.
So you actually either are convinced it is a binary state to be to believe or not to believe.
Yep.
And I have been like, are you just like a complete determinist? Like fate? Like just the molecules in the universe and everything else just like, and I don't want to use the words free will because that's very annoying, and it's not a totally different topic, but it is so loaded. It is ancillary to what we're talking about. Here's my big question, and that is, can you shield yourself? Can you can you be stupid on purpose? In other words, can you choose to believe by just avoiding all the evidence that would convince you otherwise?
Yeah. I think I see what you're saying. So you can take actions that influence the likelihood of beliefs happening or not happening. So one example would be sticking your fingers in your ear and not listening while evidence of a contrary position comes in, right?
Nah. Yeah, you can do that.
You can do that, and that has an impact on the likelihood of you believing something. I've never made the claim that there are no actions you can take that are ever going to change what you're going to believe one way or the other.
So before you even get into it, because like this might be short, what's the practical difference between you choosing to believe something and not choosing to believe something? At that point, I get like all the way down, if you really crack down into it, right? But if you can have like a practical impact on your own beliefs by taking actions that change your exposure to evidence, how is it different than you choosing to believe one thing and not choosing to believe
the difference
another?
The difference is that the actions don't reliably map onto belief. So you can do all the actions and then find you still don't believe. Ultimately, the test is, are you going to be convinced as a result of the things you do? And sometimes you will be, and sometimes you won't be. So you still haven't chosen your beliefs. You've just chosen to do some things that increase the likelihood of a particular belief happening or not happening. And then you still have to do the actual test in the moment where the proposition or the claim meets with your brain, and they either get along or they don't. And that's the bit you can't choose.
I get that. And I granted that at the beginning, right? That this is and look, I'm with you on that, right? But there are many people who choose not to believe something by avoiding evidence of whatever they have chosen not to believe. How can you say that they have chosen or not chosen to believe this thing if they are making actual choices that make them immune, if you want, to saying these things? In other words, like, how are they not being faithful by just not listening to what we are saying? How can you say that is not a choice that they have made when they are they're insulating themselves from any kind? They have chosen not to become, not like, your science is stupid to them. Like, they don't care about facts. They have rejected these ideas, and I feel like it is an exercise in futility to continue to, like, what are you going to do except for physically force them, like Clockwork Orange style, to look at the actual evidence?
You can't.
Well, obviously you cannot do that, but how can you say that they have chosen to, or that it is not their choice to believe or not to believe?
I'm still saying that, I'm still, so in my book, this is called The Edges of Control. So they're still within the edges of control are the choices they make about how to use their attention. Yes, you can choose to remain ignorant. You can choose to remain close-minded. You can choose to put your fingers in your ear and go, nah. You absolutely can do that. And that is going to have an effect on the kinds of things that are going to persuade you of things further downstream of those choices. But that's still not choosing what you believe. It's still not choosing what you're persuaded of. It's still the case that in that moment, you're still only persuaded of the things you're persuaded of. The set of things that you believe is always going to be the set of things that have persuaded you they're true. That never changes. So yes, you can take actions that keep you ignorant, and the world is full of people who do. And I lament that all the time. But it's unfortunately just a thing, right? It's just a thing that happens. People make disastrous choices to remain uneducated. I see people in the comments under my videos every day proudly displaying their scientific illiteracy like a badge. And it's horrible to see it. And those are, on some levels, choices people have made, because in the world now, it's so easy to acquire information. Spend half an hour on the right YouTube channels and you become broadly acquainted with absolutely anything. And there's no need to remain ignorant now. And yet people make the choice on some level. They don't think they're making the choice to remain ignorant. They think they're making a choice to not listen to the devil's work, or to not listen to what those damn smart people who think they're so smart are saying, and all of that stuff. Okay, they're making disastrous choices, and as a result, they're staying stupid or ill-educated or ill-informed, I should say. That's it. Those are the choices that they have to make, but they're still not directly choosing their beliefs, and that's really the extent of it. And I think the reason I make this claim is really to point out it's not so much those cases that I'm focusing on when I start talking about this stuff. It's more the idea that people say, just choose to believe the right things about God. And I just think for so many of us, for so many people, that's just impossible. You just can't. Even if you make all the choices towards that belief. So think about the flip side of the coin, right? Not the fingers in your ear, no, I can't hear you choices. Think about someone who made all the opposite choices to that, being completely open, praying, trying, listening, reading, fasting, prayer groups, the whole lot, and still just found themselves unconvinced. That is a perfect expression of the fact that even when you do the actions alone don't reliably get you to belief unless they are accompanied with persuasion.
Okay, so here's what I have a massive problem with within my own thinking as well. You have chosen to believe or not to believe practically by taking in the information that you have. You don't have all the information, obviously, right? I do. None of us really does, right? So we absolutely have to be making some kind of judgment. If it's not just like particleistic determinism that dictates the things that are going on within our minds, right? What material difference does it make whether I choose this or that? I understand where it comes down to a God belief, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not attacking your assertion that belief is involuntary.
Yeah.
It is that it is inconsequential whether or not belief is involuntary, except when we're talking about a more so if a belief, and if you choose to ignore that Jiminy Cricket, are you doing better for yourself or are you not? And I think that more people have to be able to recognize that it is, you know, that we don't all need to go down like the hard Nietzschean route of God is dead if you don't know how to manage it otherwise. And so I am not making a case for God at all. I am sort of making a case for religion for people who can't manage the existential horror of there not being one, for people who only know a world where everybody else believes in God. And this is such a fucking disgusting gray area where I think that people like you and me should be able to bring more people to the place where it's like, no, we do not need God, because God leads to horrible things like you believing that Trump is going to make your life better.
Yeah.
It leads into cult-like mentality. It leads to a lot, but without that, I feel like a lot of people are just like the existential dread, the existential horror is too much. It is.
The main thing sorry, I'm Sean, by the way. The main thing we are addressing is the normative Christian and Islamic, perhaps some other religions as well, belief in belief-based salvation, to where there's a moral judgment on people for not believing. And there are millions of believers, former believers, such as myself, who actually tried to continue believing later on in life, just exposure to the world, life experience, started having doubts, and the doubts grew, and we fought against them. And we cannot believe. John can't just choose to believe. And there's there's moral aspersions that are cast on us, that we deserve hell for eternity for not being able to believe in their God. And so that's the main thing that we are addressing. One, because that belief in itself, belief-based salvation,
because it hurts your feelings,
it is toxic. No, it's more than just hurt feelings. A lot of people get cast out of their, you're making kind of, you're making snide remarks like, oh, because you got hurt feelings. But like, we have a lot of people here who got cast out of their families, their communities, have like actual material harm happen to them because of this belief-based salvation. It's more than, I'm not going to trivialize them by saying, oh, you're marginalize it by just referring to it as hurt feelings.
Tens of millions of people suffer from PTSD, like religious trauma, because of this bullshit.
I guess I'm one of the lucky ones who, I guess I grew up in a Catholic tradition, but never, ever understood why the fuck these people are doing this shit. Why are people being Catholic? And I realize after all this time that they're doing this because they have consciously avoided evidence of their belief. And I've talked to a lot of them and asked them, do you really believe this shit? And honestly, no, they're just going with the flow. And so, I mean, it really more is a question about power if we're going to talk about religion than removing people from, this structure or that. It has a lot more to do with like the power of the church than it does with belief itself. And it is a very good argument to say you are not responsible for not believing in God, because it is on its face a really, really weird thing to believe.
It is.
It is just strange to have to say that all of this, okay, like just based on your own observations, absolutely never having observed anything like that but just to put yourself in the position of master of the universe and use everybody you've ever seen and being like, there's no way this all exists except for us, right? Like that is basically the premise, right? Like there has to be a supreme belief in how the universe exists that has something to do with humanity, right? Like, isn't that the central argument of God? There has to be a superhuman thing, but it is like more human than human thing.
They're personifying like reality or
just
whatever
like
it is.
It's anthropomorphizing everything that exists, right?
Yep.
It is on its face kind of stupid, and I get that, but there is a way to believe in humanity itself after you've met all of these horrible people that you have met in your life, after meeting all of the wonderful people that you have met in your life, to be able to center yourself within all of this. That, I mean, what else? This is like existential angst, right? It's just like Cthulhu doesn't give a fuck about you.
Yeah, look,
right?
Obviously, I'm not going to make the argument, and we'll move this along because I want to get Sean in. He's been waiting. Other Sean's been waiting ages. I want him to not drop out the queue. So we'll put a lid on this in a moment. But yeah, look, people take something from religion. There are many people who are helped greatly by their faith. I get it. It's not all downside for all people. I've never made the argument that there are no positives ever to be found in religious faith. I know people whose lives have been profoundly turned around by their religious faith, and much for the better. But it deserves an honest airing. It deserves for us to talk about the dark side to this as well. The dark side to any belief system that criminalizes thoughts, that criminalizes the inability to be persuaded by something which so many people experience. Just they don't believe it because they can't believe it, not because they've chosen not to. And that's the purpose of everything we do here, is really that message, And so yes, you will be able to find examples of people who don't believe things because they've been willfully negligent in becoming well informed, and you'll be able to find people who believe things because they've been recklessly gullible. But in the middle of all of that, there are still hundreds of millions of people who just live in cultures that tell them they're bad because of what they are unable to do with their minds. And I just think that's wrong. And I think more people need to call it out, and more people need to attack religious systems purely for this reason. Because if Christianity was true, it would still be not okay to punish people for just not having come to the right views. Maybe they just weren't missioned to by the right person. Maybe they weren't proselytized skillfully enough. It's not their fault.
You know what, John? I have a big. I understand what you're saying, obviously, like as an atheist, but the power structures within religion have transcended even the Christian belief. They have transcended Islam. They have transcended anything into what people believe that they're going to get out of a religious belief in things that are like, in other words, the USA has been completely taken over by what any person who studies cults would call a cult.
Yep.
Okay. So and to say that these people have not chosen to believe that is the question that I'm asking.
Yeah, they believe it because they've been persuaded, and I do really want to wrap this up because I don't want Sean to drop out the queue. But so we'll wrap it up here. They've been persuaded. Many of them have adopted beliefs through motivated reasoning. So the the sort of emotional needs to belong to certain tribes have influenced how gullible they are and how open they are to believing preposterous
but they don't
nonsense.
actually believe it, is what you're saying.
No, I think they do. Motivated reasoning can lead to genuine belief, albeit for terrible reasons. So I think tens of millions of people, hundreds of millions of people, no, tens of millions of people believe things on insufficient evidence for bad reasons, but they still believe them.
So if it's involuntary to believe, then how can we blame them for believing it?
We can't, and I don't.
I'm not okay with that.
Yeah, we can hate what they stand for. We can hate what they stand for, and we can push back on them as forcefully as possible. But we will counter them more effectively if we're not telling ourselves lies about the mechanisms by which they have become persuaded of stuff. So, dude, let's pick this up again, because I understand where you're coming from, and I appreciate what you're saying.
Okay.
I really do.
I'll drop out if you want me to, or
Yeah,
I'll just say bye.
I'm going to move on, but
I know
yeah,
you got to move on.
Yeah,
Right.
but thanks, man. Appreciate your call.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye. Okay. I understand what he means. I do, and it's very hard to sort of adopt anything other than a really, really antagonistic position towards tens of millions of people that hold odious, terrible, cult-like views. I get it. I really do. So I do understand where he's coming from. Okay, as promised, let's bring in Sean. He's been waiting patiently in the wings.
Hey there.
Hey, Sean. How are you?
I'm doing very well.
Good. Thank you for waiting. I appreciate that. I have a feeling we've spoken before, but forgive me if I'm wrong about that.
We may have. I don't know. I try to listen to as many lives as I can.
Fair enough. Well, thanks for waiting, and you're up now, and the floor is yours. What would you like to say?
Well, it's a fascinating proposition, to say God is fiction when we live in a world where everything we see, hear, touch, feel, taste, and think is fiction. Modern neuroscience, teaches us that our brains create an approximation of what we think we see or we feel, and that formulates our beliefs. In other words, we believe that there's a sun because we think we see the sun. But in reality, our mind creates what we think we see. And so in a sense, for example, there's a 2015 study that was published, Consciousness and Cognition, that's a peer-reviewed journal, remembering, imagining, and false memories and personal meanings. And the whole system of our human memory is, all memories to some degree are false, and the main role of memories lie in generating personal meanings. So when we talk about God and the creation of God, which is a fiction, like you say, it's something that we create in our minds, we have to see it in context of the cultural things that grow up organically to motivate kids. For example, there's a Santa Claus. And if you're a good boy, you're going to get presents. But if you're bad, you're going to get a lump of coal. And you could say, okay, well, now there's Jesus and there's God. And if you're good.
Can we start on the first point? Because you're making a lot of points in a long succession, and we want to address them one at a time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sure. So if you have a digital camera, it takes the light inputs, and I don't know exactly how it works, but it recreates images of the light. It's creating an approximation, much the same as you said our brains do, which I don't doubt our brains do. I'm not a neurologist.
Oh, it's not the same.
Okay,
it's not the same at all.
I'm sure there's differences, but let me ask you. Let me hold on. Let me just
brain
ask
and
you.
the camera are two different things. It's a false analogy.
Okay, so
well then start talking.
Okay, so please don't talk over me. Thank you. Are you suggesting that the sun isn't actually there, that there isn't a large, massive body, hot body of, I don't know if it's considered plasma, but there's no actual sun there? Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm telling you what science says, and you missed it because you weren't listening.
Well, okay, so is that a yes or no to my question?
Well,
Are you saying science? Are you saying science says the sun doesn't actually exist?
No, what I said, and you obviously didn't listen. I'll just repeat it, so maybe you'll hear me.
I was listening.
You weren't.
You don't need to repeat it. You could just clarify. We all heard what you said.
Yeah,
you could just clarify a little bit.
I was literally asking you because it's how I interpreted while I was actively listening what you accused me of not doing.
Okay.
So let's not make this contentious. Don't talk over me. You were able to speak for a long time.
You wouldn't let me answer, and you
okay. So what you accused me of not listening? I was answering,
and you talked over me.
You accused me of not listening, and then you accused me of misrepresenting you. What I was asking for. Me clarifying.
You obviously don't want to have a conversation.
Me asking you to clarify your position isn't misrepresenting your position.
Let me clarify.
All right. So
let me clarify.
So the sun actually exists. The sun is not a fiction. So please continue.
Okay. Are you going to mute me? Or are you going to
just
let me
talk?
Talk?
Stop crying. Just make your point.
Right. I'm not crying. You're the one who's crying.
I'm not crying. You're crying.
Okay.
Yeah. Well. You didn't. I'll rephrase what I said to clarify.
Okay.
That our cognitive science tells us in peer-reviewed journals that what we see, what we feel, what we touch, and what we taste, our mind makes an approximation of what we think, and it creates its own fiction of what it perceives is going on. And that happens at the imagination level. It happens at the tactile level in our senses. Our brain creates a fiction. And then we formulate our beliefs about the outside world based upon that fiction.
Except
we agree the sun actually exists. Do we agree God actually exists?
I didn't say that. You said that.
Does the sun actually exist, yes or no?
You are
answer the question.
Does the sun actually exist, yes or no?
Your mind, what you believe about the sun.
Is that a yes or no to my question? Does the sun actually exist in reality, yes or no?
You don't want to have a conversation.
We'd love to.
You want to straw man something because you can't understand scientific
you are currently acting like an entitled child, and you're going to stop doing that right now. Okay, you're going to stop doing that right now.
Like
you're going to stop doing that right now.
You're ignorant.
So lovely. Now, what you've said so far is that you've correctly identified that in perceptual and cognitive psychology. No, you wouldn't be continually muted if you weren't so rude. We have people here that we have perfectly productive conversations with that we don't have to keep on muting like a little child because they're capable of having adult conversations. Unlike you, you seem to be more like a 4-year-old who needs to be constantly disciplined. It's amazing how hard you're crashing out. We haven't even got into the meat of the discussion so far.
You have to mute people.
It would be delightful. It's amazing. The only people we ever have to mute are the people who are absolutely incapable of having conversations. It's absolutely amazing. It's actually fascinating because I'd quite like to actually have the conversation with you, but at the moment, all you're capable of doing is crashing out, and this is shaping up to be one of my favorite crash out clips of the month. So keep on crashing out because it's going to be absolutely wonderful. Let's see who's completely losing their shit here. Absolutely unbelievable that all he's doing is riding the mute button because he's absolutely incapable of having a conversation. So here's what's gonna happen next. Right? So no one's interested in hearing you talk about how we don't know how to have a conversation because we have fruitful conversations with people here all the time who we don't have to continually mute like you. Unfortunately, because you're so badly behaved and lacking in basic social manners, you required muting all the time in order to stop you continually interjecting before anyone said anything. And it means that we can't really develop the conversation at all. And all that happens really is that you start swearing and crashing out and being abusive. And, eventually the mask slipped. Normally, it takes a little bit longer for the mask to slip, but in this case,
there is a mask.
The mask has slipped pretty early on. So the sad thing is that we could have spoken a little bit about the scope, because I'd quite like to speak to you about the thing that you're actually talking about, but it seems that sadly you're not capable of doing it. So all we're going to do is keep on crashing out. I think I'm going to override. I'm going to override the inner circle because I'm having fun with this. This is one of the best. This might be one of the best crash outs we've had in ages. So Sean, we have a thing here called the inner circle here, where some of the members are able to vote on particular people who call in who are so insufferable to listen to. They just don't want to hear them anymore. And they voted for me to remove you. Voted to remove you from the conversation, but I'm having much too much fun. So what I would suggest is you start up your own live stream, then I'll come into your live stream and behave like a petulant 4-year-old, and then you can mute me. The difference is that I wouldn't hang around humiliating myself as long as you've hung around humiliating yourself. This is going to be a great clip. Say hi to all the people on YouTube for when this is clipped. Say hi to the lovely people. Now he's quiet.
Stop muting
Excellent.
Me. No, you won't let me talk.
Oh, I love that. No, it won't let me talk. No, I won't let you talk because you don't know how to have a conversation.
I do know how to have a conversation.
Okay, do you want to prove it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you going to let me talk or are you going to mute me?
Let's see what happens. Okay, so here's what happens in a conversation: is one person says something, and while they're talking, the other person politely waits until the first person's finished what they're saying, and then and then makes their input. If you're capable of doing that, then perhaps we can have a conversation.
But you muted me when I was answering you.
Let's see.
Okay.
Okay.
And
All right.
also we answer yes or no questions with a yes or no.
Yeah, and then answer my yes or no questions.
A question, a yes or no question is: do you, can you, are you, what have you, is it, etc.
I don't have to answer the questions that way. That's not part of the rule.
If you do have to, if it's a yes or no question, I'm not saying only a yes or no. You could say yes. You could say yes, and then elaborate, or no and elaborate, or even I don't know.
Okay.
Okay. So does the sun actually exist in reality? Yes or no?
I will answer your question if you let me and not mute me.
Yes or no.
All right. Science tells us that our perceptions of whether the sun exists is a fiction that we create in our minds. And I can cite to you 4 peer-reviewed journal articles that tell us that.
So is that a yes or no? Does the sun actually exist?
I didn't ask
you
if our minds.
Okay, I'm going to. He's not going to give you a straight answer. So I'm going to comment on your. No, you didn't, because Sean asked you. Sean asked you whether the sun exists, and you didn't answer that. You made a statement about what science says about our cognition. That wasn't what Sean was asking about. Did you notice? He wasn't asking what does science tell us about our cognition. He was asking, does the sun exist? And the reason he was asking that is because he was doing a grown-up thing. It's called developing an argument. Because your claim was that everything is a fiction. And one of the ways that he was showing that your claim is bullshit is by showing that the sun actually does exist. And so whilst the cognitive literature might show that the human brain interpolates some of our sense data and that we approximate some things rather than grasping it absolutely perfectly every time, and we create little bits and pieces here and there, we are actually able to approximate what really does exist. So our interpretations about the world are not fiction because we're able to compare them with each other. And when we find that we're all experiencing the same thing, we're able to deduce that those things probably are reflective of some objective reality that exists. That was the point that Sean was trying to get to.
I understand, and I appreciate that belief. That's a belief you hold, but that's not consistent with what the science says. And that's all I was trying to relate.
It is.
It isn't, because you're not citing me one study that says what you just said.
It's
about
still
objective reality.
It's still consistent because
You
even
can't.
because even
You
though
can't. You're just going to pontificate
are we,
and cite
are we
yourself.
interrupting again? Have we forgotten our manners?
No, because
you
you're
asked
just
me a
citing
question.
yourself. You're just going to repeat what you said.
We've forgotten our
I already
manners
heard
again,
what
haven't
you
we?
said.
Do I need to put you over my
Yep.
knee? Do you want a spanking? Is that your thing? Are you just like into humiliation? I can do it
I
if you
think
want.
you're humiliating yourself.
Do you?
And why do you misspell your name?
Anyway, never mind. So, I think that everything you're saying is not particularly useful for this discussion. So,
That's because
thank
you don't want to talk about fiction.
It's because
you put
you're
the prompt up there and you don't even know what fiction is.
Your claim is
You
completely
don't know
asinine.
how the mind works.
Yes, your claim.
Cite to a peer-reviewed study. You can't.
Your claim is completely asinine because we have reasons to believe
I just
that.
cited to you a peer-reviewed study by Conway from 2015.
Okay.
Cite me a study.
Okay. I think I'm going to draw this conversation to a close because I don't think you're capable.
Exactly, because you can't cite. You have no references.
He really wants
you have
to.
No support.
He really wants to be humiliated again, doesn't he? Should we?
You're humiliating yourself.
That's all you're good for. That's all you're good for.
Yeah.
You want me to give you scientific sources to back up the claim that large numbers of people are able to agree on things that they see and compare their sense data together, such that that wipes out the variations from our own interpolation. Right? The variations from our own interpolation don't overmatch the fact that if I look at a tree and Sean looks at a tree and 1,000 other people look at a tree and we all say there's a tree there, then all of the scientific data from the kind of articles you were talking about, which are to do with the limitations of our sense data, don't work. They're not sufficient to. They are about the limitations of our sense data.
You create fiction.
That's a metaphor for the limitations of our sense data, and they're not sufficient to make up for the fact that we all agree that there's a tree there. So thank you for coming in to make an asinine comment. I think you've completely failed to make any kind of argument, but you have given me a fantastic crash out clip.
You're a nothing.
So I'm a nothing. I'm an absolute no brains. But I'm not the one who's come up here and cried like a baby and been swearing and throwing out insults at people. So I'm not sure really, which one of us is a nothing. But I wouldn't want to comment on that. I wouldn't call you a nothing. You're definitely a something. I'm not sure what word I'd use for it though. But anyway, thank you for coming up to entertain us greatly. That was fun. Oh dear. I was wondering if we were going to get a good crash out. Now the question is, has anyone called it on the bingo? Someone has.
Oh, of course they did. Someone called it out in the TikTok chat as well. He said, I forget who it was. He said crash out unlocked.
Yeah, Zeitgeist called it. I'm going to hand that to Zeitgeist right now. Let's hear the crash out. There's the crash out. And Gordon Love Science called free will. And that was such a funny call. Zeitgeist called read it in context. I'm a bit throaty all of a sudden. And Issa called read it in context, which I think we'd had already. So there we are. Okay, we are doing pretty well. That was hilarious, wasn't it? What an absolute clown.
That was a hell of a call. You know what? That was a rare case. They really got it right with the kill switch. However, we just couldn't resist.
It was just too entertaining. I think we all knew at that point that there was no productive conversation to be had, that the guy had inserted his head so far up his backside that he was looking out of his own neck. But I thought it was just too entertaining not to keep on going. That was one of the best crash outs I think we've ever had. That's absolutely glorious. Let's bring in Silas. Silas is here. Haven't spoken to Silas for a while. This is going to be a sea change from the tone of the last call, of course. Oh, people, before I close off the last one, get your rating in for Sean. I'm going to have to block this off in a minute because we've got Silas in now. So a few seconds to get any votes in if you want to have them. Not sure if we were very active on the voting on that one. I think we had a few. But I'm gonna lock that off now, and I think Oh, yes, that's a little harsh. Okay, excellent. There we go. Let's say hello to Silas. How are you, Silas?
Oh, I'm fantastic, John. I'm a little bit better now after that. Weirdly enough, I think that improved my day.
Oh, mine too. That was absolutely golden. Superb.
I'm very concerned now. I'm very concerned. Well, between all of the times you were muting him, obviously, I'm not sure why you were being so cruel. But between those times, I think he made some very good points as to how you're an absolute nothing. And, well, I'm concerned now that I've spent money on a pre-order for a book from nothing. And I'm really worried that I just wasted all my money, John. I was hoping maybe you could console me on this.
I can't. I'm afraid you've completely wasted your money on nothing. I'm so sorry. But thank you for that. I appreciate it.
I just wanted to say, hey, I'm super excited. I've been waiting around for that and finally saw that pop up in my email today. So a slight plug for you.
Thank you.
I think my biggest thing, I just wanted to kind of touch base with you and Sean. Actually, you kind of hold a special place for me as I was deconstructing. I think you know that.
Thank you.
And I'm still actually an active member of church, and I really enjoy it.
Good for you.
Weirdly enough, I think I enjoy it more than ever because I don't think any of it is real. And yet, with that lens and that lack of cognitive dissonance that I've had my whole life, I get to just watch the benefits be benefits. I get to just watch, because I'm part of a small little 30-person church who is led by a guy who was once a Buddhist. And this is not the same thing as your Southern Baptist or anything like that. And I just was curious your thoughts on this, if you or Sean had experience with that, because I find myself very alone in this experience of, I think I'm an agnostic atheist. I think I'm very comfortably in that camp.
Yeah.
But I was curious if you guys know or have anyone else who feels that way, or if you would tear apart some of that experience and that, I don't know. I was curious your thoughts.
There's no, of course. I mean, look, there's no rule that says just because you've had a change about what you think is true, you're now obligated to cut off social ties with people who may have played a part in your life or community. Or, I always say that the one thing religion does really, really well is create community and fellowship and that stuff. And so many people really struggle with losing that when they lose their faith. If you found a way to stay in that community, even with a change of perspective that you've had, I think that's a real win. You kind of, as you say, you get the best of all worlds because you're not having to carry the cognitive dissonance of trying to negotiate with yourself about believing stuff that your mind doesn't find convincing. You don't have to do any of that exhausting work, but you still get the benefits of being part of a community and part of a group. The one thing I would ask is, do people in your church know about this change in perspective from you? And is that okay? Is that, if they do, is it causing any rubs? And if not, are you okay maintaining that kind of role play?
Sure. Some people know and some people don't. It's fairly split, I would say. I sat down and talked to the pastor of said church for a while. And I basically just said, hey, the biggest thing, again, this is part of the reason why I think that you hit a point that I feel like a lot of agno-atheists or sorry to put you in this category, but debaters will not actually hit this point as hard as you do. And that is that belief is not a choice. Like, that is truly key in my journey and in my thinking. And I feel like you hit that point far harder than most people do.
Yeah.
There's a lot of angles that people take. Somehow that one's a little bit rarer, or at least I've seen it as such.
Yeah, that's our lane, really.
Yes. So, I mean, I didn't really give you credit, to be honest, but I quoted you in some ways as I was talking through this argument, and I was saying the biggest things are, I don't think that my belief is a choice, and I don't find the Bible to be a convincing. I think one of the better ways I phrased it is, if God is real, and if this book is given by him, I need this to be demonstrated to be more than humans could write. I need this to have divine fingerprints. I will not worship something that is not greater than I am.
Yeah.
And if this book seems to be written by humans, I see no reason to worship it. And I see no way of divinely fingerprinting this. Like if you had penicillin somehow written in the Old Testament, Like I would find that exceedingly convincing suddenly. Right. You know this
Right.
whole line.
Yeah.
Those were my two things though that I hinged it on. And the conversation with believers from that point onward, like prophecy, and you're like, well, the New Testament authors already knew about the Old Testament. Like you can just very comfortably go through a few of these points. And thankfully, again, the people that I'm surrounded with are just like my brother. I told my brother, and again, my family is all young earth creationist, grown up, like I grew up with Ken Ham. Going back and listening to Ken Ham again was another part of my deconstruction.
Wow.
Anyway, I told my brother, and he's like, oh, the smartest eldest son, who's always been a little bit rebellious, is an atheist now. I'm shocked. Who could have seen this coming? Anyway, back to the conversation we were having. I'm like, that's it? That's all I get? And he's like, you're my brother. It is what it is, bro.
Right.
Like, no. So I've been very fortunate enough to I've left the churches that were toxic. So I find myself in a very healthy place where I can tell people as it comes up naturally. And I think you've given me some of the tools to do that, I guess.
Oh, well, that's fantastic. I'm really pleased about that. And it's so good to hear you now. I mean, we haven't spoken in a little while, but, I was privileged to be there when you said to Daniel, your turning point moment was, in Daniel Green's live. And I was just so moved to hear you saying to him that he'd kind of helped you along and you'd come to this realization yourself that you no longer believed. And it was such a authentic, amazing moment. It was why I reached out to you and said, that was incredible. Feel free to come and join our lives if you want to. And it was lovely, a lovely thing. And then you did. And so it's great to hear you now. Here we are a few months later and you sound so comfortable kind of in your skin and with this. And the fact that you've been able to keep community around you with this, I guess, is a testament to you and to your character and maybe to the character of the particular community you have, because it wouldn't have been so easy in other contexts. So
no,
I think it's great. I think it's great to hear.
I cannot discount that at all. I'm part of a couple different Christian groups. And I guess that's my primary thinking is like, as I'm sitting here and I'm watching, right? Because like another group that I'm a part of is called F3. It's a Christian workout group. They pretend they're not Christian. They're definitely, they try to be a little bit more than that at their roots. But I'm watching this and I'm going, there's so many benefits here that I don't think that most of these people would be able to have these benefits without this structure. I can't, and maybe this is my own fault, I literally cannot envision a world in which most of these people who are in these Christian circles get benefits such as meditation, just sitting and pausing for a moment, benefit such as collective worship, and collective looking towards something higher than yourself. I suddenly like worship music that I didn't like before because I'm not theologically analyzing it.
Yeah.
I know, like, it's just an emotion. Like, and being able to see those couple of things with that layer, obviously community and community service, like it all hinges on a falsehood in a way, but I just can't envision a world where atheists are by and large able to do this with the same efficiency that the Christian structure is in the way that I'm watching it in this gorgeous culture. Again, I am in a lucky subculture of Christianity. Don't get that wrong for a moment. But I was just curious your thoughts on this. Like, am I missing something? Am I crazy here? Like, I don't think these people can deconstruct. I think it would tear some people apart. Is that arrogant of me to feel like?
Oh no, I don't. I think that's perfectly okay for you to judge that to be the case with respect to some people. Some people just aren't ready, and for some people, this stuff is so central to their lives and to the way they find meaning that they're not ready for it yet. I mean, I'm always scared to adopt a sort of I don't know, the tone of like we're the clever ones and those poor proles are, they need their belief, those silly simpletons. I'm always careful about that, but I think it's okay to look at some people and say, look, their faith is so much a part of where they are and what their lives are about for them right now. This is not necessarily going to be a thing that would help them. I think it's okay to say that.
Yeah. I don't know. I was just curious if either of you had that similarity. Like my wife, for example, is not deconstructed at all. And at the moment, like I'm very open with her, but I'm very not pushing any content. Like I'll turn off, John Cohen's live stream when she's in the room. Like tearing it apart would not do her any good at the moment that I see.
I think that's fine.
I don't know. I was just curious your thoughts
Sean,
on this.
Sean, do you have any thoughts?
No, I think I agree with everything you said, John. I could just kind of briefly share from myself. I personally would not join a church like as an active, regular member, simply because it would be awkward, and I don't like lying about who I am, or having to hide that. Although it is tempting to sort of have that sort of community. But I have been to a number of church services for different reasons. For example, my ex-wife, since I became an atheist, I went to a church service for Easter, and she's a Christian, etc. I actually still enjoy it from the perspective of, I kind of critique what they're saying or analyze what they're saying, the modes of persuasion that they use, things they say that I agree with or disagree with. It's just another perspective, and being around more people. It's slightly awkward when people bow their heads. I'm kind of like peeking around the room, and when they bow their heads to pray and stuff. And maybe hoping to. Is there another?
Oh, we've lost a bit of Sean there.
He might be praying.
Yeah. Yeah, I might be praying. No, I don't know if it's the connection or not. But yes, I enjoy it. I wouldn't be like a regular church member, though.
Right. Yeah.
That makes sense. I definitely dodged the fake part. In my brain, like, if my family knows and the pastor knows, it's not really fake. I'm just waiting for, natural conversation. So I did dodge that bullet personally a little bit, I suppose.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? But I still think you're winning. I mean, by the sounds of it, you're winning. There's no huge trauma here in balancing these things, and it's really nice to hear this. For some people, this would be a completely impossible situation, but it's working for you, and good for you, Silas. I think that's great. I must just share this with you. Matthew has just messaged to say, "What is the caller's name? I'd like to watch the interview when he deconstructed." So obviously someone in the chat has now said it's Silas, but unfortunately this is not recorded. So this was in a live with a wonderful creator.
I wish I had that too.
Daniel Green. If anyone doesn't know Daniel, he normally streams regularly on TikTok, not on YouTube. But I think he hasn't been streaming much recently. I heard him in Justin's live a couple of weeks ago, and he was saying that he isn't streaming much at the moment. I think possibly work commitments or something like that. But Daniel is just an absolutely wonderful human being, super gentle, lovely person. He's just got an incredible energy about him, and he never gets flustered and keeps his lives are always super chill. I mean, I think mine are pretty, but he's next level chill beyond me. And he's just
ridiculous.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? He's just one of the loveliest humans I've ever come across. And sadly, with it being on TikTok, it's not recorded anywhere, so it's not something that you would be able to watch. But it was an amazing moment, and it was a very emotional. It was right at the end of his stream. He'd been streaming for hours, and he was just fixing to wrap up the stream, and then you came in right at the last moment, didn't you, Silas? And kind of told him, and I think he got emotional. We all got a bit emotional. It was a really beautiful, amazing moment. So it was awesome.
I like to snipe a little bit. If you guys mind it, you're always welcome to kick me. But I feel like giving a palate cleanser I enjoy talking to both of you so much. And sometimes I would imagine it's nice to have a friendly face rather than just debating someone thrown in there like seasoning.
For sure.
And the context for that too is Daniel actually, I went into his lives repeatedly as a Christian. And I was trying to come up with these various arguments. I probably talked to him 5-6 times. Some of those conversations were an hour or two long. And I mean, hopefully you've seen it through me. I tried to be very kind and very he literally started my deconstruction. Daniel was the first person that made me go, whoa, because the atheist content that I'd come across was very arrogant or angry. Like, there's a lot of atheist content, especially as I was growing up, that I came in contact with that made it easy to dismiss atheism as primarily angry at God. You know all of the main arguments, right? It was very easy for me to dismiss things that way.
Yeah.
I'd never heard someone who was persuasive, calm, collected, reasonable until I met Daniel. And then obviously, like John, I didn't meet until I don't think I watched you when I watched Daniel. I don't know, maybe I did, but it was after Daniel that I really sat in on your lives and then talked to you. But yeah, no, like I literally was debating him, and I kept. If you ever watched any of those, you'd watch me walk away feeling broken a little bit. Like, it was weird. It was because, I mean, I wanted to approach this with intellectual honesty.
Yeah.
Like something I'd said when I was like 15 or 16 to my best friend was, I'm looking for truth. And if God is truth, I'm going to run into him. And if he's not truth, why would I want anything to do with him?
Yeah.
And I think that same thing has echoed through my story. And Daniel was the first one who just broke that with a calm conversation. He's the only person I had ever met who was outside of the faith who was willing to sit and talk calmly with me.
Yeah. Yeah. He's pretty special. He's pretty special.
So if you ever watch his live, look at his drumstick.
Yeah.
Because that cost me way too much money. That actually I was supposed to be a joke. And I was like, oh, you carry around a drumstick, you want a signed one? And so I sent it to him, and my wife found out, and the shipping was like $70. I said, screw it, because I wanted to send him the drumstick so bad. And she was kind of ticked. She's like, you spent $70 to ship a drumstick to Australia? It was great.
That's so. What he does, he holds his microphone is a little like a clip-on mic, and it's on a drumstick, and he holds it in his hand. It's just his like thing that he does. Yeah, this is making me want to. I'm going to hit him up and see what's going on, because I haven't spoken to him for a while. He's on Australian time, so it's a weird trying to work out time things is weird, because he's in a very different time zone to us. But I kind of wanted to get him on here with us at some point. He is really, really special. He has been in once or twice before. But yeah, thanks, Silas. It's great to hear from you, friend. That was the palate cleanse we all needed after that last
back into the fray.
Train wreck with Sean. Yeah, other Sean.
All right.
Yeah,
have a wonderful night.
Great to see you, buddy.
And yeah, anyone in the chat who is interested in that sort of deconstruction experience conversation, I am someone who is still in the faith in many ways, but not as a believer, and trying to figure that out. So hopefully you're okay with me saying so, John, but
of course,
feel free to reach out to me for a support system or friend of faith.
Awesome. That's what it's all about. And Silas, I don't know if you're a member of our Discord, but if you're not, please come and find us on Discord.
I am in there. Yep. I'm bouncing around in there sometimes. I find it's just too many messages for me to keep up with. Sometimes I can't find anything relevant for me.
It is a bit hectic in there, yeah, but it's good fun.
I like the one-on-ones.
Yeah, of course. Well, I'm glad you're in anyway.
All
right, buddy. Good to see you. Take
Likewise.
care, pal. Thanks, pal. Keep well. Bye-bye. Oh, that really was awesome. He's a great guy, and it was amazing to be there for that. So that's awesome. Big props to Silas. A super chat that I meant to read earlier. Actually, it was while I think it was while the person before previous Sean was on. Was a really, really good clarification about the belief thing from Tim, who just says they are choosing what information to be exposed to. They are not choosing what information they find convincing. So that's to counter this idea of, but are they really choosing to believe or choosing not to believe? This was with the call before, and that just sums up.
That's a good way to frame it.
Absolutely
the way he
perfect.
framed it was good. Yeah,
perfect framing. Thanks, Tim. Absolutely brilliant. Good stuff. Okay, let's see what we've got. No one in the TikTok queue right now, but we have some over on the YouTube side. Annoyingly, Sean.
That's all right.
So
I don't mind being a spectator.
You can spectate while we do these. Okay, so let's get Let's see. That seems to be so. Dave Stroke Dan, who was in earlier, seems to be back again. So let's get him in. Dave Stroke Dan, are you still there?
I am. One moment.
I don't know what name to put now on the. I don't know what name to put on my little system. I'm going to put Dave again. In fact, I'm going to put Dave Stroke Dan. Why not? Because it's fun.
Sure.
There we go.
I want to start by just quick apology for joining on very sort of false pretenses in a sense. Obviously, I put a false name to sort of prove a point.
Absolutely fine. No problem.
I promise it's the only thing that I said that was untrue.
Lots of people use false names on here. It's really not a problem. No one is obligated to give their name and address when they come up. It's not a problem at all.
My actual name isn't either of the two. I quite like my anonymity. So
good. Well, you hold on to that. That's absolutely fine. I sacrificed mine a while back, but for years I was completely anonymous in all my online dealings, and it felt quite nice to just be anonymous. So no problem at all. So anyway, welcome back.
Yeah, and that was a moving conversation with Silas. That was quite nice. I find the sorts of the conversations with deconstructors is I find much more, I guess you could say, moving than the more debate-focused stuff. Although obviously there's entertainment value.
Yeah. Yeah.
In that regard, I'm sure you'll get a great YouTube title out of, caller lies about name. This is what happens, But anyway, the stuff I was more trying to get at before, the caller earlier, Skinny Mexican was his name.
Yes.
Yes. Kind of came in, said something approaching what I was trying to get at, although I feel like I would like to come back to clarify a bit more. I would push a little bit harder on it, where I would maintain that belief or having been convinced is a non-binary metric. And to be clear, I do believe that your experience of it is that of essentially a binary where you either are convinced or you aren't convinced, and you don't experience any amount of control over that.
Yeah.
What I would say is that I find that the human mind is a very, very flexible and powerful thing. I think it can perform a lot of tricks when groomed in the right way that are difficult to categorize in absolutes. I'll take a pause there because I've been talking for a minute. I'd like to hear what your initial reaction to that is.
I still think that there's a excuse me a moment, hang on. I took a sip of water before and it kind of went down the wrong way. So I still think that there's a spectrum of confidence, and I don't want to sort of make it sound like I'm trying to be very, very rigid and black and white and say that everything that happens is, either you're certain or you're, I grant that the experience of having a belief is itself exists as a spectrum of different experiences. You can be very, confidently convicted of something, and you can have a vague suspicion of something which could kind of be called a belief of some sort. And so I wonder if maybe we're talking past each other a little bit on that level, that maybe what you're saying, what you're describing as a sort of non-binary thing, where you're sort of alluding to as some sort of continuum rather than like a light switch is either on or off, and there's no intermediate states between those two. I don't want to sound as if I think belief is more simple than it is. Belief is very, very complex, and
you're writing a whole book on the subject.
I have indeed done that, and I'd like to think that certainly like to hope that I've dealt with it in sufficient kind of nuance and not being too simplistic. But I think I just sort of mean that it's why I describe belief as the condition of being persuaded that something is true or likely true. So I think to me that allows for something like a continuum, and we should be able to sort of figure out where we fall on that continuum, even if it's not exactly like a fully on, fully off. You still know whether you sort of do believe something or not, even though there's lots of different ways you can believe it. So that's my way of meeting you kind of halfway in the place you're in, to say,
Yeah.
This
I would
it's
definitely
you know,
describe it as some sort of a gradient.
yeah, because there's such a wide spectrum of experiences which you could call believing something. Do I believe the Earth goes around the sun? Yes, I believe it very, very much. Is there anything I believe in even more than that? Yes, I believe in my own awareness with even more confidence than that the Earth goes around the sun, because the Earth going around the sun could be an error or an illusion, but my own awareness couldn't be, because I would have to have it in order to doubt it. So that's certain to me. Descartes, exactly. And then we have a whole wonderful spectrum, all the way from the Earth goes round the sun to I believe it's going to be a nice day tomorrow because it was a nice day today and I've seen the weather report, but I wouldn't bet my life on it. I just find myself convinced that it's true. And so I hope that sort of somehow addresses what you're saying.
Absolutely, yeah. I say that where I find myself most interested, and I do think it's an interesting subject, in my opinion, more interesting in the sort of psychology-centered, sort of secular domain more so than the religious domain, but that's just me. Where I do find it particularly interesting is in the sort of extreme cases, the corner cases, the exceptions, where, for instance, I would say in my experience of the world that there's a pretty significant difference between what I believe descriptively versus what I believe prescriptively. And I would say that my prescriptions, the things that I think are good or bad, are probably subject to more like wibbly wobbliness in terms of choice than my just this is what is real, I think that's especially the case coming from a non-theistic perspective where I don't think there is an objective morality.
Yeah.
I wouldn't describe myself as as a sort of emotivist, like the same way I think you seem to, based on the content I've seen before, where morality is kind of just an expression of how I feel about things.
I would add that I bolt onto that. So my sort of base layer is basically saying yes, emotivism, because I think that when we are expressing moral preferences, when we're labeling things good and bad, that is basically just acting out emotivism. But I do think that I would say that I'm sort of, although I don't think objective morals exist, I think that you only need a couple of really, really basic axioms to then form a kind of a sort of teleological objective framework for morality on top of those subjectively chosen values. So I subjectively choose to value well-being and reduction of suffering. That's a completely subjective choice. But then having made that choice, I think we can be very, very objective in a sort of Sam Harris type of way about evaluating actions with respect to that subjectively chosen aim.
I can't say that I follow Sam Harris quite closely, but I would say that I agree with the rest of your assessment.
Yeah, I don't know if you ever read his book, The Moral Landscape. He was basically making the claim that you can be objective about morality, because he says there's a sort of, if you imagine an infinite suffering of the most people as being bad, and if anybody thinks that the maximum suffering of the most people isn't bad, well, that's not a person to have a discussion about morality with. And I find myself saying that to people sometimes.
Yeah, I certainly agree in a sense to that.
And then you could be really objective about looking at any given action and saying, well, is this action objectively going to move you closer towards the maximum suffering of the maximum number of people, or objectively further away from it? And further away is good, closer to is bad. That's very objective, and I like that. But it's still in my mind. You have to still allow for the subjective value that the maximum suffering of the maximum number of people is bad. That's not something that you get to claim as a fact, and that's where I disagree with him slightly. But I did read the book, and I did enjoy the way he put the argument together.
Yeah, I mean, I would frame it just in the sense that, ethics is something that people created to serve a certain purpose. Obviously, it evolved over time. It wasn't explicitly like written in stone, like this is the purpose of ethics, but like ostensibly it was for a purpose. And we can kind of try to throw a dart at what that purpose is and then figure out what axioms would best fit that purpose. And that's how I would frame it in a sort of objective manner. Or at least something approaching it. The thing that I find interesting, that I think is I don't really see discussed often. My background is in mathematics, and in that regard, when we talk about like infinite suffering of infinite people, and then like of course if we're talking about heaven, there's infinite, pleasure, infinite joy, what have you, is that it's quite tricky to actually measure goodness once you start, giving it infinite values. It's very, very straightforward to, try to measure goodness or, in some sort of a meaningful way when you're talking about like finite measurements. But when you start talking about over an infinite time scale with infinite pleasure and infinite suffering and all these infinites, the actual like measurements become, almost nonsensical, which is something that I don't see discussed very often.
Can I ask you a question about that? While you're talking about mathematics and infinite, when I'm saying that I don't have a problem with an infinite regress of moments and of time. Do you have a view on that from the perspective of a mathematician? Because I'm not a mathematician, but my understanding from people smarter than me is that mathematically that isn't a problem.
So I'm no physicist, but my understanding is that there's nothing like explicitly wrong with an infinite regress. There's nothing explicitly wrong with an infinite universe for that matter. But the evidence pointing towards it is, again, as I understand it, not great. It seems pretty finite. Even when it comes to like splitting up time, I know I've heard you reference it before. You're familiar with the Planck time, right? The smallest measure of time where anything can be said to have meaningfully changed, right?
Yeah.
If we can't even infinitely like divide time, I personally don't find it convincing that we can infinitely rewind time. My personal view of it is also, again, not like a ton of evidence for it naturally, but the way I kind of forgive my choice of words, choose to understand things, is that the idea that nothing can't generate something, right? The second law of thermodynamics, the law that there is a constant amount of mass and energy in the universe.
Yeah.
That's a property of the universe, right? And so if there is no universe, then there is no property that says that this has to be the case. So if there was a nothing, so to speak, there's really no rule saying that the universe couldn't have just popped up.
Yeah. Yeah.
just
So in other words,
spontaneously.
in other words, the claim that nothing comes from nothing is itself on shaky ground, because if there is a nothing, then the rules that might pertain under those conditions are likely to be different from the rules that pertain
Yes,
when there isn't a nothing.
one thing that we are quite confident about is that the laws of physics themselves start to deteriorate once we get past that sort of moment of measurement, like in
Yeah.
the Big Bang,
Yeah.
like, or at least the beginning of it, right? That once we start to fade past that moment, we're confident that there was like at least a handful of moments before then, but that it's nigh impossible to say what occurred in those moments because the laws of physics themselves were different.
Yeah.
And again, I'm no physicist. I'm
Sure.
certain I'm butchering that to some capacity. But.
Yeah, a couple of comments in the chat just chuck in. A caller is confusing observable universe with the universe as a whole. There's plenty of evidence that what we can see isn't everything. So that's one potential thing there.
No, of course it's not everything. The claim is just whether it's finite or infinite.
Yeah.
Right.
And then also there's a difference between the observable universe, the whole universe, and the cosmos, which is the same thing, which is the infinite reaches of existence. Yeah. Okay. Well, I just wanted to get your opinion on infinite infinite time.
It's also interesting thinking about if there is an infinite universe. Is something I haven't really thought of before. It just popped into my head just now. Is that hypothetically, if there is an infinite universe beyond the observable universe, if there is infinite mass and infinite energy, then energy could spontaneously and mass could spontaneously come to be, and the amount of mass and energy in the universe wouldn't change because it is infinite in the infinite universe model. So that really wouldn't violate that law from a mathematical standpoint, which leads me to believe further that probably the universe is finite. But again, I really couldn't say one way or the other.
We don't know. Cool. Well, Dave, stroke Dan, stroke something else. Thank you for coming back again. Good to speak to you again.
And I know it's 2 a.m. right now. I'm also in the UK, so
fair
I
enough.
don't want to overstay.
Good stuff. Well, I've got a few more calls to get to before I wrap it up. So thanks for coming in. Appreciate it.
Yeah. I also did want to dissuade any of the chatters who thought that I was being, disingenuous before. I know I got some negative reputation.
I don't think anyone thought that. You're good. You're okay. Don't worry.
I was looking at the chat. I know it's not advisable, but
it's all
there
right.
were quite a few.
All good.
Yeah, it's all good.
All right. Well, thanks for coming back. Appreciate it. Take care, friend.
You too.
Take it easy. Thanks. Bye. Okay. Let us get in. Sean, I'm sorry. There's still no one in the TikTok queue and a few in the YouTube. So you have to bear with me, buddy. Okay, let's get in Andrew next. Hopefully this all works. Andrew, are you there? Sounds like you are. Are you there, Andrew? We can hear something. We can hear clicking.
Hello, can you hear me?
There you go. Yes, we can hear you. Welcome in. You are up. How are you?
I hope my mic is not too loud.
No, it's all perfect. I got you. All good stuff. Welcome in, Andrew. What would you like to say?
I cannot hear you.
You cannot hear me. That's strange because I am registering on video. I can see it moving. That's quite strange.
Okay, so I wanted to ask you a question actually, because I just saw one of your videos and I can finally hear you. So
okay, good.
I've converted, not necessarily converted. I've been a little bit on the fence about Christianity, I guess. I've been a Christian since I was born, actually. I was born into a Christian family. It wasn't really something I thought about, but I've had a lot of questions about it recently, especially as I grow older.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'm already deconverting, so I was wondering, like, what's the best way to deconstruct, I guess?
Everyone has their own path, but I think there are principles that are common to everyone, and it's giving yourself permission to just follow your mind without needing to police your own thoughts, realizing that there's no such thing as a bad thought. There's no such thing as a thing you're not allowed to think. That's a thing that religion tells you, and it tells you almost from the beginning. Like, you know, the whole way that the religion is set up is that the people who think the wrong things are going to be punished. You know, that hell is for the people that don't have the right beliefs. This is a terrible, toxic, damaging, unforgivable thing to tell people, because the one thing we have is the freedom of our own minds. We can think whatever we want. We can explore different ideas. And if there's one thing I would want to give you, it would be the confidence to just explore the landscape of ideas yourself without fear. No fear. You can just think, maybe there's a God. Maybe there isn't a God. Maybe it's a different God. Maybe it's all made up.
So I think one of my biggest fears is actually the pushback from, I guess, from the third party, from other people, not necessarily me.
Yeah. From like people in your community, you mean? Are we having technical issues here a little bit? We are having a few problems with the sound, unfortunately, Andrew. But if I understood you rightly, you're saying you're concerned about pushback, and I'm assuming you mean from people, and that might be people like friends and family and people in your community.
Yeah, I'm having a little bit of a delay hearing you.
Yeah, it's not a fantastic connection for some reason, but I would say the principle there is you are not obligated to tell other people everything you what your beliefs are. I mean, obviously, if you're expected to still go to church and go to stuff, then you have a decision to make about where that line is for you between honesty and authenticity and fitting in. And that's a thing that everyone has to judge themselves. And there's all sorts of things to think about. You know, if you're in a situation, I don't know what your personal circumstances are, but, you know, if you're living in someone else's home and they expect certain things of you, you know, it's tricky. But you don't have to tell them what you think.
Issues that I'm going to have is just everyone in my family is Christian. My wife is Christian as well.
Yeah.
You know, she's pregnant as well, so this is not an easy thing for me, as you can imagine.
Of course. Yeah.
So this is very complicated for me. Like, I don't really know, and I think they also have doubts, but they don't really like expose this. So, but it's a really tough spot.
It is. I feel you, man. I really do. I do. It's there aren't any quick, easy, like right and wrong answers, because every situation is different, every person is different, and to a certain extent you have to use your own instincts. But there's a balancing act. So the first, you know, deconstructing is something that you do inside your own mind. It's your own thing. It's your own relationship with ideas, and that's just your business. That's just for you. That's the first thing. And that's for you to just get to the point where you're kind of happy with where you are with stuff, which might be, you know, jettisoning all of it, or jettisoning some of it, or reinterpreting some of it, or whatever feels right for you, wherever your sort of your own reason leads you. That's one part of the process. And then the next thing is, how do you then externalize that to the world around you, to the people who are your community, to your wife?
If you don't mind, I have a little bit of a question here, because I think I joined talking about deconstructing, and realistically, my hardest point of view is not the deconstruction, because I think I'm already there.
You're there.
If not already achieved that goal.
Yeah.
The big issue for me is, how do I deal with this, especially because I'm so entrenched on everything, right? My family is Christian. My wife that's pregnant is Christian. That's really, really bad, right? So like I don't know, like, how do I change this to like not just have just a shitstorm, I guess, being thrown at me, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I
this
do.
is not going to be easy, right? Like,
yeah. So the balancing, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard. So the balancing act you're going to have to do is going to be between honesty and authenticity. Those are the two things that need to be that you need to figure out what's more important to you at a given point in time. Because if you want to be really honest, then you're gonna speak your mind, and people will know what your beliefs are and your thoughts, and that's going to be, you might upset some people, they might be upset with you, it might be a bumpy ride for you. If you don't want that, then you can be less honest and role play a bit, so that you are still going through the motions and not telling everyone exactly what you think, and that gives you a more peaceful life. But it isn't really that authentic, because you're having to pretend, and
I guess the best way would be to do it progressively, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I want to allow this to be as smooth as possible. Because in the side of like my family, they've already kind of deconstructed. Like, my dad is he I think it's kind of an open secret that he has deconstructed. My mom is a little bit iffy, I think. I think everyone is like with a foot out the door, but they're afraid. I think I saw a video of yours, and one guy was talking about the fear. The fear was hell.
Yeah.
The fear of eternal suffering, I guess.
Yeah.
I read the Bible. I was a really devoted Christian, and I came to the conclusion that, hell and the eternal life, everything, like, both of these concepts sounded like almost eternal torture. But as I became to learn more and more about the faith, I just couldn't believe it. The God, nowadays I call it the paper God, because it's not real. He's a terrible being. He's a terrible, terrible God. But I think everyone around me is just really fearful, and like, my circle is very Christian, as you can imagine.
But from what you've said, it does sound like there's a bit of doubt in the air around you. You're saying your father's kind of not quite there, and your mother's like a little bit of doubt going on. And you might find that if you're gently honest, you might be the trailblazer. I mean, I don't know. It's I always think in these conversations it's really important not to say you should do this, because no one is in your shoes. Nobody is surveying the landscape like you, and nobody's in it like you. But it does sound a little bit to me like there might be room for some very gentle honesty here, and say to people, I'm not sure if this...
to everyone, and when it's brought up, there's a clear fear, I guess. So I think just everyone around me is just fearful, and that's the only thing that keeps them in. Now, for my wife, is a bit different. My wife became Christian while everyone else around me kind of was Christian.
Mm-hmm.
So she, for her, is maybe like the most problematic thing, because she was converted while we were born in it.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a bit tougher.
Yeah, I mean, the freshly converted often have a different zeal. But I just want to read you this lovely comment. Kerry has said, Andrew, tell them you are still the same person. You love your family and will do your best to take care of them. I mean, you're still the person they love. They're still the people you love. I would like to think that those things come first. Sadly, for some people, they don't always. But sometimes it's a bumpy road, and then people get used to it, and they're like, they don't like it, or it just becomes the thing that people don't talk about. But you find a kind of accommodation, a way. I'm thinking of Matt Dillahunt. He had lots of stormy things with his family, and they just kind of found a way to make it work.
They're gonna accept it, and I'm sorry for taking a bit of long time to reply, because there's still a bit of a delay. But I think they will grasp onto it. It's just gonna be like might be even a tough year.
Yeah. It's there might be a bit of a bumpy road, but if you can stay the course, then what you have to look forward to further down that road is just a much more authentic existence, where you don't have to pretend stuff, or you have to pretend a lot less. And maybe the balance is like a little bit of pretending. Maybe you go to church occasionally with them, or whatever it is, but everybody knows that you've got your views, and your views deserve to be respected. And it doesn't mean that you don't love your wife. Certainly not going to mean you don't love your new child that's going to be coming. There's going to be some tricky discussions to be had if you and your wife have got different views around religion. It's not a straightforward discussion. What should be presented to the child? That's tricky. It's going to take some negotiating, and there isn't a one size fits all. But you could certainly, I would certainly recommend check recoveringfromreligion.org. They may have some guidance for you, which is they may have some pointers that I haven't thought about.
Ideally, I would like to just let my kid make his own decisions instead of forcing a religion on him or her.
Yeah, that is the ideal. That is the ideal. I think that we should all equip our children with the knowledge of how to think well, not what to think, but how to think, and then teach them the value of evidence, teach them the value of critical thinking, teach them the value of kind of, I say, humanistic values, but by that I just mean kindness and compassion, and then they'll find their way. Hard to argue with those values as a parent, I think. But yeah, I feel a bit like I wish I could have offered you a bit more. It's such a tricky situation you're in, but it does sound to me like there might be a little bit more flexibility in the space between you and your family.
Thank you so much. I don't want to take a lot of your time, especially since I have technical issues right now. But
yeah, please come back and let me know how you're doing. Andrew, come back and let me know how you're doing. The delay is absolutely insufferable, but the delay aside, I know we would all like to find out how things go. So please do come back and update us and let us know how you're getting on.
Yeah, I will.
All right.
Hopefully, when I come back, I don't have the delay.
Yeah, it's pretty bad, but yeah, we'll speak again. And good speaking to you, and thanks for calling in. I hope it's been of some help. Take care, friend.
I appreciate it.
All right, buddy.
Have a good stream, man. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Take care. Bye. Okay. Yeah, that delay was really, really bad. But man, I really feel for him. What a situation to be in. With a wife who's a converted believer. That's going to be pretty hard. Sean, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing well.
Good.
I was able to hear part of it through my friend's phone. So.
Oh, good. Okay. Well, Andrew, we're all wishing you lots of luck, my friend. Hope that you're okay. All right. Well, there's right now the TikTok queue is empty. It feels like maybe it's burnt itself out for the evening. I don't know. We had some good action up in there earlier. There's one caller still left on the YouTube side, but there's no name. I'm just going to see if there's signs of life here. Hi there. Are you there? Can you hear me? I'm going to guess that this is not actually a thing. Doesn't seem to be anyone there. There's no name, but there's just someone in the queue without a name. But I'm not getting any audio or anything like that. So I'm going to drop that down. So that is no longer there. There we go. I don't know what that was, but okay. Well, queues are currently empty. So maybe this is a point to draw the line. Where are we at? 6 hours 20. That's not bad. I would have been happy to keep on going if there was more action going on, but it feels like it's maybe it's reached a sensible point to say done. How long are you away for, Sean? Are you back home in the coming days, or are you away for a bit?
I'm heading back tomorrow.
Okay, so if we do a day stream on Tuesday, the normal one, is that okay for you?
Yeah, I'll have to let you know. I'll let you know tomorrow if I
Sure.
can make that one. Depends on what work has lined
You
up.
got work stuff. Yeah, well, we can all. I mean, with the day stream, it's always just like turn up if you can, if you're free. It's absolutely fine. Absolutely fine.
But yeah, Thursday evening, 100%. I'll be there the whole time.
Great, awesome. Okay. All right. Well, I obviously have to. I didn't have any question and answer inquirers form questions to read out today, so there were none of those. What we obviously do have to do is share the members wall with you. These are the people who contribute towards keeping things going here. Let's have a look. We have Riven Ash, Shadow, the Leakest Wink, Torag, Tracy, Woggy Slush, Roger, Stefan, Tim Cooney, Tom, Upshot, Edvard, and we also have Amon Ra, Cat B, Devil's Public Defender, Elizabeth B, Gordon Loves Science, Hunter Girl, Issa, Big Town Brum, Cognitive Dissonance, Drew Smith, Liberty Giblets, How to Push Back, Indentured Cervix, and Jeremy Tuttle, K.R. Young, Lacadian, Moustache Boy, No One Left Behind, PVG, Rich, Jiffy Cones, Kif, Make It So, Nectu, Oceanus, and Pseudo V Science. So those are the Inner Circle, who stepped up admirably today, I thought. I thought the Inner Circle did very, very good work when they were needed today. I don't think, even though I overrode them because we were having too much fun with Sean earlier, with other Sean, that is going to get clipped extremely hard. I'm looking forward to playing with that one. It's gonna be good fun.
Oh, I can't wait to see that one.
Oh, that
was fun. They made the right call. Just we just had to roll with it.
Completely the right call and completely overrode. So yeah, brilliant stuff. Okay, so I think we'll probably call it there. Thank you, everyone. I really, really appreciate you all, as you know. Thank you to all the wonderful mods. And is there anyone we need to do a raid on right now? Anyone need raiding? Maybe someone can check and see if there's a good raid to be had. Oh, the other thing I need to show you is the leaderboard for today. I keep on forgetting to do that, but I'm not going to forget right now. So the leaderboard today gives the best conversation was Free Parsons, followed by Fro and Adam Taylor. And the worst conversation, predictably enough, it's a joint first place. Sean and Matthew. And Matthew has the privilege of being joint second and third because he called twice. So there's an achievement for you. I love that. Quite a lot. So there you go. Brilliant. I'm going to probably have to retool this so that we get a running total over the year or something, and we can have the best of the whole year, like a hero gallery or something. But
Godless Engineer is live right now, by the way.
There you go. So Godless Engineer, go and support John. He's awesome. I think I've got joint stream with John at some point on Skeptic Haven in July, and it looks like those guys have asked me to do some other stuff with them, and I said that I want to do them with our very own Sean. So Sean and I will be doing stuff on there at some point. But I want to help those guys up, even if the level of callers is not high. And Neck2 says that Dean is live. So if you are of a mind to check out Dean with us, you could definitely do that. And Adam is saying you need to make an end of year clip that has the top 3 best and worst calls of the year. Yeah, I think that's definitely true. That's definitely true. Certainly the worst ones. Certainly those. Yeah, brilliant. Well, thank you, everyone. See you on Tuesday. I think it will probably be the regular time on Tuesday, which is midday for the UK. I know that's super early for everyone else. That's 7 a.m. Eastern, and go through from there. But at least that gives people in later time zones a chance to jump on. So it will probably be that. But in the meantime, thank you so much. Thank you for joining me and for being here. And thanks to the mods and all the liking and all of that stuff. It means the world. So thank you very much. And enjoy the rest of your trip, Sean.
Thank you very much.
And we will see you all soon. Oh, I think I have one more super chat, which is Brienne. Thank you so much for that, Brienne. I appreciate that. Very, very kind. Last minute at the post. So thank you very, very, very much. Great stuff. See you soon, everyone.